Walk tall, Caius. You deserve to be here.
Porkchop encouraged, nosing him on the shoulder to encourage him forward. Taking a breath, he nodded and strode towards the door. Gripping the brass handle, he braced himself, preparing his mask. Throwing his chest out and plastering a confident smile on his face, he opened the massive door wide and strode into the foyer, Porkchop close behind. Silence washed over the room as what felt like half of the delvers present turned to look at him. A moment later, a dozen different analysis skills hit his mask. They were light things, almost polite, like they weren't seeking the truth, just what he was willing to give. They still smacked him upside the head like a sledgehammer with numbers alone. Muscles bulged as his jaw clenched tight, a forced wince hissing out from between his teeth as he clutched his head. Distantly, he heard someone laugh. Fresh meat! Every fucking time, never gets old. Chapter 159. Deadacre. Caius let out a low groan, bent over with his head throbbing like he'd just been smacked upside the head with a blacksmith's hammer. As soon as the pressure of a dozen different analysis skills pressing his mask faded, so too did the pain and discomfort. Raw indignation flooded him, mirrored by the tempered anger that flowed across his bond, revealing his brother's own thoughts on the welcome they had received. Rising to his full height, Caius took in the milling delvers with a furrowed brow, biting his cheek to stop himself from demanding to know what right the offenders had had to test him like that. His restraint was only made more difficult by the fact that the other guild members had stopped paying attention to him in the slightest, each and every one returning to their conversations like nothing had happened. "What the hells was that, Caius?" Porkchop asked, as he mean-mugged the crowds of armed men who sat around tables and bandied stories like they were cards. They paid Porkchop little mind, his distaste drawing little more than a glance. "I'm pretty sure we just got hazed," Caius sighed in defeat. "It's common enough, but I would have thought the guild of all places would be better than that. Seen it happen enough with tradesmen, putting the new guy in their place." Much to his surprise, his words seemed to calm Porkchop immensely. "Oh, they were just asserting their position. That makes sense." As Caius struggled not to cock a surprised brow at his brother, a figure rose from a seat near the middle of the tabled section. A man of middling height, with dark eyes and hair, dressed in heavily reinforced leather, with short swords belted at his waist and a brace of throwing knives across his chest. Smiling at them awkwardly, but friendly enough, he made his way over as Caius watched on with moderate distrust. A final clincher, to let him know where he stood, perhaps. The man came to a stop a half-dozen paces from them, scratching the back of his head. "Sorry about that. Just a bit of ribbing from the established folk. It wasn't you specifically. They do that to everyone who walks in here with that shiny-eyed look of awe," the man explained, waving at the crowd behind him. "It's not just pointless bullying, though, and no one was actually pushing your mask. It's mostly a way to test if someone has one in the first place. They would have suppressed their analysis skills so that it was all bark, no bite." The man gave him half-smile. Caius's eyes widened. He hadn't even realized that testing someone's mask was something you could do. Was there a way to tell he was lying about his status? The man caught his surprised expression and hurried to elaborate. "Not like that. Anyone who wanders in here looking like that is inevitably pretty fresh. Half a room of experienced delvers smacking their mask is invariably enough to get a response. If there isn't one, someone always pulls them aside and makes sure they know how to mask in the future. It's an important part of growing your strength. You can glean a surprising amount even with a basic identify. Saves people having to wait until bronze." The delver paused, giving him an evaluating look. "Honestly, the fact you didn't pass out means you're a tough one. Good job. The name's Vangus. Just wanted to come over and let you know what's up and see if you needed any help," he finished, offering his hand. Caius gripped him back. Well, it's nice to get at least one polite introduction, I suppose. Why go through all that effort anyway? It's a bit extreme just to see if someone can mask, he asked. A slight wince crossed Vangus's face at Caius's words, but it was a small thing and fleeting. It's not. A lot of people, they get ideas about the guild, build up an image in their head about it being this serene place of pure meritocracy, where everyone is buoyed by honor and strength of arm, he explained. Caius frowned. That was what the guild was, wasn't it? Their neutrality was legendary, and it was impossible to rise through the ranks without integrity and strength. Seeing his expression, Vangus raised his arms placatingly. Whoa, I'm not saying it's not those things. But you have to keep in mind everyone's only a person, right? Walking into a trade like this all misty-eyed and as green as a new shoot universally ends up with someone being just a little too easy to take advantage of. Usually it's small, a bad leader who prioritizes their own safety over the team, or a merchant who gives you a bad price or something like that. Not everyone thinks that membership is immediately deserving of respect. So what? You just give the newbies a proverbial slap upside the head as they walk in the door to keep them on their toes? Caius asked, looking at the man skeptically. To Caius's left, Porkchop chuffed, backing him up with just enough gormless sincerity that it seemed as though he was a simple beast reacting to feelings across their bond. Vangus watched Porkchop warily for half of a moment, before his deep brown eyes flicked back to Caius. Yeah, pretty much. Someone always gives the follow-up, though. Thought I'd do it this time, as you look tough. Not often you see someone walk in here with a bonded companion and a complement of artifacts at your level. Look, the vast majority of Delvers are all right. A few are the skin-off-their-backs types, and even fewer are gutless bastards. But the last do exist, so it's on us as a group to stop the new guys from getting into a sticky situation, Vangus said, giving him an imploring look. Caius sighed. In the end, even if it did sting to get slapped around like that, it was only a momentary headache. And he could see the reason in getting the new guys to pay attention quickly. I suppose if I'd just been told, I probably would have brushed it off as an overblown problem, Caius replied. The Delver gave him the beaming smile, flashing him with pearly white teeth. Now you're getting it. Listen, I assume you're here to sign up? Caius nodded. Fantastic. We need all the help we can get. Low-level problems are exploding all over the region, and the tasks that need an Iron Guilder are only barely less frequent. We need fresh blood. There's too much to do. Vangus turned, gesturing to the short line that led to the receptionist's desk. Go chat with Ro. You're lucky she's on the counter. She'd got pull. There's nothing major, just a truthstone interview to see if you intend to follow the rules, but she'll be able to make it happen quicker than most. Caius looked past him to watch the lithe blonde woman behind the desk, currently animatedly talking to a bare-chested man who was nearly as hairy as Porkchop, before he looked back and gave Vangus a nod. The Delver smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Good luck, new guy. These are some trying times. Keep your wits about you. Vangus turned, returning to the tabled section of the guild hall where two of what Caius assumed were his team members were waiting for him. A man garbed in chain with a round shield and mace laying on the floor, and a willowy woman in leathers with an unstrung bow propped up against the table. The pair rose a tankard as Vangus approached, toasting him with something unintelligible. Taking a shallow breath, Caius shared a look with Porkchop. Well, that was an explanation at least. Why weren't you affected as much as me, by the way? Porkchop chuffed. I only got hit by one or two. Like Vangus said, I don't think they were really all that interested in actually breaking our mask. Caius slumped his shoulders, fully giving in to the fact that it might just have been reasonable after all. Come on, let's go join the line, he said through their bond, turning around to make his way to the guild desk. It seemed like, in their deliberations, The hairy, bare-chested man had finished his discussions, walking away from the counter with a wide smile on his face and a bag of coin gripped tightly in his hand, to a raucous round of applause from a table of similarly underdressed folks. The receptionist, on the other hand, watched the man go with a slight frown on her face.
"Bloody bruises. Too much muscle and not enough brains," the receptionist muttered, just loud enough for him to hear, before she smiled at the next in line. This interaction seemed to go much quicker. The man was some sort of skirmisher, a light-footed front-line fighter. He slapped a bronze-looking medallion on the counter and said he had a task to turn in. The receptionist smiled at him warmly before scanning the medallion with something hidden out of view, then handed it back. The skirmisher gave her a quick nod, then scooped up his insignia and strutted away. Then it was his turn. "New guy, right? Always rough the first time, but don't worry. Most of these guys would get down and dirty in a bar fight for a fellow guildie. The fact you didn't shit yourself and crack your skull on the floor bought you a lot more goodwill than you think," the receptionist said. Caius blinked. He hadn't expected that from the face of the guild in Deadacre. He took a step closer and noticed that while she was wearing a tan blouse, she wore trousers instead of a dress and had a sheathed bastard sword leaning against the desk. A fellow delver, then. That made the foul mouth a little more understandable. Hi. Vangus said your name is Ro, he said, once he had collected his wits. Name's Caius, Ro smiled. Drorome, actually. The first R rolled off her tongue like a purring cat.
Most can't nail the first syllable, so I go by Ro. Caius smiled. He knew that naming style, and could hear the faint remnants of a familiar accent. He'd met a few of them in the rare Hiwian caravans that made it to the sea. Father had told him of their origin when he'd been puzzled by the strange way they said ours. Far south Hiwian, right, Drorome, he replied, doing his best to emulate the pronunciation. The woman cackled, slapping her hand down on the desk with a loud slap. That's fucking terrible! Call me Ro. But yes, good picking. You a traveled one then? She asked. Caius shook his head. Nah, Father was, but I asked him after I heard the accent for the first time. I'm from further north. Oh, that explains it. Heard the wild stock up there breeds tough ones. But what the hells are they feeding you for you to have gotten so big? Ro asked, giving him a teasing smirk. I, hunted game? Caius stammered. Oh, you're too precious. Definitely a village boy, she chuckled. Now, business. I assume you want to sign up? Nodding as fast as he could to change the subject, Caius readily agreed. Smiling just a little at his haste, Ro turned around and yelled further back into the more official sections of the guild, an L-shaped room that curved out of sight, filled with desks. Hey, June! Get out here and take over! I'm gonna do an interview, she yelled, before bending down to swipe 2 medallions from a drawstring bag at her waist, one wooden and one brushed copper. A muffled response came from further back. I'm already going, she yelled again, before she leapt up and grabbed her sword, circling around the desk. Come on, it's just through here. Ro led the way, taking an impressively large door set to the left and in line with the counter. It opened into a hall lit by ward lights that wormed its way through the building, with more large doors opening on its left-hand face. The hall was impressively large itself, with more than enough room for Porkchop to follow them. What's with the size? Caius asked after a few seconds, looking around curiously. Ro asked, looking back at him. Oh, it's less useful here, but all halls are built to the same specifications. Need 'em big enough for the various giant folk and other bigger races, and it's not that uncommon for people to have bonded to a big war beast like you did, she explained as they walked,
before slowing to a stop by a door that looked no different from the 4 others they had passed just like it. "Come on in," Rose said, pushing the door open with a casual display of strength. It swung inwards on silent hinges. Inside was an austere stone room, devoid of any windows, with a looping script that had been carved into the ceiling. While he didn't know the specific script, it seemed relatively similar to High Lothian, at least in terms of the geometry it used. The runes were quite different. Still, it was enough for him to be half sure that it was some sort of silencing array, which would track for an interview room. At the center of the room lay a wide table, each wide side having a single high-backed chair. The middle of the table had a rune-scribed crystal, formations delicately engraved into the flat facets of the gem and filled in with copper wire. A truth stone, a working of renowned complexity, one he could make neither heads nor tails of. Ro strode into the room, taking a seat at the table before she slapped the wooden top. "Well then, how about we have that chat?"
Chapter 160. Deadacre. Sitting at the table with the Truthstone in a room enchanted with silence, Ro, the guild receptionist, smiled at him and waved at the other chair.
"Chop chop, we don't have all day,"
she teased. Caius sighed and walked over to the offered chair, Porkchop following to lay at his feet. Though, with his new size, Porkchop could still easily peer over the table's edge, which he did, playing the part of a placid war beast. "So it's really just an interview? Will there be any intrusive questions?" Caius asked, curious about the process. He'd always heard tales of brutal sparring matches with guild officials to earn the right to join and increase in rank. Ro answered, tilting her hand back and forth in the air. "Kinda. Most people do have to take a test, but most don't walk in here missing 2 fingers with a dozen little scars in their face from pre-integration. Most definitely don't have a war beast that looks right out of a duke's menagerie, nor do they take a dozen analyze skills straight to their mask and then keep on their feet, and they absolutely do not walk in here draped in the exact sort of hodgepodge collection of artifacts that a proper delver would have," she explained, shooting him a look like he had been a little bit of an idiot. "Ah," Caius said. He'd definitely already given the game away, at least a little. "Yes, hence why I rushed your ass into this silence room so that we can have a little chat and get you some protection," Ro replied. "Not that you'll find all that much trouble in Deadacre, but still, rumors do what rumors do. Spread." Caius frowned. He hadn't even really stopped to consider that, but he did have to say it made a certain kind of sense. Maybe if he'd been level 40 or 50, but a level 20? That made him stand out. Almost certainly not enough for anyone to reasonably suspect any of his more dangerous secrets, but enough that he would be a person of at least passing interest. Ro leaned forwards, setting her elbows on the table.
"So, before we jump to the whole interview thing, I thought I would ask you a few questions. Nothing personal, nothing dangerous, just a few generalities. What do you think?" Porkchop grumbled, shoving his huge head on his lap and forcing his nose under Cowie's hand, perfectly hiding him as a talented but nervous youngster whose bond jumped to provide reassurance. "Damn, you're good," Caius said, scratching his brother behind the ears. "Best at lying to the matriarchs in the whole den, and don't you forget it." Porkchop repleaf, leaning into his touch. Caius let a touch of a quiver slip into his breath. "I reserve the right to refuse to answer." Ro smiled. Of course. Now, what are you doing here? Why the guild? And why Deadacre?" "I really am from the north. Lived near the sea my whole life. Deadacre was the closest settlement I knew of with the guild house. As for why, backing and a place to grow in strength until I'm less of a minnow in a wide, wide ocean. Caius explained, pausing every few moments to choose his words. Ro nodded, tapping the table. Vague, but you can't expect much else in a world with secrets like ours. She smacked the table with her fist, the bang loud enough that Caius nearly jumped out of his seat. Well, that's good enough for me. What? Caius asked. He'd been expecting some kind of interrogation, some kind of pressure to obtain leverage. Not a single question, with a weak answer. Ro gave him a flat look. Boy, I'm the manager of a branch of the Delvers Guild. Sure, Deadacre is a remote hole in the dirt, but there are standards. People get shipped in, out, move all around doing my kind of work. Ro was the manager of this branch? That was surprising to Caius. Only the branch master and vice master would have seniority over her. He was about to ask why she was spending her valuable time on him when she cut him off with a wave of her hand. Shush.
Like I was saying, I've been around the block. You reek of a dispossessed scion. Too strong, too sure, too trained, and too fucking green. Ro continued. Caius froze, his heart skipping a beat as soon as she said the word scion. Porkchop lifted his head and fixed her with a flat stare, his hackles raising. The manager of the guild was entirely unflustered by the display, fixing his brother with a cold stare that screamed of barely restrained violence. In a blurring display of speed and control, she swept her bastard sword faster than the speed of thought from where it rested against the table, leveling it directly in line with Porkchop's eye. Idly, as the electrical storm of processing the sudden change worked its way to his brain, Caius noted that it was still sheathed. And don't even get me started about you, Porkchop. A fucking greater beast. In my guild house. And you didn't expect me to notice. We're barely a month's walk from the sea, Ro said, her voice frustrated to the point of verging on anger. She flicked her eyes back to him, hammering him to his chair with a will of steel. Too fucking green. So yes, I wanted to know why the fuck you were here. And yes, the fact you need backing tells me everything I need to know. You're stuck in the sea without a tent and need help. Probably also want to stab some bastard of a usurper or three. Have a handful legacy skills you are holding on to for dear life. Maybe more if you managed to befriend a fucking greater Melez. And probably genuinely do need as much backing as you can get. That sounds about right? She stared at him challengingly. Caius sat rooted to the spot, his mouth flatting ineffectively for a moment, before he slumped in defeat. He was about to answer before his brother beat him to the punch. Yeah, that's about right. Is any of it going to be a problem? Porkchop asked, giving up all pretenses. Letting out an explosive breath of air, Ro rocked back in her seat, her blade seeming to instantly shift back to leaning against the table as she put her arms behind her head. Thank the fucking gods you play the part of a gormless twit well enough, but it pissed me off to see you do it. No, none of it will be a problem. Scions are a copper a score in the guild. Everyone's running from something. And this is something of a safe haven for those who want out of the madness. Never managed to meet one quite as eye-catching or as fresh as you, though. Caius groaned, leaning forwards as he put his arms on the table to take his weight. Does anyone else know that Porkchop is a greater beast? We knew it would get out eventually, but we wanted to build up some strength and renown first. Grinning at them both, Ro kicked her feet up, each heel clacking loudly as it smacked the wooden tabletop. No, despite everything, you both have good masks, and most wouldn't recognize a greater beast from a type so secretive, even if a few rumors do stretch all the way here.
You should, however, recognize that most people like me are paid to know those sorts of things. Now, Roe continued, I will say this once, and say this simply. I don't give a shit about any of that unless you make it my problem. So don't, and we will have no issue. The real and frank matter is that everyone who makes it out of Iron Rank to transition to Steel has secrets. And Steel ranks are the true run-of-the-mill workforce of the Guild. Everything lower than that is just prospecting. You, unless you are some gibbering idiot, are probably going to make it there if my instincts don't fail me. Kicking her feet off the desk, Roe rocked forwards on her seat to aggressively slam her elbows down on the table. That means that I have another tool I can use to stop this utter shit show of a phase shift from tearing this city to shreds.
So no, you don't have to take a combat test. And I'll even throw in a few artifacts on lean that you can pay off with a couple missions to boost your mask. When you're ready to go a little more public about being a special little boy, I'll help it go well. That's the only special treatment you get, though. In return, you do your fucking hardest to be a model member. Deal? Caius breathed, digesting her words. He could accept that. Hells, this was probably the best-case scenario. This is what he wanted, after all. Backing, and most backing, came with a hell of a lot more strings attached than run around killing monsters and getting paid for it. Deal, he said with a nod. Thank fuck you're not a total moron. Put your hand on the stone and channel some mana into it, Roe replied, gesturing to the truth stone set into the table. Caius did so, the glassy gem feeling icy to the touch. His mana connected to the working, and it locked a thin stream of the energy in place. A strange sensation of fingers ghosting over his soul space tickled through his center, though he did not know how it worked. Roe looked at him. Great. Do you accept the guild taking a 5% fee of contract rewards, taking a minimum of 1 contract every year, swearing off acts of banditry, crimes against rational peoples, and cold-blooded murder? Yes, Caius answered. The clear gem beneath his hand glowed blue in response. Roe smiled at that, a small thing. Fantastic. Do you agree to never defraud the guild on contracts or other matters, to never pretend to represent your opinions as representative of the guild's own, and to never impersonate the station or likeliness of a guild official? Yes. Once more the stone glowed with a clean blue light. Do you plan to join the guild to sow chaos in its ranks, leveraging your membership to create discord, or otherwise destabilize the guild as a whole? No. Do you intend to cause other guild members undue harm without cause, if doing so may materially benefit you or otherwise? No. What's the lowest layer of the depths you have delved? The second. Good fucking job, you fucking madman. That means I can bump you to copper. No lousy wood rank for you. Roe replied, fixing him with a grin. Now, last one. Do you have a bond skill, and can you ensure your companion will not attack other enlightened peoples without provocation? Yes. More blue light. A clean sweep. Nice job. Catch. Roe flicked something through the air towards him, the object blurring in metallic orange. Caius lurched, lifting his hand up just in time for something cold and hard to slap into his palm with a stinging thwack. He turned it around, finding a copper medallion, much like the bronze one he had seen the hairy-chested man outside use. On one side, the embossed logo of a dead tree, the sigil of Deadacre. On the other, the symbol of the guild, a crossed sword and staff. Staring at the emblem in astonishment,
Caius looked up from it to meet Ro's eyes.
Just like that?
Just like that, she grinned back.
Chapter 161. Deadacre. Still sitting in the silence room where he had undergone his interview, Caius stared at the copper emblem in his hand, before looking back to Ro with a slight frown on his face. How does it work? I know the emblems are supposed to be representative of our identity and allow us free passage into all kingdoms who hold the guild. But how? He asked. The freedoms permitted by guild membership were legendary, and he knew many were tied to the little hunk of copper he now held in his hands, but little else. Ro smiled at him. It's enchanted. It's basic, just a stripped-down binding ritual and self-repair, though at higher ranks we start to reinforce them to stand up to the vigor that most high-tiered experience. Channel some mana into it, then use an analysis skill if you have one. Caius nodded, looking down to the large copper medallion. He closed his fist around it, enjoying the cold of the metal. This was just the start. From here, he would push until he was a force that could no longer be denied. As much as it burned him, investigating the Onyx Temple would have to wait. They were legendary in their reach and capability, and sticking his nose into their business before he hit the second tier was just asking to end up locked away in some forgotten cell to be tortured for his secrets. He'd gained backing and a path to power today. That support might be tenuous as it stood, but as he gained strength and respect, that would change. It was possible, as risky as it was, that having some of his more obvious secrets ferreted out by Ro would be to his benefit. It made him one to keep an eye on, a potential future asset. He could leverage that. Well, what are you waiting for? Chop, chop, Ro said, with a clap of her hands, startling him out of the moment. He shook his head. He was getting sentimental. Giving Ro an abashed half-smile, Caius pulled on his mana, threading it into the minor artifact he held in his grip. Pushing it outside of his body was easier than it had been in the past, if he was honest with himself. But it was still leagues behind the deft control and flowing speed he had when he manipulated the energy within the confines of his body. A moment later, he felt a slight pop as his mana breached the emblem, then a slight tug on his soul. The emblem hung off his center like a lead fishing weight, if only for a moment, before the connection broke once more. A minor binding formation indeed, the process had little in common with the adamant chains that bound him to Porkchop and a father's gift. Uncurling his fingers to reveal gleaming, brushed metal, Caius used true sight on the artifact. Copper Guild Emblem, common. Tier 1 copper, for those who are just showing their worth. Made from pure copper, wrapped around a core of inscribed steel, this artifact freely confirms the identity of the one who wields, as long as they touch the emblem with their skin while it is analyzed. Owner. Confirmed. Caius, Copper Delvers Guild member. Registered bonds. Porkchop, War Beast. Registered accolades. N.A. Artisan wrought artifact. Auxiliary emblem. Self-repair 1. Guild bond. Caius dismissed the notification. So I just have to hold it while someone uses an analysis skill and it will work? Nodding her head, Ro's hair swished past her shoulders, forcing her to brush it back. Exactly. It will say owner unconfirmed otherwise. It's basic, but it works. For now, as a copper, it will give you proof of identity for you and Porkchop. But once you reach bronze, you will be able to open an account with us, to keep your funds safe and access them from any city with a guild house. Caius nodded in appreciation. The guild had fallen into the banking industry early. After all, delvers tended to travel far, travel often, and accumulate significant wealth.
He could understand leaving access until the bronze tier, as it had to be an expensive system to run, however they did it.
Ro sighed, stretching her arms overhead before she stood up from her seat. She met his eyes once more when she was standing. Listen, as a copper you'll be able to take on jobs rated up to level 60. Your type tends to grow strong, quick, so I'm sure you'll chafe under that soon enough. Your quickest route to bronze will be 10 jobs rated from 50 to your cap. However, even with a war beast, you'll only be able to take jobs rated for a team of 2, which will substantially hamper your prospects with how overrun the entire region is. My advice is you find someone you can trust and work with long term. The 3 to 5 bracket is much more flexible, she said, calmly explaining his position. Caius frowned. Another team member? And only level 60? They'd just handedly taken down an Iron Tusk barely a week ago, and with their size and natural strength, they were a threat rated far higher than their nominative level. Rose smirked, pink lips parting to reveal the tips of her canines. Yeah, it's bullshit, but that's why I told you I wouldn't be bending any more rules. Listen, most of the jobs we are taking now are escalating in threat by the time we can reach them. A few mid-30 jobs, maybe a week or two's travel from Deadacre. Why, I'd be downright surprised if they didn't hit a threat level in the 40s by the time you reached them. Caius's mind raced. That could work. Sure, Ro was still drastically underestimating him, and it would mean more time in the wilds, but honestly, he preferred that to the constant hustle and bustle of the city. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind, he replied, giving Ro a thankful nod. The manager of the guild fixed him with a stare. I'm only telling you that because I assume you have a good handle on your own capabilities. Don't go and chase something before you're ready. I need iron and steel, not dead greenhorns and another fucking write-up, you hear? Ro demanded, steely eyes drilling into his own, as the hand that wasn't holding her sword rested on her hip. Yes, ma'am. That's what I like to hear, Ro said, giving him a firm nod. Now, I really suggest you find someone to work with. I wasn't joking when I said we don't have much work that will suit you for a team of 2. Also, I suggest heading back to the gate now. They sent a runner to let me know that you were coming. Caius nodded once more. Ro smiled, and with a few parting words on where he could find an inn by the name of the Dusty Stables, allegedly something of a favorite amongst delvers with unusual bonded companions, the manager of the Delvers Guild swept out of the room to see to her duties. The door clicked shut, leaving them alone, and Caius simply sat and digested the last few moments. Well, that was eventful. Promising first experience with the guild, though. She's no nonsense, but also helpful. Kinda like a matriarch, Porkchop said. Caius shook his head and chuckled at his brother's words. If that living whirlwind reminded you of the matriarchs, I can see why you left. But you're right. That went about as well as we could have hoped, given the circumstances. His brother let out a throaty chuckle, though he didn't deny the words. What now? Porkchop asked. Caius sighed and pushed himself out of the seat. Now we go and get your registration confirmed with the guards by the gate. No need to make any more trouble. After that, probably find our inn. It's late enough that the artisans will be setting up shop by the time we get back, and I'd like to do a little inventory of what we want to flog off, and what we want to buy. Grunting at his answer, Porkchop rose to his feet, towering over him. And what of a third-party member? No one will be able to keep up with us, so we'll have to settle for someone who won't get in our way. Also, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but basically anyone we bring with us will immediately notice our strength. And your magic. Caius groaned. He didn't need reminding. That sort of trust was in short supply. Tomorrow we'll check the board and see if the situation is as dire as it looked to be. If it is, we might need to hunt down Ianmus. Hope that he's been unable to secure passage. It seems he inherited the elves' uncanny ability to miraculously get involved in every event that involves the melees. Astounding. Porkchop grumbled before letting out a heavy sigh. He's not so bad. His ears just irritate me. Caius laughed. Better that than not being able to take the good contracts. Now come on, let's visit our old friend, the lieutenant. They set off, making their way out of the room. As they crossed the guild common room, Caius caught the sight of Vangus giving him a half wave. He looked over to find the sneak tapping a bronze emblem while raising his eyebrows questioningly. Grinning in response, Caius flashed his copper and got a wide smile in return. Waving the man goodbye, they left the hall, entering the streets of Deadacre. The sun was slowly setting on the streets of the city as he and Porkchop made their way through the winding stone arteries that crisscrossed the settlement. It was a warm afternoon, amber and pink light splashing across the sky like spilled paint and lighting up cobbled roads in a warmth that brought with it a comforting drowsiness. Caius hummed softly as he walked next to his brother, directing them towards the Delver's quarter. While Explorer's toolkit was far less assistance in the city, he'd always had a good sense of direction, and remembering which turns to take was far easier than navigating through endless forest or the winding caves of the depths. In the end, checking in with the guards by the gate had been a simple matter. They'd been waved down as soon as they arrived, one of the rank and file jogging up to them. The guardsmen had been young but confident. Once he'd analyzed their emblem and confirmed Porkchop's registration, he'd waved them off at once, returning to helping with the milling crowds of refugees that were taking shelter in the temporary tents by the gate. The slow thrum of the crowds thinned around them as people hastened home or to the various public houses that lined its many streets. It was interesting, watching the city wind down. A different life, one that he could never quite wrap his head around. Sure, it was nice enough to spend a few weeks, or even a month or two in the city. After all, it was a riot of places to explore and things to see. Yet he couldn't see himself ever living here. Surely the narrow streets, the tight-packed confines, and the crowds had to eventually drive people mad. On the other hand, all that concentrated life gave the air a certain energy. Though, right now, it was far different than he remembered from a few years back. Then it had been almost exuberant, joyful. Now it was tense and stressed, like an overdrawn bow ready to snap. He shook his head. The sooner they could pick up a job and get out of here, the better. Another few turns took them into the Delver's district, with its wider streets, nice buildings, and dozens of different shops catered to the needs of the city's fighters. Those were all shuttered now, though Caius did make note of one inscriptionist with a sign of an embellished glyph engraved on a wooden shield. They had a few suits of armor in their windows. Covered in clean rune work, he could make out Icardian sigils blended with something unfamiliar through the use of Yosh. Someone skilled and, judging by one leather set, the experience to work on Porkchop's new barding. They'd have to check it out tomorrow. Though perhaps when they went to check out the mission board, they'd be able to get some recommendations. Turning another corner, he spied the guild house still filled with raucous activity. He'd heard they never closed, but it was good to confirm it for himself. "You two legs really do like beer, don't you?" Porkchop asked, eyeing the loud talking figures that downed tankards like it was water in a desert. "Can't deny that," Caius laughed, before he pointed down another side road. "Come on, the Dusty Stables is supposed to be over there." A few more turns, and they found it. Caius was certain. Twice as wide as the average building, and an extra story tall, the Dusty Stables stood out in stark relief from its surroundings. Its ground floor was quite literally stables, built into the stone foundations of the building.
Most were empty, but at least a third held all manner of strange mounts. Stout-legged, flightless birds, similar to the beasts who had accosted Ianmus. Strange horse-like creatures, and a dozen other varieties of furred beast. One even had a massive lizard. Stairs led up the side of the building, wide enough that he and Porkchop could walk two abreast, leading directly to a landing that held a massive front door. Its windows shone with the soft orange of flickering fire, mingling with the steady glow of ward lights tuned to the same color. It looked inviting. Caius felt the weary weight of travel set on his shoulders, burdening him with lethargy. "Come on, I want some food and a soft bed," he said, hurrying his way forwards with Porkchop in tow.
Chapter 162. Deadacre. The stairs leading to the entrance to the dusty stables were wide things that tracked up the side of the building, shading the various pens that were set into the building at street level. A sign hung over their rise, showing off not just the name of the establishment and its insignia, a crisp painting of a weather-worn stable, but that also stated that all trained and bonded beasts were welcome inside. As long as they were polite, that is. "Well, I suppose we should make our entrance. Though, let me grab something from our bags first," he said to Porkchop, before approaching his side and pulling a coin purse from within their dimensional bag. Sliding their earnings into a spare slot in his potion pouch, Caius ascended the stairs and entered the tavern. It smelled clean and homely, of saddle soap, clean fur, and well-oiled wood. Scents that made him feel more relaxed, far more than any other place in the city at least. He smiled, taking in the interior as Porkchop craned over his shoulder to look in himself. The space was wide, with a long bar stretching 2/3 the length of the room directly across from him. Behind it, a long cabinet of liqueurs was set off just to the side of an entrance to a bustling open kitchen, 4 men hustling as they cooked and prepared all manner of foods, some of which were decidedly odd. Like the one who was dicing fruit only to toss it in a bowl of freshly cut grass. Caius cocked his eyebrow at the sight. Perhaps even more befuddling than that was the general furnishings of the establishment. It had the usual trappings: tables, chairs, booths, and padded benches. There were also other, stranger things. Wide, boxy stools set at knee height that were almost big enough for him to lie on, as well as odd, backless daybeds scattered around the place. The purpose for the strange furniture was readily explained by the absolutely massive cat that lounged on one such platform, curled up in front of the roaring fire that dominated the wall to his right. Hearing their entrance, the cat's ears perked up. Lifting its head from its slumber, it focused on him, but only for a moment, before it locked its eyes on Porkchop behind him. Pupils dilated, ears flicking up quickly before the cat gave a large stretch and slunk to its feet. He tensed, only for Porkchop to butt him in the back of the head with his nose. "He's friendly," his brother assured. "You're sure?" Caius asked with a frown, watching the cat silently pad across the room towards them. "Honestly, Caius, I know you're a little traumatized from the last 2 cats, but the thing's fucking purring. Pull yourself together." Porkchop chuckled. Looking back at his brother in surprise, Caius whipped back to the cat and actually listened. Porkchop was right. A deep, rumbling resonance was coming from its chest, deep enough that he more felt than heard it. Sighing in relief, Caius forced his apprehension down. Porkchop was right. He was being ridiculous, and it was likely he could handle the cat if anything happened anyway. After all, he doubted an innkeeper did much delving. And even if non-combat classers could level from working in line with their class, it was mighty slow unless you were some world-leading expert. Without the slightest care in the world, the cat, tall enough to meet his waist, slid right around him to wind its way around Porkchop's legs. His brother bent his head down to give the cat a curious sniff, who promptly smushed his face with its own. Much to Porkchop's surprise, judging by the way his ears suddenly flicked. Caius chuckled, before a booming laugh drew his attention back to the bar. One of the men who had been in the kitchen, rather tall, with dark features, had drifted behind the counter. He was watching Porkchop's interaction with the cat with an easy smile, resting his weight on the bar. Not often Yong takes such an interest in someone, especially not one so much bigger than him, the man said with a deep and gravelly voice that filled the room. At his words, Yong's ears perked up, and the cat trotted across the room to join him by the bar. "Aye, I don't have any treats for you, you big fatty," the innkeeper said affectionately, rubbing Yong's head as the cat yowled pleadingly. The man's will didn't last long, as he flicked a scrap of something out over the counter. Yong chased after it in a mad scramble. Can never stay stern with him for long. Name's Hench, by the way, owner and proprietor of the Dusty Stables. Hench gave a small bow. Caius smiled at the sight. While at first he had been worried about how accommodating an inn could truly be for a creature of Porkchop's size, those worries had fled as he watched the man's interactions with Yong. "Caius, and the big lug behind me is Porkchop. Ro pointed me here, said you're probably my best bet for lodgings," he said, introducing himself. Hench chuckled, lightly slapping the countertop. "Met Ro, did you? She's a feisty one, but she's not wrong. Not many places in this city that would be happy to deal with a war beast of that big boy's size, bonded or not." "How'd you know he was bonded?" Caius asked, tilting his head slightly. "Well, for one, you're a mite evocative with your body language." Hench pinched his fingers, exaggerating the motion with a squint of his eyes. "Bit of a giveaway with bond skills. The link goes both ways, after all. For two, I haven't heard a peep from any of the other customers about an ornery war beast around town. No way in hell's some bear thing straight from the hells would be so calm if it couldn't tap directly into your mind state to know everything was at ease. That, and Porkchop there's got none of the rigid restraint you see from trained beasts. And you didn't leave him in the stables," Hench explained, ticking the points of his fingers one by one. Caius chuckled, reaching up to scratch Porkchop behind the ears. "Well, you've got me there. We're here to get settled. For a week, at least. I'm going to be going on a lot of out-of-town journeys for the guild." "Figured, what with Ro's recommendation and all." Hench nodded. "You want him to stay in your room? It's no trouble, but I'll have to give you one of the bigger ones, which are a little pricier. Depth silver a night. Comes with feed for your bonded, in whatever way he needs. If you end up rushing off, I'll just credit you the remaining nights." Caius blinked at the price. 1 silver would have been enough to house him for a month in 3 fields. Though he supposed for an inn that catered to delvers with beast companions, it made sense. After all, silver was cheap when a single delve could pull enough artifacts to drown you in the stuff. "Put us down for a week for now, though no doubt we'll be here regularly for the next while," Caius said, crossing the room as he pulled the required coinage from his purse. It was a moderate dent in their loose silver, but he suspected between selling off some artifacts and taking jobs for the guild, it would be a negligible expense. "Thank you kindly," Hench said with a nod. "You'll meet the other patrons tomorrow, I imagine. Most have already retired, and a few are still out on business. Now, what's your boy eat?" Caius coughed. Human food, mostly. As long as it's rich in meat and vegetables. Spices are fine, as long as they are not too pungent," he finished. After so long cooking with the dwarven spices, they'd found that anything too hot or intense had a tendency to leave Porkchop a sneezing, drooling mess. Hench laughed, slapping his thigh with mirth. "Shoulda known you'd coddle the beastie, what with a name like Porkchop," he said with a smile. "That's fine, lad. I can work with that. Give me a chance to wash me hands and I'll show you to your room." Hurrying into the kitchen to direct his workers for a moment, Hench washed up and quickly returned, swiping a key from under the counter. He led them up the wide stairs, which didn't even creak under Porkchop's weight. Caius was impressed, especially when he noticed discrete lines of what must have been a reinforcing formation scribed into the wood under the lip of each step. Walking up 2 flights, Hench led them to the end of a wide wooden corridor, decorated in intricate paneling that was beautifully carved with scenes of nature. Caius didn't miss that a solid 2/3 of the scenes involved cats, the man's loyalties well displayed. It seemed that even if he charged an extravagant price, those earnings had been well reinvested into the dusty stables. Stopping at a door at the end of the hall, the innkeep unlocked it before passing him back the key. The door was a broad thing, easily half his height again and twice the width of a normal door. More than large enough for Porkchop to enter. "Well, here you go. I'll knock later and leave some food outside your door. I know how you Delver types like your privacy after a long time on the road," Hench said with a wink, before he sauntered off down the hall, humming a little tune to himself. Entering the room was a wondrous thing. Well equipped with a wide and low bed, a desk and chair, wardrobe, and a fireplace with rug, it was more than large enough for him and Porkchop to just exist without feeling cramped. Somehow, the fire was already lit, though Caius quickly spotted an explanation as he saw a control glyph on the mantelpiece. An inscribed fire, extravagant, but not unappreciated. Porkchop dived for the rug, settling onto its plush surface with a groan as he rolled onto his back to soak up the heat. It seemed the whole building had been built to the same specs as the stairs, because Caius caught nary a creak from the floorboards as his brother did so. "Well, we've got a place to stay. Shall we decide on what to sell and our plans for tomorrow before we go to bed?" Caius said, sliding onto the carpet next to Porkchop. Porkchop groaned, but rolled onto his front. "What are you thinking of getting rid of, anyways? Old barding and blink knives, but is there anything else?" "Those, plus maybe my helmet if we don't get enough for what we need. It's a bit mediocre and pretty heavy, so we might find something a bit better. Armor is a keep for now, though I imagine my vambraces will quickly become less useful as we level up. Even against the Iron Tusk, I noticed it wasn't as useful as it was against the others. I barely made it through even with my full weight behind the swing," Caius said, leaning back on his hands as he stared into the fire. It was odd, seeing the flickering tongues emanating directly from inscribed stone. "That makes sense. What of purchases? Will we have enough to replace them with something better?" Slumping his head back, Caius hummed as he thought about it. There were a few things they could use, some far cheaper than others. At the very least, they had to get Porkchop's barding inscribed with self-repair. It was strong enough that going without was a total waste, especially because it would be far more costly to keep getting it repaired at leatherworkers in the long run. Barding is the priority. Otherwise, I think some form of refilling water source would be up there in terms of our needs. They're popular and cheap for artifacts, and it would mean far more security as we roamed the wilds and the depths both. I don't want to burn through all of our coin, so I think it might be best to save until we can source a suitable armor set for me. The Cerulean scale hasn't been holding up all that well, for all its magic resistance is useful, Caius said, after considering the issue. Is there anything else you'll need? Porkchop paused, his head cocking slightly as he thought on the question. I don't think so, he said finally. Well, in that case, the only other things we have to do tomorrow is check out the guild's mission board and hope that the situation isn't as dire for missions rated for a team of 2 as Ro made it sound. If it is, I guess we pay a visit to the Caravaneers Association and see if Ianmus has departed, Caius said. While he was not so selfish as to hope that the half-elf's plans had been totally derailed, it would serve as an easy solution to the problem of their team size. While he did not match up to them in strength, Ianmus was capable and kept a cool head in combat. Plus, he was a solar mage, which was an affinity well renowned for its split between restorative effects, scorching spells, and healing abilities. A perfect backline for them, especially as he suspected the man to have a rare class. If the man truly was valedictorian, he had most likely gained a handful of legacy skills, and might have had one or two more besides. That, plus the effort it would have taken to achieve that standing in the first place, was likely enough to do that much at least. He could only hope that if they were in need of his assistance, Ianmus would be both available and amenable to delving work.
Chapter 163.
Deadacre. Caius let out a sigh of satisfaction, patting his stomach as he walked down the street with Porkchop at his side. He'd decided that Hench must be a mage, because it was only by actual magic that the food could be that good. Literally, in the case of how invigorating the morning meal had been. It had been a grand affair, of eggs, toast, seared ham, and a dozen charred vegetables he had no name for. Delicious, all in all, and would have been well worth the cost of admission, even without the sudden energy that had welled within him afterwards. He'd asked the man about it, but all he had gotten in return was a sly grin, as Hench had tapped the side of his nose. Trade secrets or some such. High-level skills, no doubt, especially considering it had been made with only mundane ingredients. He hoped that one day Explorer's Toolkit would let him do something similar, but he doubted he would ever be able to do anything as impactful until he was far higher level than the man. Renting a room at the dusty stables had been a good decision. Hells, Hench had even sent someone to fetch him a pair of gloves when he'd asked, not so much as blinking at the odd request. After all, without his vambraces, his glyphs would be on full display, something that best remained hidden for now. They were heading to the guild, their first stop of the day. Originally, they were going to head straight to the inscriptionist he had spotted the previous evening, but then Porkchop had pointed out that it was probably wise to get advice from Ro, or perhaps Vangus, on which places were best. That and the guild was closer. They'd end up there anyway, so it made sense to check the mission board first thing. They still got stares as they walked through the streets, though this time they were fewer in number and more curious than wary. For one, he had left behind his armor, in favor of going about his day in his trusty set of traveling clothes. The other major factor was that they were in the Delver's Quarter, and seeing an armed man going about his business with a titanic war beast at his side was far less of an occasion for the folks who lived and worked here. Rounding a corner, the guild came into view. It was still just as majestic as the first time he had seen it, looming high on a T-shaped intersection, declaring its dominance and institutional vigor. A glimmer of giddy butterflies fluttered their way around his stomach as he stared at the emblem of a crossed stave and sword, his hand fiddling with the copper emblem in his pocket. "What's got you so joyous?" Porkchop asked, picking up on his mood through their bond. "Just still feels strange, finally making it here. I might have gained and lost much, and my route was far different than I imagined. But I'm here, all the same. A Delver, after years of dreaming about it," Caius murmured wistfully, an easygoing smile tugging at his lips. Porkchop chuffed, drawing a few eyes from passers-by. "I sort of understand. I've wondered on the nature of the lands of your people for a long time, too. The more I stay here, the more strange things come to mind about the way you live. It's confusing, but exciting and adventurous." Caius clapped his brother on the back. "Well, here's to fulfilling our dreams, I suppose. Let us hope the trend continues," he said through their bond as they approached the front door of the building. It swung open with ease, revealing a common room far less rambunctious than it had been the previous day. Delvers clustered around the mission board, while a decently long line snaked away from the counter, each petitioner holding a thin slip of cream-colored card in their hands. Business was the name of the game this early in the morning, it seemed. "I'm going to go wait over by those seats. We might tug on some tails if I take up a quarter of the room by the board," Porkchop said, turning towards an out-of-the-way booth that was set up on the edge of the common area. Caius slapped his brother on the shoulder. Good plan. Walking towards the board, he made his way through the crowds, patiently waiting for the others who had arrived first to take their picks. Once a space was free, he leapt into it, surveying the offerings available. Hundreds of strips of paper were pinned to the thing, covering it completely across its 30-stride length. The mission board had been separated into horizontal segments, each rimmed with a different material, creating a section of space perhaps 2 long strides wide by 1.5 tall. Wood, then copper, bronze, iron, and steel. Caius frowned as he looked at the distribution of the request. They were telling of the state of things. The wooden section on the far left had a bare few handfuls of slips scattered across its cork surface, while the copper one he stood in front of had dozens. To his right, at the bronze, the section had so many missions available that not a scrap of its cork surface could be seen. That was the busiest section by far, a steady stream of people entering the guild, wandering over to it to gather slips in 2s and 3s, before registering the mission at the front desk and leaving again. It made some sense, after all. Bronzes were the most numerous in the guild, while those who fully devoted themselves to delving quickly rose to iron or even steel. He'd heard there were plenty of those who joined the guild for a touch of occasional excitement, supplementary income, or a myriad of other reasons. Those types were large in number, but usually only worked as a delver once a season or less. It seemed that the change wrought by the shift in phases had lit a fire under them, rousing people from complacency, judging by the folks he saw wandering in. Still, the sheer number of missions was worrying. Bronze was for folks who could deal with threats in the 60 to 100 level range, and it commonly represented the point where most people without combat classes couldn't handle something on their own, even significantly over-leveled. There was something worse, though. While far fewer than even the copper jobs, there were iron-ranked missions on the board. Those were supposed to be rare, at least in the frontier and the dukedoms. Niggling worry seeped through his stomach, a thrumming tension rising, as he realized that as much as it might be nice, they needed to keep pushing. The rising tide of mana waited for no one, and he didn't want to be left behind. He could only thank the gods that the steel board sat empty. For now. Sighing at the state of things, Caius leaned closer to the copper requests. He leafed through the pages, reading the descriptions of missions in and around the region under the purview of this guild branch. A frown slowly grew on his face. Cavern lurkers picking off miners in a quarry. Level 40 threat. Team of 3 or more. Air home under assault by a pack of unknown beasts. Assumed level 50 threat. Team of 5 or more. Boggart swarm harrying passage between Broadfield and Wheatondale. Level 45 threat. Team of 5 or more. With increasing frustration, he flipped through the missions, only finding something that he and Porkchop would be able to take every 10 or so. Each and every one was categorically unsuitable. Help needed wrangling escaped beast cattle. Level 25 threat. Team of 2+. Hunting hound turned on owners. Level 20 threat. Team of 2+. Lake geese preventing access of fishermen. Level 20. Caius looked on in disgust. It seemed they would have to hope that Ianmus was still in the city after all. To make matters worse, he'd found more than one mission that he thought would suit him and Porkchop perfectly well. If only they could take him.
A singular giant spider, at the edge of what was suitable for copper, with suspected illusion abilities when stationary. Team of fucking 3+. Grinding his teeth for a moment, Caius forced his shoulders to relax as he took a long sigh. "Thought I'd find you here," a familiar voice said from behind him. "I can explain why there's nothing for you, if you'd like." Caius turned to find Ro standing behind him, a knowing smile on her face. The surrounding delvers gave her plenty of space, their deference clear. Honestly, he could probably imagine why. For most, delving was extremely dangerous without a balanced team of 3 to 5. An institution like the Guild, especially one that was notorious for drawing in overconfident youngsters, would have to dissuade their members from elaborate suicide. I'm guessing it's to stop the vast majority who would be picking up jobs they really shouldn't, he sighed. Ro grinned and nodded. Yep. Most missions are structured under the assumption that you will have found a team by the time you are out of early copper. So, you have anyone in mind? Or do you want me to introduce you to some folks who might fit? I might. The mage I arrived in town with, he was trying to catch a caravan to the dukedoms, but with the way of things, he might have been delayed, Caius explained. Ro nodded. Understandable. Honestly, unless he's fucking loaded, he's probably still holed up at the association. Everyone and their grandmother wants to be behind the walls of a green seed city right now. I'd hurry, though. Never know what might happen. Well, that was something at least. He'd known it would be busy, but he knew that of anyone, Ro would be best positioned to know the truth of it. Still, while he had her here, Caius figured he might as well ask after an appropriate inscriptionist. I'll get it done before lunch, he promised.
While I have you, do you know where I could offload a few spare artifacts and get a self-repair job done? Busy man, Ro said with a smile. But yes, go to the Artifice and Arms, just a few blocks down the left, and then a block to the right. Jin's a trustworthy sort. He'll treat you right. Caius nodded, committing the simple directions to memory. Anyways, I have to get back to work. Just wanted to check in on my latest member. Don't die, Caius. We need all hands right now, Ro said, before she turned heel and walked through the crowd, leaving him to his business. Well, at least the trip hadn't been a total failure, and now they could get some more preparations done. Caius pushed his way through the gaggle that still flowed to and from the mission board, informing Porkchop of his findings on his way to the door. Next stop, enchantments. The door to Artifice and Arms jingled as he pushed it open. At first he thought it was a bell, though a moment later he spotted a small inscription on the door jamb. Finely wrought and delicate, it was an impressive display of miniaturization, even if the formation itself was simple. Porkchop waited for him outside, calmly sitting outside one of the shop's bay windows. Caius nabbed the saddlebag from his brother, slinging it over his shoulder as he entered the place. If there was anywhere there was little risk of backlash due to it being discovered, it was to a fellow inscriptionist. Any artificer who got a reputation for sharing secrets of their customers' gear would be a pariah in minutes. The shop itself was a fascinating thing, with shelves covered in an impressive array of artifacts. A counter dominated the far wall, the man behind it smiling at him. "Welcome to Artifice and Arms. Name's Jin. What can I do for you?" The owner of the shop welcomed him. He was a short man, slight and wiry, dressed in clean linens that draped off his thin frame. "Nice to meet you, Jin. Name's Caius. Ro recommended I visit you for a little work, and to potentially offload a couple of artifacts," Caius said cordially, approaching the counter. "Well, any friend of Ro's is a friend of mine. Let's get the commission out of the way first. What do you need done?" Jin asked, looking at his bag in curiosity. "Mind if I use up a bit of the bench?" he asked. Jin backed up and waved at him to go ahead. It was a testament to the man's professionalism that he didn't even blink as Caius pulled out Porkchop's underarmor from their spatial container. Instead, the man leaned forwards, inspecting the barding he'd produced. Stone charger hide. That's good stuff. New, too. Jin looked up. Whoever made this knew their trade well. I assume you want self-repair? Caius nodded. It wasn't a hard guess.
Well, good news is there is plenty of space. Bad news is it's just about the only thing it will bear before it's fully saturated. When do you need it? Jin asked. Preferably sooner than a week. I want to get back out in the field, Caius said, giving Jin an awkward smile. He knew it was a fast turnaround for this sort of work. Self-repair was a far more complicated inscription than most, regardless of its ubiquitous nature of depth-wrought artifacts. Jin tutted, drumming his fingers on his counter in a rolling beat. I could do it, but I'll have to add my rush charge, 10%, which would bring the total to 150 depths gold. That good by you? The man looked at him questioningly, searching his face for any sign of shock and horror. Caius smiled at the sight of it. Father had told him many stories of people being horrified at the true cost of inscriptions. Enchanting, the kind of formation that was bound into artifacts, required an extreme level of precision over basic formations, and often needed valuable reagents in the use of the binding. Depends if I have equal in trade, and hopefully you can throw in a water-producing artifact,
Caius said as he pulled out his brace of blink knives and Porkchop's old set of barding. Jin blinked, peering close at both items. He nodded appreciatively at the barding, but clucked his tongue in pleased surprise at the throwing knives. A moment later he looked up and gave Caius a contemplative look. You don't have a guild account yet, do you? He said after a moment. Is that a problem? Caius responded, his brow furrowing. Jin shook his head. Not exactly. Look, I'll take the barding for 70. It's niche, but with well-fitted, it'll be an easy sell to the right folks. However, those blink knives are going to sell like hotcakes. Returning? On a full brace of knives? It ups the value considerably compared to 6 individual blades. Caius blinked. He'd known returning was expensive, but he hadn't realized having them as a single set was such a factor. Jin nodded knowingly. Oh, yes it does. Look, with how much those knives will fetch me, I'll be able to do the work on your barding overnight. Throw in a self-refilling water skin, and 50 depths gold in gold and silver for the knives. I recommend banking as much of the 120 as you can when you get an account, even if you do have a spatial artifact. Caius nodded. It made sense, especially if he could get access to the money in any well-developed city. Deal. Fantastic! Jin swiped his hand over the table, revealing neat stacks of yellow and silver coinage, a large leather water skin with runic stitching, and the existence of the man's own spatial artifact. Each metal pillar was 10 coins high, letting Caius count the total in moments. The exact amount to the silver. Caius nodded to the man with a smile, shoveling handfuls of coin into his saddlebag, where he quickly deposited it into the merchant's saddlebag. Well, pleasure doing business with you, Jin. I'll see you in a few days, Caius said, offering the man his hand. Jin shook it and wished him well, before Caius took his leave to rejoin with Porkchop outside the shop. Now they just needed to see if they could hunt down Ianmus. Hopefully he hadn't left yet. Chapter 164. Deadacre. Leaving the artifice's shop, Caius made his way through Deadacre, with Porkchop glued close to his side. It was interesting to watch how the general populace of the wider city's reaction to them had changed now that they were not fully suited up in their armor. He supposed even if his traveling clothes were reinforced with thick leather, they were much closer to standard hunting gear than true protective armaments. Regardless, while plenty of people still openly stared at them, it was with far more curiosity than wariness now. Internally, Caius thought that it was Porkchop doing the heavy lifting. Without his barding on display, his coat was revealed in all its gleaming density. He caught sight of more than one child step towards his brother with wide eyes full of delight, only to be snatched back by aghast parents a moment later. More than a few women, too. "What are you smiling about?" Porkchop asked, as he watched a young lady stare at his brother with open want. Caius marshaled a straight face.
I've just watched about 15 people in the last few blocks who looked like they'd sell their left leg if it meant they got a chance to pet you." "What?" Porkchop asked, looking over the moving crowds with curiosity. "Why?" "Your fur," he explained, still struggling not to laugh like a madman in the middle of the street. "Oh, that makes sense. It is very healthy," Porkchop said plainly, though Caius could feel the wave of satisfaction emanating across their bond. It was nearly enough to make him crack. Shaking his head, he led them onwards, snaking their way towards the Caravaneers Association. They kept to the main streets, the wide arterial pathways that were flooded with carts and foot traffic, even if it was a more winding route. Undoubtedly, the smaller roads would be more direct, but even if he knew the basics of the city, he was in no way as familiar with navigating its labyrinth as a local.
Turning a corner, Caius spotted someone familiar looming head and shoulders out of the crowd, platinum hair shining like a beacon in the summer sun. Caius elbowed his brother lightly. "I think that's Ianmus. He didn't manage to get a caravan after all, or at least not yet." "Let's hope he's not just waiting for passage then," Porkchop replied. A moment later, Ianmus spotted them from down the street. He raised his hand in a friendly wave, making his way through the thrum of bodies to approach them as his pack thumped against his back. "I think we might be in luck. He looks a little too hurried for a simple hello," Caius mused, smiling as he led the way down the street. "Caius!" Ianmus called, as soon as he was within normal speaking distance. "I was just coming to ask after you." The Magi gave Porkchop a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Stepping in, he gave the man a clap on the back. "Ianmus, it's good to see you. How goes securing your passage to the dukedoms?" he asked. "We thought you might have left already," Porkchop added. A pained smile crossed Ianmus's face, the mage stepping off to the side of the street to less impede the flow of traffic. "Not great. The association was flooded, and caravans were completely booked for months. They doubled the guard positions on each one, but I didn't have the levels to secure a working trip," he explained. Caius schooled his expression, trying to keep the victorious joy that flooded his chest from showing on his face. "Ah, that's a shame. I was worried that might happen," Caius said, with a sympathetic shake of his head. "How about I treat you to lunch? I actually have something I wanted to ask you about, and we passed an eatery earlier that looked pleasant enough." Ianmus's face brightened, even as he had to rapidly press himself against the stone wall of the building they stood under to avoid a sudden rush of people. "That sounds great, actually. I had something I wanted to ask you as well." "Where did you have in mind?" the Magi asked, schooling his expression quickly into a remarkable mask of calm and friendly interest. That piqued his interest. After all, he'd gotten the measure of the man on their journey together, and he didn't seem the type that would beg after coin. "A place back in the Delvers' Quarter," he pointed over his shoulder. "Not too far from here, shall we?" he asked, keeping his thoughts to himself. He'd find out either way soon enough. "Let's," Ianmus said, falling into step with him as they turned to make their way back down the street. A groan of relief slipped from Porkchop's mouth, startling a few nearby residents, though they quickly calmed when Porkchop showed complete disinterest in them. His brother's gaze was razor-focused on their path ahead. "Thank the matriarchs, I'm starving." Seated at an exterior table at the edge of the eatery's space so that Porkchop could join them, Caius smiled at the waiter who handed him an earthen plate with a heaping sandwich on top of it. He'd spotted someone eating one on their way from the artificer, and the heaping pile of meat, relish, and salad had been more than enough to clinch the deal for him. He'd even managed to get them to give Porkchop one of his own, though he got the feeling it was an only moderately unusual request, considering where the eatery was located. The waiter smiled back, the faintest hint of pink spreading across her pale cheeks,
before she hurried back into the store. Taking a quick bite of his meal, Caius chased it with a sip of his beer before he turned his attention back to Ianmus. "So, look, I thought I would just cut to the chase," Ianmus said cautiously, taking a break from his own sandwich. "Ever since we separated a couple of days ago, I haven't been able to get that fight with the Iron Tusk out of my head, and the thought just kept churning when I found out I wouldn't be able to leave Deadacre for some time." Caius's stomach sank.
The man was rattled. He had to be. Of course he would be. How could he have been so stupid? No sane man wanted to fight something twice his level and 20 times his size. No way the man would join him now. "It was too much?" he asked, after giving himself a moment to get a handle on his disappointment. "No," Ianmus said, with thrumming fire, leaning closer and putting his hands on the table. "It was exhilarating. The rush, the growth. I studied the song much in the colleges, but I always thought that I was one of the many who only felt it lightly. But now, I feel useless, restless at the very idea of rushing off to the dukedoms and wasting away behind reinforced walls," he continued, his voice taking on a desperate, almost pleading quality. Caius sat back, shocked at the turn of events. Even Porkchop, as focused as he was on slicing his sandwich into manageable chunks with his claws, looked up. Ianmus's eyes flicked between the two of him, his eyes widening slightly with a hint of desperation. He held his hands up placatingly. "Listen, I know I am weaker, that I won't face the same danger as the two of you, and that you are probably reasonably worried about me slowing you down. However, I'm a great backline, probably one of the best you'll find amongst our own level. Even amongst interspire competitions, I came first in all my year group, and with solar affinity, I'm well positioned for restorative and invigorating magics, let alone that I have decent freecasting capabilities." The words spilled out of Ianmus's mouth in a torrent, a blur of justifications that continued without pause. Then Caius raised his hands, and he trailed off with a paling of his cheeks. "I imagine your next words would be that we can already trust you," Caius asked, raising one brow. Ianmus gave him a short nod, a small frown gracing his face. "Yeah, we were on our way to ask you to join us," Porkchop said, beating him to the punch in saving the half-elf from his distress. Ianmus's transformation was miraculous, his face nigh on becoming radiant as his spine straightened. "You were? Truly?" "Yep," Caius answered. "But, and this is relatively significant, only if it is a long-term thing." It was something that he and Porkchop had decided on the night before. Traveling with the man was one thing, but actually working together? It wouldn't take a sharp mind like Ianmus's long to pick apart more of their secrets, including potentially dangerous ones. With a long-term partnership, however, it was likely that the man would inevitably end up bound by the same chains that held him. Honors, for one. Even if he had to bludgeon the man into it, it would all but enforce Ianmus's silence on his own strength. Without a doubt, they would find more, especially if they kept punching upwards. That, and the first tier was only the start of a very long road. If Ianmus accrued his own feats, the man's lacking strength would soon become less of an issue. That said, his and Porkchop's leads were probably far too great for that gap to ever close fully, even if it mattered less with Ianmus being part of the back line. Though he would still keep the existence of honors a secret until that point. That, and everything else. Ianmus watched him closely, eyes narrowed with wary curiosity. "Why? Not that I am particularly against that requirement, unless our relationship completely breaks down. Secrets, Some of which you will inevitably be burdened with yourself, he said with a shrug. Ionmus paused for a moment. Okay. Looking up from his sandwich, Porkchop tilted his head at the Magi. That was fast. No questions at all? Caius nodded in agreement. I expected a little more suspicion than that, if I am honest. I can use my brain, Caius, he said, leaning forwards before his tone lowered conspiratorially. You are too strong. You have secrets other than the ones I have pieced together, and I will eat my boot if those two things are not linked. The Magi took a breath, leaning back before his voice returned to normal volume. Look, I have thought on this thoroughly for 2 days. Already things are breaking down, and we are only just reaching a month since the phase change. It's only getting worse from here. If I don't do something now, if I keep my head firmly in the sand, then I will be left behind. I need this, he finished. Caius nodded. He could respect that, and frankly, having reached that position was only a testament to the fact that Ionmus was no fool. The simple volume of people moving through the guild in the last few days said that it was one that many were coming to. Great. Though I have one last thing I must share before you commit yourself to this course, Caius said. He leaned forwards, Ionmus joining him as his voice lowered. I have a blood debt that must be paid. Not now, far too dangerous. But once I am in the 2nd tier, I mean to begin my investigations. It will mean tangling with a group of both power and influence. And if you join, you will almost certainly end up caught up in it. Ionmus's lips pursed as he thought on it. I assume this is one of the secrets. Caius nodded. How significant is the debt? He asked, searching Caius's face. The most severe, Caius replied, voice flat. I see. And would you assist me with my own endeavors, even if they became as complex? Ionmus asked in response. I would. Then I will assist, if I am able. I think you will find that widespread chaos has a tendency to reveal light on many hidden things, and leave many cracks to disappear into, the Magi replied, watching him closely. Caius breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely pleased that the half-elf had agreed to his terms. He offered the man his hand. To a team. To a team, Ionmus replied, shaking his hand firmly. Caius smiled warmly at his newest ally, Porkchop echoing his sentiment with a throaty chuff. Let us finish our meal, and then we'll need to get you signed up at the guild. I might be able to get you in with just an interview. Receiving a nod from the mage, Caius picked up his sandwich and dove in for another large bite. Salty meat and tart relish flooded his mouth. Delicious. Chapter 165. Deadacre Finale. Getting Ionmus a membership to the guild had been even easier than Caius had thought it would be. When they'd entered the guild hall, he'd spotted Ro flitting around in the workers' section behind the counter, directing people to and fro. Leaning on the powers of his height, he'd managed to wave her down and introduce her to his prospective team member. Thankfully, they didn't have to deal with Ionmus getting hazed. It seemed being chaperoned by a known member was enough to stave off that uncomfortable fate. At first, upon hearing that he wanted to get Ionmus in with just an interview, she'd looked ready to seize him by the neck and throttle him, even if it meant jumping for it. That is, until Ionmus mentioned he was this year's valedictorian of Sunspire. As soon as she'd heard that, she'd grabbed the half-elf by the wrist and yanked him to the silence room without another word. Caius had expected more interest from the other delvers in the hall, but one and all they averted their eyes. Their reasons became a lot more clear when Porkchop let slip that he'd overheard Ro had something of a reputation for short temper when they meddled in business that wasn't their own. And apparently they weren't the first newcomers on the up and up that the manager had greased a few wheels for. It was possible that some of the established delvers were put off by the special treatment, but Caius assumed that most would be waiting for the results he put forth. After all, power justified much, and a meager bending of the rules was more than understandable to secure talent, especially when the flood of extermination requests was considered. While Ianmus was gone, Caius visited the mission board, smiling excitedly as the request he had spotted in the morning was still there. Snatching it up, he met Porkchop at a secluded table in the corner of the room to wait for their third.
It didn't take all that long, Ianmus returning only a bare quarter-hour later. With his lanky frame that stretched even taller than his own, it only took a moment of craning before the half-elf spotted Porkchop's bulk and hurried over. Behind him, Ro poked her head out before giving him an exaggerated thumbs up. Caius chuckled, shaking his head at the sight. Ianmus slid into the remaining seat with a grin, slapping a wooden medallion on the table. Wood was the best she could do, considering the circumstances, but she said once we've done a copper over a threat level of 30, she'll be able to bump me straight up. Well done. The questions weren't too difficult, other than the standard oath. My own was reasonably quick, Caius asked. Ianmus nodded. I assume she caught you guys out the second you stepped foot in here? The woman is as shrewd as a devil plying contracts. Caius chuckled, leaning back into his chair as he dropped his hand to pat Porkchop on the shoulder. She did. Gave us a talking to. A very energized one. Ianmus smiled, hand momentarily retreating to his pocket, before he returned it to the surface and passed over 2 simple steel bands. The first minute or 2 was spent grilling me about if I was a Spire graduate, what my rank was, and things of the like. The remainder was a straight-up interrogation about how we met, if I had designs on you, if I was a spy, how genuine I planned for our cooperation to be, and what my ultimate goals were. I just about thought she'd transmogrified into a manticore with how viscous she was, the mage finished, with a shake of his head. She said those were for you two, that she got them finished overnight. She wanted you to know it would be 100 depths gold all up, and she'll dock half your cut until it's paid off. I told her yours would be 2/3, for obvious reasons. Caius nodded gratefully, inspecting the rings.
They were simple-looking things, and a quick use of true sight told him they were identical. Ring of Minor Deception, Uncommon, Tier 1. Some things are best not shared. A ring of unadorned, alchemically infused steel. Assists the wearer in shrouding up to 2 singular aspects of their status, and passively holds their mask in place. Active testing of the mask still burdens will. When worn, this artifact becomes more difficult to analyze. Artisan-wrought artifact accessory, Ring. Limited mask reinforcement 2, resizing 1, inspect resistance 1. He nodded at the description, surreptitiously sliding one over his finger while he pocketed the other. Assisting Porkchop with his copy would draw far too much attention, even if they were sitting in a secluded corner. He felt it activate, a strange power settling over his mask, bolstering it. He quickly pulled his will back, sighing in relief as it stayed in place. Intuitively, he directed the ring to focus more fully on his class identifier and his class rarity. He doubted anyone would have the kind of skill needed to see that, but it was still better safe than sorry. A reasonable price for the security they will bring, Caius said, thanking Ianmus with a nod. Now that Ianmus had his membership, they could get to the real meat of the reason that he had brought them here. Securing their first contract. Caius rubbed his hands together with glee. No doubt his companions would hate it. Hells, he hated it himself. But the matchup was too good to ignore. Pulling out his slip of card, Caius read its contents once more. Threat level, assumed 50. Location, wooded road between Inchshire and Holborough, 40 leagues southeast-east of Deadacre. Description, horse-sized spider beast, ambushing travelers on the road through hidden webs. Illusion and affliction abilities. Last confirmed sighting, 2 weeks post-phase shift. No confirmed level. Descriptions in line with a threat of 50. Reward, 50 depths gold. Known abilities. Trapped webs, motionless cloaking, more unknown. It was a good matchup for their team. As it was an affliction specialist, he would hold a distinctive advantage against the beast in direct combat, and similarly, it would find it far more difficult to trap him in its illusions than others. That and solar magic was anathema to illusion, and ambush predators tended to be far worse off when they did not have the element of surprise. There was still the fact that it was a horse-sized spider, no doubt a significant reason that the job had languished unchosen for so long. Disgusting, but it would be good to work off some of his final grievances for the swarm that had given him his welcome to the depths. The only thing that irked him was the pay. So soon after his payout from his artifacts, it felt like a small sum. That said, he knew it was a false perspective. 50 gold was almost certainly enough to survive off for a year or more. It was only the outrageous cost of artifacts and delver economies that made it seem like a small sum. Placing the slip on the table, he pushed it over to Ianmus and Porkchop. Surprisingly, his brother could read Common just as well as he could, though he supposed that greater beasts had to understand the system just as much as anyone else. A moment later, Ianmus pulled away sharply, while Porkchop whipped his head towards him with a puff of surprise. Caius smiled, a wicked thing full of malicious glee. "You can't be serious," Ianmus pleaded. "Caius, it's a spider the size of a horse. Think of the legs," Porkchop said, backing the mage up. Their pleas fell upon his ears like the sweetest of songs, stoking his schadenfreude.
Not even just that? No confirmed level? From 2 weeks ago, plus the week it will take us to get there. For all we know, it could be over level 65 by the time we engage. Caius nodded, feigning a focused look on his face. While he didn't want them to flounder for too long, it was very funny watching them protest. Letting their complaints hang for a few more moments, he eventually dropped the act, waving their protests off. "Listen, I understand. Yes, spiders are gross, and yes, it's potentially a high level. But we are a great matchup," he explained, leaning forwards. "It's an ambush predator, a species weak to direct attacks. It's weak to your affinity, Ianmus, and I have the skills to see through its illusions long before we get caught in its web. Porkchop, too, will be able to lean on my senses, even if only slightly. Inflictions are also far less risky for me and Porkchop than most," Caius finished, fixing both Ianmus and his brother with a serious stare. "But it's gross," Porkchop whined. "Think of the levels!" Porkchop let out a low groan of defeat and slumped lower to the floor. "Fine, but you're cleaning the ichor out of my fur," he mumbled. Ianmus cleared his throat, drawing both of their attention. "I am most concerned about the levels. This is a significant threat. Are you sure you can do this? I have seen you in action myself, but seriously, this is a lot." Caius nodded. He was confident. No doubt it would be tough, and he and Porkchop would probably get a nasty bite or 3. But when hadn't that happened? "I am. Both Porkchop and myself have gained significant strength with our second-class skills. It will be tough, but this is also our best bet to grow fast. I know how foolhardy punching upwards is for most, but trust me, we will be wasting our capabilities if we do not," he said seriously. Ianmus sighed, resting his forehead on his hands. "I can't believe I'm actually agreeing to this," he muttered to himself.
The half-elf pushed his hair back and sat up. "Fine, but try not to lose a limb. There's only 2 healers in this city who can regenerate, at least from what I can remember, and I doubt any of us have the coin to skip the wait list." Fizzing exhilaration flooded his chest, his blood warming at the thought of their upcoming battle. A day or 2 more and they could be off. Deadacre was nice and all, and he loved the dusty stables, but he longed for the freedom of the wilds once more. "Great! I'll get us registered, and then we can head over to where me and Porkchop are staying to do some planning in a more private space," Caius said, standing up from his chair. "If you don't have an inn already, I'd heavily recommend it. A little expensive, but I'm not sure how much of the silver a night is because of this lug." Slapping his hand heavily on Porkchop's head, Caius deftly wove around his brother's playful nip to scratch him behind the ears. Ianmus agreed quickly. The inn was apparently still within what he could afford, and he was of the opinion that staying across town would do little but hamper their preparations for their upcoming excursion. Excusing himself from the table, Caius approached the front counter, which, thankfully, was blessedly free of a line by the time he arrived. It seemed early afternoon was something of a slow period. Too late for the driven and organized, and too early for the lackadaisical. Spotting him approaching, Roe waved off a young attendant that Caius had yet to see before. The man was moderately strapped and seemed to have unfortunately chosen clothes a size too small. He gave Caius a polite, if awkward, smile as he left, making room for Roe. "You're lucky you found that one," Roe opened with, nodding towards Ianmus. "Solar mage, half-elf, and a spire elite. Downright fortuitous." Caius readily agreed with her. "It's certainly convenient, that's for sure. Either way, I want to take this job." He slid the mission slip across the counter. Roe read it in a glance, frowning at it. "You're sure?" she asked sternly, though she didn't push him to pick another. "You're not overextending yourself?" "No. As a team composition, we counter it pretty handedly, and I have a solid handle on mine and Porkchop's limits," he said with a shake of his head. Roe sighed, rubbing her forehead for a few seconds. "Fine. But if you die, I'll resurrect you myself just to kill you again," she answered finally, eyes boring into his own with fierce intensity. She thrust out her hand imperiously, gesturing for him to pass something over. "Your medallion, Greenhorn," she said with a roll of her eyes, when he stared quizzically at the offered limb. Heat flushed his cheeks at the faux pas, the burn deepening further when Roe gave him a wide grin at his expression. Passing over his medallion, Roe used it to record his selected mission on some sort of stone block that sat just to the left of her desk. Covered in script, it was so far beyond his depths of runic knowledge he couldn't even identify the individual arrays that made it work. A second later she returned, passing both slip and medallion back to him. "All done. Your medallion will record the kill." "Go get him, Greenhorn," she said, before turning to whistle at the poorly dressed attendant at the rear of the building, jutting her thumb back at the desk as she walked off. Caius shrugged to himself and returned to his team. At this point, he had given up on trying to explain Roe's antics. The woman was eccentric in the extreme. Stopping at their table, Caius collected Porkchop and Ianmus, and they filed their way out of the guild. Now all they had to do was plan their route, collect the supplies they needed, and strategize. Idly, as they walked the short distance to the dusty stables, Caius wondered what grilled spider legs would taste like. Chapter 166. Commute. The next few days were a flurry of activity. Right after leaving the guild, they returned to the dusty stables for a quick visit, getting Ianmus set up in a far smaller room on the same floor he was in. Ianmus, the lucky bastard, only had to pay 3 copper a night for the pleasure, thanks to both the smaller room, and he wasn't paying to feed the equivalent of 4 men. Once Ianmus was settled, they'd returned to the common area down below.
Nodding to the few other proprietors of the place, they retreated to a secluded nook tucked into one corner of the room to discuss their plans. Less direct strategy for how they could manage this job. That would come the next day, when they visited the maps that the guild had to plan their route. Instead,
when that happened, there would be far less risk, even if it was already meager with the man's elvish respect for the Meles. The Onmus himself held nothing back, explaining that he had several potent meta-magic and casting abilities. Neither he nor Porkchop questioned that, even if they both knew what he meant by that little hint. His class was a useful one, especially in their team composition. Focused primarily on supportive and restorative magics, mostly through sorceress casting, though the man had the manipulation and metamagic to both raw cast and shape his system-granted spells. In all likelihood, he would only receive a handful of directly damaging spells. Fortunately, Ionmus's free casting capability meant he was more than capable of devastating finishers if given ample time and safety to focus. With the penetrative searing power of solar magic and the range it provided, it would complement their team nicely. After all, he and Porkchop were more than enough for most confrontations, especially if they had a dedicated mage supporting them. Not only that, according to Ionmus, solar casters had one of the few affinities that was all but guaranteed to develop true regenerative spells that could restore lost flesh. While they might take far longer than a life or nature mage, they also had the benefit that their spells often interfaced incredibly well with regenerative general skills, something that Caius had shared he would likely develop, and Porkchop already had. Sharing that, at least, made Ionmus far more comfortable with their current mission. Potent self-healing skills made their wanton disregard for their own bodily integrity at least understandable, even if it still wasn't quite sane. Retiring for the night, they'd reconvened in the morning to return to the guild. There they asked one of the attendants for directions to the maps. This time, someone Caius didn't recognize, rather than a well-timed row swooping in to direct them. The woman had an uncanny sense for situations she would actually be useful for, he swore. Perhaps it was a skill. Entering the map room, only a few doors before the silence room where they had both been interviewed, they nodded to a fellow team of delvers who were planning a mission of their own. It was a wondrous space, geographical data of the entire region plastered on wall-sized maps that covered every edge of the room with astounding accuracy and detail. Caius even spotted a tiny dot nestled near the sea, labeled 3 Fields. Their mission would take them a fair distance to the east and south. It was more grasslands for the most part, though towards their destination it shifted into the Handset Woods. He'd heard of them, though he'd never visited. Supposedly, they resembled the sea in the same way a shack resembled a castle. In either case, the prospect of being amongst the trees once more was pleasing, warming him to his belly. Porkchop also notably perked up when he realized they would be traveling to more familiar environs. Both he and Ionmus recorded notes and took sketches of their route. Even with a skill with a slight navigational bent, the more information he gave himself to work with, the better he would do at bringing them to their destination. None of them wanted to give their target even a single extra day to grow stronger before they fought, let alone that every hour it lived was another hour an unknowing traveler might end up dead. After that, they left as a group, before splitting up to gather necessary supplies and their final things before departure early on the morrow. The first place they stopped was Artifice and Arms to pick up Porkchop's newly inscribed barding. Jin had done a wondrous job, showing off the circular formation he had marked into the underside of the armor, just between Porkchop's shoulder blades. The black markings were dense and had seeped deeply into the very conceptual fabric of the artifact. Even if the working itself was destroyed, the item would still repair itself, and the formation, just fine. Caius found it fascinating, unable to help but draw parallels between the physical nature of body formations and glyphs and the permanent infusions of the enchanter's art. Thanking the man profusely, Caius helped Porkchop armor up before he secured the saddlebag they had loosely slung over his brother's haunch back where it belonged. Next was a short trip to the markets, where he collected all manner of preserved and fresh food to shore up their supplies. While they still had plenty left from the dwarven city, and no doubt fresh meat would be in healthy supply thanks to the flood of aggressive beasts, they were now cooking for 3, and he didn't want them to be on a ration diet. After all, if you were doing killing work, it was always best to be well fed. As the self-selected cook of their team, that responsibility fell on him. By the time the sun began to dim, drifting over the horizon, they returned back to the dusty stables to share their evening meal with Ianmus, who had done his best to suit himself up with attire more suitable for traveling. In his case, that meant keeping his robe, which was an artifact, but splashing out on a far better pair of boots. After his first experience with overland travel, the half-elf had come to appreciate the subtle luxuries a good boot could provide. Retiring early, Caius lay next to Porkchop with his eyes wide open, fizzing with excitement for the coming dawn. Tomorrow they would be off, to chase power and remove a threat. Good and honest work that brought him closer to his goals. What more could he want? Eventually, sleep claimed him, the slow breaths of his brother lulling him into a dreamless slumber. Leaving the eastern gate, Caius and his team kept pace with a small merchant's caravan that was making their way in the same direction. While they weren't official crew, neither the merchant nor his guards saw any trouble in having 2 delvers and a war beast keep abreast with them for the first few days of their journey. After all, it was simply more manpower to both scare off ornery beasts and deal with them if they attacked. It did slow them somewhat, but as they were leaving the hard-packed trail that led out of Deadacre in a mere 2 days' time, it would only save them a handful of hours all up. The merchant himself was a reclusive sort, preferring the security and safety of his reinforced carriage that sat between 2 more carrying goods. It was impressive, perhaps not opulent, but clearly expensive. Wooden-framed, with hard steel plating reinforcing every inch of its surface. Instead of windows, shuttered metal slats that could be locked tight from the inside were set into each side of the wagon, allowing a full range of vision with relative safety. If the ridiculous level of over-engineering wasn't enough, Caius spied the telltale sign of inscriptions curling around the edges of many of the plates. Some sort of defensive inscription, no doubt. It must have weighed tons, and only by the might of the lizard-like trained beasts that hauled it was it able to move at all. Though they weren't the most spry of things, and inwardly Caius wondered if the merchant would have been ultimately safer with a mode of transportation that moved faster than a strolling walk. In contrast to their employer, a few of the guards were very chatty. At least they were by the second day of their shared journey. At first they'd just eyed them warily, Porkchop most especially. "Oi, biggin! Up on the beast! Where are you headed, eh?" a great lug of a man asked, calling out to Caius from his position a good 10 strides to the left of the front goods wagon. Caius gave the man a friendly smile, glad that the stoic silence was fading. Even for him, who liked the peace and quiet, it was simply odd to travel without at least a chat. "Handset Woods, taking a high copper contract on an illusion-focused spider that's been ambushing travelers," he explained, watching the man wince in sympathy. Clearly, the man had as much distaste for oversized bugs as anyone else. A healthy response, in Caius's mind. "Bloody nasty illusions are, especially for something like a spider. You reckon you'll be all right?" "Name's Greth, seeing as we're talking now," the guard responded, meting out introductions and commiserations both. Ianmus, as starved for conversation as the man had become, jumped in. "We should be fine. A tough fight for sure, but between our affinities and skill sets, we have quite the advantage on the beast."
Looking at his companion with an exaggerated expression of shock, Greth raised his eyebrows so they nearly brushed the top of his forehead. "Well, well, the learned one speaks, does he?" Caius clenched his teeth, jaw straining to keep his face straight as Ianmus scowled at the friendly jab. Greth might have been a well-traveled for a working man, judging by his odd accent at least, but it seemed he was just as comfortable teasing his betters as anyone Caius had met. "But seriously, that'd be good. Whereabouts in those woods, then? We'll be circling back that way after our circuit. This change be good for levels, but I'll not pretend we have the experience or steel for something like that," Greth said, a hint of worry spreading across his features, though the grizzled guard hid it well. Caius nodded. It was understandable. Even for caravan guards, a profession that required a combat class, they'd never had the strength and power of true delvers.
Usually those without the pull of the song, they'd rarely had the need or desire to constantly seek battle, until recently. Nor did they often have anything more than a common class. Plus, they rarely had many levels. Before the change, it was rare that people on the road would see more than an attack or two per month on a long journey, and they would be weak and desperate things, splitting experience between most of the caravan. "We don't know exactly, but it's the wooded road between Inchshire and Holsborough," he answered the man, happy to share what they knew. "Closer to Inchshire, then? Aye, that stretch is only wooded on the last third. Holsborough's a wee further outside of Hansard Woods. That's where we're bound on our way back." Greth let out a heavy sigh of relief before catching himself. "Not that I'm doubting you could handle it, mind." Caius shook his head and chuckled. "No harm, my good man. Only decent sense to be cautious in these days. Say, if you know Holsborough, mind telling me any places that do a good meal and a better drop. It'd be nice to wet my throat after some hard tracks cross-country." Whatever self-consciousness the Greth had felt at his tactless response, it was quickly replaced by a vibrant excitement that straightened his spine and filled him with energy. "Oh, aye. By far the best scene in all me travels. It's called—" Greth started, only to be cut off with the sonorously baleful note of a horn. "Eyes up, lads! We got incoming!" The leader of the guards screamed from the front of the caravan, equal parts invigorated and focused.
Chapter 167. Commute. Caius drew his blade in a moment, smoky crystal edges catching the light. His eyes snapped to the source of the voice, seeing the lead caravan guard staring off to the right of the caravan. What had caught the man's attention was immediately evident. Some twisted entity, more gnarled ball of flailing roots than any creature of flesh and blood. It had to be 1,000 strides off, yanking itself forwards with flailing spears of bramble. While beasts and the lower races were by far the most common threat people would face, they were not the only ones. The abominations and undead he had faced in the depths were the perfect example of that. This one was not quite as malign as those twisted mockeries, but it was still dangerous. Most likely some kind of spirit or elemental. Usually, they were seen in areas of high mana density, and even then, only occasionally. Unfortunately, it seemed that the phase shift had reached the point that such creatures would appear in settled lands with more frequency. Mana surged to his side, plates of jade clacking against each other as Porkchop's barding popped into existence. Behind them, Ianmus was already channeling a free-casted spell, raw manipulations spinning mana into a working with impressive dexterity. "Remember, brother, no spells," Porkchop warned as he let loose a roaring cry of challenge. Two of the lizard-like creatures who pulled the nearby merchant's carriage hissing nervously. "I know," Caius replied, rushing forwards at his brother's side to join the lead defenders. Each was at least level 40, and they watched them with interest as they rushed forwards. As guards, they most likely had common classes, and there was an assumption of strength of those who possessed the madness to willingly throw themselves at the clutches of death as a chosen vocation.
The ball of flailing roots drew closer as they reached the front of the pack, eerily silent except for the thwack of spiked wood digging into the soil. Most of the guards had crossbows and bows, waiting to fire until it drew in range. Caius focused on the creature with true sight. Brambleball, level 32, least spirit, skirmisher light melee. A good opponent for the two of them, and low level to boot. At least once his and Porkchop's true strength was taken into account. Snapping his head over to the lead guard, he whistled to catch his attention. "How good's your men's aim? And anyone got any decent concussive or severing skills?" The man gave him an appraising look, the barest hint of a frown crossing his face, as Caius felt a glimmer of a probe against his mask. "You sure you're up for it, lad?" the man quickly asked, returning to watching the approaching spirit. Caius grinned, a hot flush creeping up the back of his neck. "Oh yes, sure as a taxman skims." The caravan guard looked back to him, watching him for the barest moment before giving a nod. "Djal, Roche, cover him. Delver, your mage man looks like he's channeling enough mana to shit himself. You create the opening, he sears it dead, you hear? Listen for me yell, and get the fuck out of the way when you hear it." Caius looked back to Ianmus walking towards them, an intense look of concentration on his face, as more and more solar mana streamed towards him, bound to his will. Caius whistled softly to himself. Whatever Ianmus was doing, it had to have punch. Giving the lead caravan guard a nod, he slapped his brother on the shoulder before seizing a saddle loop in his hand and leaping onto Porkchop's back. "Go!" Porkchop needed no other encouragement. Releasing a roar that kicked Caius in the chest, his brother's claws dug into the earth and muscles rippled as he accelerated in moments. The sudden impulse rocked Caius back, forcing him to crouch low and hold onto his leather loop for dear life. Exhilaration surged at the sudden acceleration, a joyful whoop sliding free from his mouth. They charged across the open ground as he held his sword high. It was a perfect time for them to practice something they had been discussing. Against a foe well within their capabilities, with plenty of support, it was the best opportunity. Mounted combat. Utterly uncaring of their challenge, the bramble ball rolled on, thorny vines whipping with independent frenzy as they speared into the earth to drag it forwards. Only one indication told him it had recognized their threat, the monster adjusting its course to intercept them. Sprays of dirt exploding with every bound, Porkchop's explosive strength brought them to speeds that left the wind whistling in Caius's ears and his stomach lurching. His blade held ready. Caius held the spirit in his eye with a focused intensity that bordered on maddened fixation. He could already feel it, envisioning its strange wooden flesh parting before his blade, the sting of his blade's grip bucking in his hand as he battled against the might of his blow. "Bring us past it," he said to his brother. A useless gesture for one who knew his intentions utterly. More born of habit than necessity. Porkchop merely growled, accelerating. Lashing vines whipped through the air towards them. Caius ignored the threat and tapped into his blade right, stamina fueling his soul-bound blade as orange fire ignited the runes in its fuller from within. He swung. A father's gift blurred through the air, its transparent edge fading like smoke on the wind. Finely napped edges cut through wooden flesh like the vines had been made from silk, warding off the spirit's attack with pure offense. Undeterred by the severed vines that flew free, he bit deep into the meat of the bramble ball's body. Sharpness enhanced to the extreme, there was little of the biting impact he expected. Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladewright has reached level 3. Ding! Michiat's glyphic bladerite has reached level 4. Then they were gone. Porkchop's pace and speed bringing them past the spirit in half a moment.
Caius whipped his head back, trying to see the damage he had left. Vines writhed, sprouting anew from within the creature's depths to seal the ragged hole he had left in its body, sticky sap leaking free. The two guards behind him loosed their projectiles. Clearly enhanced by skills, they screamed through the air with a shrill whistle. Each one punched into the spirit with the force of a hammer blow, gouts of woody plant matter exploding forth. That, at least, seemed to send the bramble ball into a frenzy. Thorny vines whipped through the air like the lashing tendrils of some forgotten underwater horror in eerie silence. Nor did it lose its focus on them. Snaking limbs punched deep into the earth, hauling it forwards with the low rumble of shredded earth. It tore up the ground beneath it, chunks of macerated grass and debris flying backwards. Plunging his claws into the ground, Porkchop hauled against the force of his own mass, forcing them into a tight turn. Caius leaned in, crouched low to maintain his footing in the saddle as he worked in perfect concert with Porkchop's movement. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 39. As soon as they got in range, the bramble ball attacked. Empowering itself with some sort of skill, its vines lengthened to the extreme, slashing them with thrice the speed it had the first time. Caius ignored the lashing limbs. Wood or no, its thorns cut like iron, raking over his armor and Porkchop's jade plate with a torturous squeal. He grit his teeth against the impact, the heavy weight of the blow resounding through his chest with a stinging fury. Tapping into his bladerite, his sword glowed with internal fire once more. He slashed, leaning off the saddle, supported only by his offhand grip on a loop of leather and the strength of his legs.
Another great rent opened in the flesh of the spirit. Porkchop hurtled on, wheeling for another charge as two more arrows punched deep into the already closing wound. Beginning to feel the rhythm of the battle, Caius reveled in the heat that coursed through his blood. He felt invincible, power beyond anything he had experienced in his hand. Every blow, every swing was backed by thrice the power he had barely a year ago. The bramble was helpless before them. Wily and aggressive, its snaking vines would have been incredibly dangerous up close, but it could do little against their strafing assault. For every pass they made, it barely had half a second to thrash them with its vines. Yet, at the speed of their charges, it had no hope of landing more than the faintest of glancing wounds. 3 more passes he used his bladerite, and 3 more times he mete out punishment for the spirit's audacity at attacking them. With every pass, the 2 guards who had been assigned to assist him worked with a well-oiled synchronicity. They capitalized on the wounds he left, making them all the more potent with the concussive force of their shots. Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladerite has reached level 5. For the 4th pass, he ignored his skill, wanting a comparison to see how effective it truly was. The difference was hard to tell. The wounds he left in the spirit were just as dire, but without his enchantments, empowered living wood was no longer so easy to cut through. His blade bucked, nearly wrenched from his hand, before heightened reflexes kicked in, and he was able to clutch his weapon with a startled burst of strength. Despite the rhythmic thumping of Porkchop's gait and the heavy bellows of his breath, Caius didn't miss the small hoot that left his brother's mouth, nor the flood of amusement that crossed their bond. Of course, trust in Porkchop to find the time to focus on his fuck-ups in the middle of a fight. Dismissing the flush of warmth on his cheeks as the invigoration that came with the song, Caius refocused on their opponent. With a body as alien as its own, it was hard for him to tell how injured the bramble ball really was. Sure, it was absolutely covered in sticky sap, the glistening fluid lousy with the splintered remnants of its own severed limbs. On the other hand, it had not slowed, and it seemed no matter how many vines they cut, there were more waiting to sprout. "Another pass, it's got to be at the end of its tether," Caius demanded, focused intensity coloring his words with the fervent need to see his opponent crushed utterly. Porkchop growled in response, delighted agreement rushing across their bond soundlessly. They raced in. Ready and waiting for them, the bramble ball surged. Suddenly, another 36 thorned vines erupted from its chaotic body. It had to be a skill, stamina of some sort, judging by the fact he saw no telltale sign of mana. The air was flooded with a staccato boom of thunder, each and every vine cracking like a bullwhip as they launched towards Porkchop with synchronous violence. His stomach lurched at the sight of the oncoming storm. Blade glowing with internal light, he slashed through 2 handfuls of vines, but there were more than twice that number waiting. Each one snaked around Porkchop, binding him tight as thorns dug deep into flesh and barding alike. Howling in pain, Caius felt his brother buck against the skill. To be restrained was to be cowed, and he had never seen Porkchop cowed. Speed and mass in his favor, Porkchop doubled down. Caius braced himself, feeling his brother's intention as he tapped into his amulet. Suddenly their speed doubled as Porkchop adjusted, heading straight for the meat of the monster. Evidently, it hadn't anticipated that they would decide against another strafing run. It had braced to pull them back, not push them away. And now, with multiple tons of muscle and bone descending on it, there was no recourse left. It tried to yank itself to the side. Caius smiled as he saw that, with its commitment to its assault, it was left with too few tentacles to move with any haste. Twisted plant life pulped as Porkchop smashed the spirit with the unstoppable might of a runaway carriage. Sap sprayed through the air, splattering heavily on Caius's armor. Then the Brambleborn went airborne, flying up and out as a dozen splintered and snapped vines writhed through the air with furious intensity. "No!" the leader of the guards screamed. 2 arrows slammed into the arcing bramble ball. Whatever skills those guards had used, it was a different one from the previous. Both arrows detonated, vines exploding out of the knotted mass, carving a deep crater into its animated, almost flesh. Whiteness dominated his vision. The air howled in desperation, sundered as a beam as wide as his fist crackled into existence with a primal scream. Caius watched in shocked fascination, the might of Ianmus's preparations making themselves known with the finality of a delivered promise of destruction. The heat of it. Caius could feel it from 36 strides away, searing his hair and scorching an afterimage of divine desolation onto his eyes. The bramble ball didn't stand a chance. The spell hit it dead on and continued unhindered. Immolated from the inside out, Caius could barely see it fall to the ground limp, so blinding was his ally's attack. Ding! Level 32. Bramble Ball, Lashing Shambler. Slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Experience reduced due to significant group size. Whipping his head over to the caravan, Caius was treated to the sight of a dozen guards cheering at their victory. At their front, 2 guards dripping with sweat, and 1 Ianmus, his face so pale that Caius was surprised the man was even standing. "Damn, Elf Boy's hits like an iron tusk," Porkchop said slowly. "Even if he's about as hasty as a particularly energized snail," he continued, unable to help himself from slipping in a friendly jab. It was all Caius could do to nod in agreement, still shocked at the violence that had been hiding within their reedy academic. Chapter 168. Commute. Blinking rapidly to clear the blinding afterimage that cut across his vision like a streak of white paint, Caius looked back to where the corpse of the bramble ball had fallen. No longer hidden by the overwhelming brilliance of Ianmus's working, he got a good look at the destruction his friend's skill had wrought. It had been burnt out utterly, scorched black, and burned from the searing power of the sun. The hole in its center was as large as his head, and growing larger as flickering flames slowly consumed the green growth of the bundle of vines. Shaking his head in amazement, Caius slid from his saddle and sheathed his sword. Astounding. He'd heard tales of how mages, especially those with free casting abilities, were at their most dangerous with ample companions to give them the time they needed to prepare. It was common knowledge, with enough focus and time it was possible to leverage immense quantities of mana into a single cataclysmic work. Still, seeing that devastation meted out by a single man, who had yet to secure his third-class skill, it sent chills of awe down his spine. It was almost enough to make him reconsider his path. Almost. With Porkchop at his side, he strolled his way to the cluster of guards, who celebrated with cheers and shoulder claps. His eyes found his way to Ianmus, leaning heavily on his staff, and as pale as a sheet. Sweat dripped from his every pore, the mage's chest laboring to draw in vital air as he recovered from his exertion. No, while it was frightening and impressive, he still preferred his path. He didn't miss that the spell had taken everything from his companion. A powerful boon for their party, certainly, but one that left the half-elf defenseless and totally reliant on the capabilities of his allies. Caius could never. He much preferred the rush of blood and the singing of blades scything through the air. His body pushed to the limit as he dealt arcane death and steely ruin with equal measure. Noticing his approach, Ianmus gave him a weak smile. The motion proved too much for the man, his chest heaving as he buckled over and retched. Frowning at the sight, Caius hurried forwards. "Ianmus, are you all right?" he asked, worry gripping him by the neck. "He'll be all right, lad," the voice of the guard leader came from the pack near the caravan. "Just a bit of mana burn, too much arcane too fast. Ain't that right, mageling?" "Correct," Ianmus gasped. "You're rather learned for a guard," he grumbled, getting his stomach under control before he heaved himself upwards. Caius still watched him closely, frowning in concern. Quivering with most of his weight on his staff, his ally looked ready to just about keel over dead. He sidled closer, ready to catch his friend if he truly did pass out. The leader of the guards only laughed. "Work the caravan routes for a living, and you see enough mages. Ain't the first time I've seen mana burn, and it won't be the last. Though I will say that most lose their breakfast. You got some iron in you." The guardsman tilted his head in respect before he switched his focus to Caius. "And ye, that was some fierce fighting, lad. Name's Umesh. You and your beast really tore that thing a new one. I hope it didn't get you bad," the man asked, his eyes drifting over Caius's armor, taking in the streaks of blood that cut through the trickles of sap that coated him. "Caius," he said, sharing his own name. While they had nominally been traveling next to the caravan, they'd kept a respectful distance, and this was the first that he'd had the opportunity to introduce himself. "Nothing more than scratches. It would have been a different story if we stood in place for long enough to get properly entangled," he responded, rolling his shoulders uncomfortably at the thought of being bound by the bramble ball's macerating tendrils. "But you weren't, and you didn't," Unesh replied, giving him a knowing nod. "Can't get caught up on pasts that never happened. Listen, my job ain't over just 'cause we had one good scrap. But ye two should stop by my spot when we stop for the evening. Happy to share a little of my stash of grog for the stars of the show." Caius grinned. A drink would be nice, and, even if they never saw the men from this caravan again,
It was always pleasant to talk and swap stories. There was something sacred about sharing a fire with a stranger, friends for a night before parting ways forevermore. He and Father had done it more than once in the sea, something of an unspoken culture for the loner types who hunted its reaches. He gave the man a nod before he threw his hand under Ianmas's shoulder. "All right, let's get back to our spot," he said, helping his friend steady himself. "I can walk myself, you know," Ianmas mumbled. Caius let out a snort and didn't budge. "I just watched you struggle to keep your lunch down for the better part of a minute. I think you're lying." Ianmas grumbled, but didn't protest again. Walking away from the front of the caravan, Caius heard Umesh giving his men a debrief on the fight, telling them more about the creature they had faced and its various weaknesses. Interestingly, it seemed that most spirit creatures had some sort of nexus within their body that was far harder for them to heal. He groaned as he heard that. Spirits were rare enough that unless you wandered the frontier endlessly, you were liable to never see one in your life. Evidently, Father had slacked on explaining more esoteric threats in favor of likely ones, as that was a nugget of information that would have been drastically helpful to know before he fought one.
Ianmas must have known, though, given the man had eviscerated the core of the creature with pinpoint precision. By the time they were a couple of carriage lengths from the front, Caius heard Umesh give a sharp whistle. "We're good to go, boss," he yelled loudly to the unseen merchant, who had remained hidden away in his mobile fortress. Moments later, the lizard beasts that drove the wagons gave a hiss and heaved forwards, their train moving across the frontier once more. As they walked back to their position flanking the middle of the caravan, Caius switched his attention back to Ianmas. He was steadier on his feet, though he still looked far more pallid and clammy than Caius was comfortable with. "You sure you're fine? I haven't heard much about mana burn or whatever has got you this twisted up," he murmured, keeping his voice low enough that the various attendants of the caravan wouldn't overhear him. Ianmas looked at him in shock. "You don't know? You're a bloody caster," he hissed. Caius shook his head. He truly didn't. Not even once in his conversations with his father on the potential effects of their experimental glyph had it come up. Though, perhaps due to Father's background, that wasn't too much of a surprise. "Is it a thing for rune rites?" Caius asked. Ianmas shook his head before he winced at the sudden movement and clutched his scalp. "No, they work over far too long of a time frame. It's a consequence of channeling too much of your mana pool at once. Stresses the soul and abrades your mana circuits. It's not really dangerous, not unless you're a complete idiot. But it leaves you fatigued, ill, and nauseous in a way that health cannot solve." That sounded bad, especially considering the fact his own mana consumption was instantaneous. "Well, this whole thing came from a rune rite, so maybe it slipped my mother's mind," Caius said, still leaning on the small bits of secrecy he had. Ianmas knew he was keeping them, so he wasn't over-worried about lying to his friend. Ianmas frowned, a low harumph escaping. "Still reckless, though it's odd you've never felt it before. I would have thought it would be an issue, given everything." Nodding at the man's words, Caius continued to support them while they walked. In the end, figuring out why would have to wait. They were leaving the caravan the next day, and a discussion on his magic could wait until then. Too much chance of keen ears listening to their talks to do it in the current moment. "Let's talk more about it later, when we have more privacy. How long will you be incapacitated for?" "It better not be days," Caius said, eyeing his friend. "No, nothing like that. Perhaps an hour. It eases as my pool naturally refills. Just don't try to alleviate it with restoration tonics. They just end up stressing your circuits more," Ianmas explained with a weak chuckle,
the kind that belied personal experience. Caius shook his head. In the end, regardless of the temporary cost, Ienmus had shown that he had a devastating ace up his sleeves. If he could do this now, with a bare 10 minutes of preparation, what would he be able to do in the second tier? Or the third? Deciding to offer the half-elf a slot on their team was feeling like a smarter decision by the day. After their encounter with the bramble ball, Caius found the guards had become far more friendly and willing to chat with their group. By the time their evening with Umesh had rolled around, they'd been inundated with a dozen well-meaning questions on their histories and upcoming mission. It was nice, for the first hour. While he liked people, and didn't mind crowds overmuch in a general sense, Caius was still distinctly unused to having so many people so interested in making conversation.
It quickly became fatiguing, and by afternoon the next day when they left the road to cut more directly overland towards their destination, he was sighing in relief. That said, he still said his goodbyes. Individually, the guards had all been fine people and had good stories to boot. There had just been a few too many of them at once for his temperament. As soon as they were out of earshot and eyesight, Porkchop let out a groan and shook himself vigorously.
By the matriarchs, pretending to be stupid is fucking exhausting, he grumbled. Caius laughed, and even Ienmus, for all of his differences to the Melees, cracked a wide smile. You did great, buddy. Seriously, he replied, scratching his brother behind the ear. He got a snort in response. Thanks for your faith in my ability to be a moron. Setting off at a brisk pace, they cut their way across the countryside. At first, it was little more than the familiar lush grasses, broken up by the occasional tree or bush. But as they pushed further and further east, the trees started to get thicker, small copses and clusters appearing every league or two. Not anywhere near enough to be a forest, but certainly far closer to Caius's preferred environment than bloody empty fields. They even had a moment of excitement when a troop of mole things burst from the earth and set upon them in a swarm of excited chitters, each swipe of their long claws spraying them with shards of hardened stone. Not enough to truly blood them, not with their growing strength, but it was enough to push him over the edge of level 23 and net him a level of Drakthar and Uncanny Dodge both. As the sun dipped over the horizon, they made camp beneath a drooping willow tree, finding some shelter from the low wind by its draping canopy. Sitting by a flickering fire of scavenged deadwood and leaning bodily into his brother's dozing side, Caius looked over to Ienmus. So, now that we're alone, this mana burn thing.
Any idea why it hasn't affected me? Ienmus sighed, tapping his hand against his knee. Honestly, not a clue. I don't have the barest theoretical understanding of how your magic works. You willing to share? Staring into the fire, Caius thought about it. While there was some risk, it was minimal when you considered everything else Ienmus already knew. Hells, no doubt the simple fact that runic spellcasting was possible and somehow tied to body formations would probably be enough for a master to tinker with, even if it would take them months to make any real headway. Still, he already had his class, and with its requirements, he didn't see anyone catching up to him anytime soon. We started with a complex binding formation that networked itself closely to the body's mana flows. That's the backbone. The spells are separate, each similar to the spell forms inscribed on artifacts with active effects, Caius explained, casually sketching out diagrams in the dirt. Ienmus leaned in to get a better look. Spell forms are inherently unstable without a stabilizing structure, in this case, the glyph. But there's a problem. If they're stably linked, you need a channel to use them? Ienmus interjected animatedly. Got it in one. Instead, if you tweak them a little, you can effectively pre-channel the spell, forcing the spell form to hold its potential and lock away a section of your pool. Though the trade-off is it takes far longer, he continued, weaving tight little whorls of mana inside a vague approximation of a Lothian array. But surely that would make it even less stable, Eonmus asked incredulously, staring at his drawings with fascination plain on his face. He nodded. It did, and his father had gotten stuck on that part for months. Drawing in the ground, Caius sketched a little channel between his fake glyph and him before drawing a bunch of lines tying them together.
Extra stabilizing arrays and a ruinously complex control mechanism to hold onto the mana with an iron grip helps with that part. It's surprisingly stable, until, that is, you nudge the working with a little will. He cut through the edge of the spell array, fully connecting it to the glyph through the channel. And all of that unstable mana is forced through the working in an instant, purely due to its own directed collapse and the natural nature of mana. Eonmus finished for him, dawning understanding glowing like a fire in his eyes. That's brilliant. I'm glad someone else understands, because I swear that every time he talks about it, it's as understandable to me as watching a boar try to fly. Porkchop snorted, watching on with interest. Caius grinned. It was true. He'd tried to tell Porkchop about it at first, but his brother had no patience for the finer intricacies of runecraft and magic. Eonmus looked back to the sketch, tapping his fingers on his chin. Well, if this holds true for your newer, more complex glyphs, I don't actually think you can get mana burn. Or, at the very least, you are far more resistant to it than most. Oh? Caius replied, tilting his head at the mage. Why not? Well, it's pretty simple, isn't it? You're not actually carrying the load of that spell on your circuits. It's all done ahead of time. That much unstable mana would give you mild mana burn every single time you cast if it did. So, at the very least, your glyphs acting like conduits must be bearing a significant portion of the load, Eonmus explained. Caius sighed in relief, slumping back into the warm wall of fur behind him. Thank the gods. I was worried I would have to steer clear of any high-cost spells in the future. We both know you wouldn't even if you did get mana burn, Eonmus laughed, followed quickly by Porkchop's own rumbling chuckles. He's got you there. Caius rolled his eyes, but took the teasing on the chin. After all, they weren't really wrong. With his worries answered, their conversation moved to more light-hearted topics, and Caius busied himself with cooking their evening meal. In all likelihood, they would reach the expected range of their target by noon the day after tomorrow, and would likely run into more beasts as they entered Hensit Woods even earlier than that. For now, though, Caius simply enjoyed a little easy conversation amongst even easier company. Chapter 169. Commute. Finale. Crossing open fields that were gradually shifting into light woods, Caius walked with his team. His eyes roved over the various clusters of trees that dominated the flat horizon, searching their depths for any sign of beasts that might challenge them. While there were plenty of them about, it seemed there weren't all that many of a large enough size to truly want to tussle with their group, something that would no doubt change as they grew in strength. Beast bloodlines were odd things, and as more variants appeared, he had no doubt that even a common crow could become a threat. While he would normally travel mounted for the speed advantage, with Eonmus there was really no point, and it felt more than a little rude to subject Porkchop to his weight for no reason. Still, as the day had passed them, Caius had been unable to get the conversation he and Eonmus had the previous night out of his head. There was so little that he knew of the glyphs that he had received from his class, and with all the excitement he'd yet to take the opportunity to really study them. While he no longer possessed a true knowledge skill, tonal weaving did increase his comprehension of the glyphs and hymns granted to him by the system. With the addition of his bladerite, he finally had another point of comparison. With how quiet this leg of their trip was being, his curiosity gnawed at him.
It settled on his mind like an itch, sucking at his focus. Every few moments he caught himself staring at nothing, thinking on the structure of his glyphs. He sighed. Until he gave in and actually checked how much he was able to glean from comparing his two skills, he would be a useless scout. As it was, he was liable to miss something right in front of his face. "Mind if I hop on? I want to meditate on my glyphs a little," he asked, tapping Porkchop on the shoulder to grab his attention. "Finally," his brother snorted.
You really don't need to put that much pressure on yourself to keep watch. I'm here too, you know, and it's not like you'll be insensate if you're just sitting there with your eyes closed."
Rolling his eyes at his brother's jab, Caius grabbed one of the leather straps on Porkchop's barding and leapt into his saddle. Leaning forwards, he ruffled his brother's fur before settling back and getting comfortable. Honestly, with the impact absorption of the stone charger leather, it cradled him better than almost anything else he'd sat on. Closing his eyes, Caius brought his glyphs to the forefront of his mind's eye, tuning out the idle chatter that had started between Porkchop and Ianmus. Mustering his will, he drew on everything he had learned, all of the sacred geometry and runic mystery of Drakthar, Stormlash, and Bladerite coming to mind at once. A dull ache throbbed at the back of his skull, the task a precarious thing that was only possible thanks to the Vesrin formations having been burnt into his mind by the will of the system. At first, it was almost impossible to keep them all in focus. His mind would drift, focusing on one working to sharpen its edges, only for the others to become hazy and unfocused. Forcing himself to relax, Caius took a slow breath and allowed himself to let go of the desire to clutch any single aspect of the workings, filling in the details piece by piece. His effort was not in vain. Minute by minute, all three workings grew increasingly clear in his mind. Ding! True sight has reached level 36. Ding! Tonal weaving has reached level 30. Ding! Tonal weaving has reached level 31. Eventually, all of them burned in his mind, as crisp as if he had spent hours lavishly rendering them on parchment. Now, the true work could begin. Mentally distancing himself from the workings, he rotated them in his mind, viewing them from every angle. That was the true problem with the inscrutable Vesrin magic. They were three-dimensional.
He couldn't just write them down. Honestly, without the skill and power to render them in the real with raw manipulation abilities or mundane carving, he truly had no idea how someone would even go about learning the damn things. Thank the gods he could visualize them. Watching them closely, Caius started to compare, attempting to find any sources of similarity. On a superficial level, there were none. At least, that's what he thought at first. The runes that made up each one were different in nature, though there were commonalities. He suspected that rather than being wrought from the same runic language, Vesrin might have been made up of a small collection. Though far different from his original glyph, they seemed to share the same base-level principles. It was the little things, the same symmetry in sacred geometry, and extremely similar cadences to the lines of runes. He had no idea what any of it did, but he could spot the similarities. A common root. It was most stark with Stormlash and Drakthar, which made sense considering that one relied on the other to function. They both had the same aggressive bent, exaggerated flicks, acute angles, and slashing lines. Yet neither were utterly alien when compared to the Bladerite. All of them seemed to follow a similar grammar structure, and he could even spy a couple of common characters shared between all of them, though more were present in his spell glyph and him. Caius hummed, a small frown of surprise crossing his mouth. That was
unexpected, and utterly unlike any other runic language he knew of. Sure, all runes had similar principles, but each language was its own thing, and he had never heard of runes being shared across different scripts. It flew completely in the face of what he knew of sacred geometry. Each rune affected mana in a specific way, combining with others to make an effect.
If, at the end of the day, they were interoperable, wouldn't that make them all part of the same language after all? But why the extreme stylistic disparity? If it was a language, it was one with far more depth and nuance than he was used to. What's more, he could see other similarities between Drakthar and his Bladerite that weren't shared with Stormlash. Comparable clusters and arrays of unknown function, but with a broadly similar shape and placement within the overall working. Strange, but curious. Regardless, it was far too complex for him to work through now, not with how few examples he had. Hopefully, there would be more glyphs in the future, and as tonal weaving grew, he would be far better positioned to tease out their secrets. Releasing the images with a sigh, Caius felt the throb at the back of his head dissipate as he stopped pulling his mind in 3 different directions. Rather than open his eyes, he decided to take the opportunity to think more on aspects. After all, Ekam the Pale had said it would take combat and meditation, and who was he to ignore the advice of a god? They were related to personal truths. That much had been made clear by both Ekam and the system itself. Yet, he knew little of what sort of truth they might be. What did he know about himself, truly and deeply? Pausing, Caius thought back on the life he had lived and the path of hardship he had walked. Comfort and predictable security went right out the door. They were pleasant things, but not something he held overly dear. Hells, every time he'd come close to them, he'd started to get itchy within days. No, he much preferred the excitement of the unknown and the guttural rush that came from pushing up against external pressure and challenges. It was the struggle that he truly loved. The clawing fight to work his way just another hair closer to his goals. That exhilarating thrill to race to the finish, besting all who would contest him. Victory and satisfaction.
Something deep within him thrummed. Just. Barely even a quiver, really, but he felt it all the same. His heart thumped, kicking like a mule in his chest as he dived into his soul space, the rising pillars of his aspects before him in an instant. They were still, unmoving. Irritation welled, frustrated energy bucking against his calm focus. Suppressing the desire to snap his eyes open and jump to the ground in frustration, Caius slowly worked through his previous thoughts. There had been something. No way he had imagined it. Struggle and success was a thread he could follow. It was something he'd known about himself early, that once he had chosen a path for himself, his mind closed on it like a vice, and little would dissuade him from reaching it. Another pulse. Watching from within his soul space, Caius saw his soul quiver. Barely even a ripple, but it was movement all the same. Simultaneously, one of his pillars, the one he innately knew to be Mentis, reacted with the barest hint of an attractive force. Desperately, Caius dived into his memories, offering up proof of his assertions. Fighting through the depths, throwing himself against unbeatable odds, suffering through his resistance training, and devoting every hour he could to finishing his legacy. It wasn't enough. Ephemeral as the breeze, the pulsing connection between his mentis and his soul gutted out before anything more occurred. The thread was gone. Fuck, Caius thought to himself, balling his fists until his nails bit painfully into his palms. He took a deep breath, balling up the aimless negativity before letting it go with his exhale. Frustration was meaningless. What mattered was that he had felt something, a truth that had resonated within him. It was a thread, and one he could follow. Though, perhaps not right now. Filled with bundled tension, he longed to stretch his legs. No doubt there was some element of epiphany and revelation to the aspects, and those couldn't be forced.
Like Eckham had said, it would take time and meditation to understand. Opening his eyes, Caius found himself confronted with Porkchop craning his head to look at him with curiosity, Ianmus doing the same. "What?" Caius asked, patting himself down to make sure that nothing embarrassing had happened while he was distracted. "You were muttering," Ianmus offered. "And cursing a lot," Porkchop finished. Pushing his hair out of his face, Caius sighed. "Sorry, just got a little frustrated. Started with a headache from visualizing my glyphs, and then got worse when I tried meditating on truths," he explained, curling his raised fingers as he finished his final word. Ianmus groaned in commiseration. "I know what you mean. I've been meditating on them almost every night since we got the global notification, but I have yet to make any headway. Not even a glimmer of a feeling to let me know I'm moving in the right direction." Letting out a cough, Caius scratched his head. Knowing that he had felt something when an academic like Ianmus hadn't was both gratifying and a little awkward. In all honesty, he could admit it was petulant to get frustrated in the face of progress, even if it was small. "Well, that's the thing. I felt something. Barely anything, but something," Caius said softly, as if it would soften the blow. It didn't. Porkchop and Ianmus narrowed their eyes at him in unison, though neither slowed their pace across the open grasslands. "Details, please," Porkchop said slowly, craning his neck to fix him with an intense, one-eyed stare. "Yes, Caius. Tell us how you managed to stumble across a lead to the greatest mystery of our generation in a half-hour of meditation," Ianmus said, shaking his head. "I swear to the gods, prodigies are something else." Caius rolled his eyes at the melodrama. Clearly, the two were jealous of the ironclad proof of his genius. Theatrics aside, he was happy to share. Porkchop was his brother, and, much like Honors, figuring out aspects would bind Ianmus to their pact of secrecy. That, and he was an intelligent man who would no doubt be of great aid to figuring out their secrets. "Well, it was honestly rather simple. I was thinking about things I thought were fundamental pillars of who I was as a person. I ended up thinking about how much I crave struggle and a lofty goal to strive towards, and how I can often be single-minded in my pursuit of them," Caius explained. "And that was enough to figure out an aspect?" Porkchop asked with incredulous disbelief. Caius shook his head vigorously. "No, of course not. It was barely a glimmer of a reaction. I tried to follow it, take the thread deeper, but it slipped away from me. Must have been off the mark somehow. More importantly, I'm far more interested in what that reaction was." "Was it just a feeling?" Ianmus asked, searching his face as if the secrets he was looking for were hiding just beneath his skin. "At first, it was just a feeling that disappeared quickly. But when I repeated it again inside my soul space, I saw my soul flicker, for lack of a better term. The lightest of pulses within its depths that rippled across its surface. Mentis reacted, pulling on my soul fire by just a hair. I wasn't able to get much more than that. It slipped away from me quickly. Hence the frustration," Caius explained, still feeling irritated that he hadn't been able to gain anything more concrete. Ianmus nodded, his brow furrowing in thought. "Well, that's not all that much.
But at least we have confirmation it's to do with our understanding of ourselves, Porkchop suggested, watching dutifully ahead.
I'm not so sure that's the only thing we learned, Ianmus murmured.
The bond you two share. It links your souls like other bond skills, correct?
Caius nodded. While there were many differences between his and Porkchop's bond of equals and a traditional bond skill, that much was at least true.
Then why was Porkchop not able to feel the pulse in your soul? Ianmus asked, curious. Caius's eyes widened. Ianmus was right. He and Porkchop were bound so totally that simple, surface-level emotion flooded their connection with ease. Their actual souls shone brightly to each other's senses, and something so integral to their being, like a shift in that fire, should have been immediately obvious. Can you think of why? Caius asked. Ianmus shrugged, giving him an apologetic look. I honestly have no idea. It could be that whatever you touched on was so subtle it slipped Porkchop's notice. Or it could be that whatever processes involve the aspects are so personal it is occluded from him. Either way, it's a clue. Caius sighed. Great. Another floating thread with little of substance to use to unravel the ensnared knot of unknowns. He resigned himself to let the mystery lie, for now at least. He was too worked up to do any more today.
Frustrating or no, it was still a lead, far more than most people had. He resolved himself to meditating on the topic with far more regularity than he had been. Leaving the discovery of aspects to chance was something he had no interest in. After all, it was almost certain the first one there would get an honor for their efforts, and the longer he could keep the secret of those from escaping into the wider world, the less he would have to worry about competition. Shaking his head, Caius cleared his mind of tantalizing secrets and slid from the saddle. Ultimately, it was a future problem and a future goal. Right now, he was hunting a spider, and they had planning to do.
Chapter 170.
The First Job. In the day and a half since his minor revelation on his mentis aspect, Caius was completely unsuccessful in exploring the strange reaction further. In the handful of times he'd meditated, he'd only managed to get a similar reaction once more, the others leading to nothing but frustration. Though even that was fading, as he resigned himself to the discovery of his aspects being an inscrutable and lengthy process. His days, at least, were far more exciting. The light covering of trees slowly grew denser, slowly enclosing the ever-shrinking patches of open grasses until they were little more than clear meadows scattered through a light forest. It was an interesting experience. In some ways, it was familiar, a lesser cousin to the sea. Trees as far as the eyes could see, and the familiar smell of wood, rotting leaves, and abundant life. In others, it was utterly alien. While this might have been a wood, it was a far cry from what Caius considered to be the real thing, and even further from the deep reaches that Porkchop had called his home. Here, even the grandest and most venerable oak was a pale reflection of the specimens he considered typical, their tallest just barely matching the average growth of the endless mat of life that covered the northwestern reaches of Vostivar. It was still nice to be back in the comforting embrace of a forest again, though, even if this one left so much blue sky visible through its thin canopy that he may as well have been in an open field. That was the main difference, Caius decided. The story behind how the arboreal sea had gotten its name was a rather simple one, and one that had delighted him as a child. The trees were so large, so densely packed, that when you looked up, all you saw was a sea of green. That, and the undergrowth was so dense in some parts that looking down was yet more endless green. Still, even if the Hanset woods were small and insignificant in comparison to his home, they were still dense enough that navigating required some active focus. Caius took the lead for the group, relying on Explorer's toolkit to keep them on a steady heading and to steer them clear of any potential ambushes. It had already done so. 5 times. Once was a simple mundane beehive, though one of impressive scale. He'd steered them around that, though he'd had to be rather forceful when Porkchop had gotten fixated on the prospect of free honey literally just sitting there. Unfortunately for his brother, neither he nor Ianmus had Porkchop's thick hide, and were in no mood for warding off a swarm of stinging insects. The others had been genuine ambushes. First, a bear, then a bloody warg, of all things, then another bear, and 2 separate packs of wolves. Ridiculous, but also fun. All but the bears had been lower level than them, so he'd only been able to squeeze a handful of skill levels and a single level for his class. Still, it got the blood pumping, and the bear meat was good for a stew, what with the plentiful seasonal berries they had been gorging themselves on. Eventually, the sun still rising on its arc through the sky, Caius spotted what he had been looking for. A gap in the trees, sun shining brilliantly on a strip of land that had been clear-cut. Easily 150 strides wide, felled stumps littered the gap, only torn free to make way for a wide, packed dirt road that had been scattered with gravel. The road between Inchshire and Holsborough, if his navigation had steered them right. Hurrying forwards, Caius reached the edge of the tree line and poked his head out. Leaning on true sight, he peered far in either direction, searching for threats, and any sign of their wayward giant spider. The coast was clear, the road entirely empty apart from a single deer sprinting across the gap between the trees, a solid quarter league to his right. Turning back, he gave his waiting companions a confident nod.
Thank the gods, it's so good to be able to see more than a dozen strides in front of me. Ianmus sighed. You're weird for an elf. Porkchop replied, cocking his head at Ianmus. Half-elf, remember? And no matter where my father is from, I'm a city boy through and through. Ianmus replied with a grumble. Caius chuckled at the man's discomfort. While he was right that there was no reason people of elvish descent had to like forests, it was still a little bizarre that Ianmus seemed so actively disconcerted by the close press of the forest proper. While the rest of their trio continued to bicker good-naturedly, Caius went to Porkchop's side and retrieved his notebook. He flicked through the pages, mentally tallying their overland route and cross-referencing it with his notes of the guild maps and recognizable features that he had used as waypoints. No doubt they were a couple of leagues off in either direction, but he'd chosen this stretch of road to cover for that variability. Either way, their target should just be a handful of leagues to their right along the road. As many as 10 and as little as 2. With their walking speed significantly faster than an unenhanced man could ever manage, they would undoubtedly reach the spider by the afternoon at the latest. Nodding to himself, he stowed his notes and clapped, drawing both of his companions' attention. This way, he said, leading his group to the road. All right, this stretch of road is straight enough that I'll be able to see a good league any given moment. We should be able to spot the spider plenty easy, since the mission briefing mentioned that everyone who had survived an encounter with it was ambushed on the road itself, Caius said, discussing their plan. And you're sure that you'll be able to spot it with your illusion-piercing skill? Ianmus asked, double-checking that he was confident. Caius nodded.
From what they'd heard, the spider mostly relied on staying still to make full use of its illusions. If whatever skill it was using was not powerful enough to manage anything better than a blur while using it, then it shouldn't be that powerful of a skill. Unless its skill level was significantly higher than expected, he should have no problems. Our main goal will be to get it to attack us. It's an ambush predator that makes use of webs. Confronting it in its nest is probably the worst thing we could possibly do, Caius explained, before he turned his full attention to Ianmus. What's the range on that beam attack that you used against the bramble ball, and how accurate are you with it? Ianmus thought for a moment.
If you want me to cast afterwards, it'll have to be about half as much mana. About a league, if my mental maths is right. As for accuracy, Ianmus gave him an easy and confident grin. I went to Sunspire. Target shooting is one of the primary ways the student body is made to compete with each other. I won, always. Give me somewhere to point, and I'll hit it. Caius nodded. That was more than enough for him. Once I've spotted the spider, you open with that, and we'll draw it in. Or, if it runs, track it down before it can regenerate its pool. After your spell, just focus on enhancing me and Porkchop, and taking out its eyes if you get the chance. Ianmus nodded at his words, and he turned his attention to Porkchop. Our job is to give it a warm welcome. We focus on the legs, try to remove as much mobility as we can. It's supposed to be a quick bastard, so the faster we do that, the safer we will be. As soon as it draws close, you use your new skill and yank it towards you. I'll keep it fried with Stormlash, while you take out as many as you can, Caius explained. Porkchop nodded. What of after, when the battle is in full swing? Caius shrugged. They'd fought together enough at this point that he was confident they could handle it.
He'd always been of the opinion that too complicated of a plan of attack just slowed people down, and could cause issues if people waited too long to abandon it if it was no longer viable. Fundamental roles worked far better. You hold its attention and hit it hard. I harass and smash it in its dangly bits. Ianmus heals us and zaps it in the eyes. Nice and simple.
And if it goes after me?
Ianmus asked, a mild frown on his face. Caius nodded. It's unlikely, as we'll be very in its face and the immediate threat. Porkchop, if it does, use your new skill. Everyone happy with that? Receiving nods in return, Caius took the lead once more as they walked down the road, his eyes focusing with trained intensity as he kept watch for the slightest hint of something being out of place. His head throbbing from the intensity of his extended use of true sight, Caius finally spotted what he had been waiting for. There, maybe 300 long strides down the road, a faint waver crossing the body of the road. He halted, throwing a hand out to get his companions to do the same. Wordlessly, he focused, ignoring the eye-watering spike of pain that accompanied the action. Whatever it was faint, barely visible, a shimmer in the air like heat rising off sun-baked rocks. True sight protested, his brow furrowed. The shimmer intensified. He grit his teeth, willing his skill to reveal the truth of what was there. It shattered the illusory shimmer. Ding! True sight has reached level 37. Threads glowing with mana popped into his vision, so thin that they would have been invisible without true sight. Glistening in the midday sun, they stretched across the road by the hundreds. A glistening carpet, woven at waist height, threaded between the trunks and stretching more than 100 strides down the road. It didn't look like a trap. Not really. The threads were too thin and far too far apart to hold anything of significant size. Caius knew that spiders didn't just use webs as a sticky trap. They were also sensors. Strings to let the beast know when something passed. He whipped his eyes to the forest's edges, searching for his opponent. It tried to hide, masking itself in the same magic that had hidden its snare. It didn't work. He had the measure of the ability now, and it shattered like glass before the power of his legacy skill. It was a hideous thing, mottled white and bile yellow, covered in a dense carpet of finger-length hairy bristles. Lurking in the crown of a tree, it watched them with 8 glistening eyes the color of ruby wine. Too many legs for any sane man to be comfortable held up its impressive bulk, distributing its weight between 8 different branches. Let alone the fangs, as big as his forearm, with venom actively dripping to pool in the burrows of the trunk beneath it. What's more,
Breaking the spider's magic revealed the totality of the destruction it had wrought. Shattered wagons littered the tree line, lines of carved earth showing where they had been crudely dragged from the road. Easily a dozen of them, if not more. There were no bodies, no remains, no doubt consumed by the spider. The lost souls who had fallen beneath its fangs would have their succor. He would make sure of it. "I see it," Caius murmured, keeping his stance relaxed as he looked away from the beast. No need to give the game away just yet. "How big is it? Is it really the size of a horse?" Porkchop asked, morbid curiosity flooding their link. Caius chuckled. Perhaps a draft horse, but it was far larger than the average gelding, that was for sure. "Please tell me it's as big as a horse. I don't like the sound of that laugh," Ianmus said, blanching the thought. "Let's call it big horse-sized," he relented, though it was a little funny how much it bothered them. He hated spiders as much as the next person, but they were going to smash the damn thing.
What better way to work through the discomfort? "Level and tags?" Porkchop asked. "Checking now." He flicked his eyes back to the spider, bringing up its system information. Veiled Assassin Spider, level 81. Beast, Ambusher, Elite. Caius bared his fangs, the system's words brewing a storm of competition deep within his belly. Now wasn't that interesting? Maybe 50 levels higher would be enough for another honor?
Chapter 171.
The First Job. Flicking his eyes back to the hulking brute of an arachnid that lay nestled in the crown of an oak, Caius pondered their assault. The garish white and yellow of its carapace took on a new meaning now that he had seen its description. Danger. A welcome one that could springboard their growth if they approached this battle right, but one that would also take care in how they handled the fight. This would be as fierce as fighting the champions had been. He could feel it. That same prickling intensity of heightened awareness was present, the sensation of every facet of his being coming alive, zapping him with tiny jolts right down to his bone. Veiled Assassin. Spider level 81. Beast, Ambusher, Elite.
Level 81 was an extreme jump, but he thought they could manage. At least, he and Porkchop could. Between their heroic classes and honors, they were gaining an average of 14 stats per level, let alone their flat bonuses. While he didn't know exactly what being an elite meant for their opponent, other than the few elites they had faced in the depths being stronger than their levels had implied, much like the champions and Guardian, he had to assume that it did not have a massive edge on them as far as pure statistics went. Skills, too, while it almost certainly had them handedly trounced on the basis of levels, he and Porkchop, without a doubt, held the advantage in quality. Their resident mage, on the other hand. Ianmus was fucked if they let the spider reach him. It was worth the risk. While there was no guarantee of there being an honor waiting for them if they won, Caius thought the chances were pretty good. He already had an honor for slaying an enemy 35 levels above him as an unclassed, and as far as he knew, no one in the first tier fought things that far above them, not even with a large team. Such a gap against an elite in what the system would consider a team of 2? Before they'd even reached level 50? That was exactly the sort of feat of strength that he could see the system rewarding. That honor was vital, not just for growing his own personal might, but to bind Ianmus closer to his cause. Caius's mind raced, trying to figure out how he could get Ianmus to commit to the assault. With the way both he and Porkchop were staring at him expectantly, waiting for his response, he knew he only had a couple of moments before suspicion started. "I need you to back me on this. No questions, just follow my lead." Caius pushed through his link with Porkchop. Without waiting for his brother's response, he turned to Ianmus. "We must do this."
I cannot explain, not right now. But this fight just became far more valuable to us. You included. Caius said, an intense fire illuminating the gold-flecked green of his eyes. Ianmus grunted, biting his lip as he struggled against the lethargic chill of dread that washed over him.
"How bad is it?" he whispered.
81, elite, Caius said calmly, his full attention on his ally. He watched the wave of horror wash over the man's features before he visibly bore down on the gut reaction, suppressing his fear with a will honed by the rigors of battle and study. Ianmus paused, taking a slow breath to collect himself.
"Caius, if anyone else dared to suggest they wanted to fight an elite as a team of 3, I would think them foolish. If they wanted to do the same thing while outleveled close to 3 times over, I would think them certifiably insane."
The half-elf turned to the third member of their little group.
"What of you, Porkchop? Have you succumbed to insanity as well? I would not think of one of the melees to take such a foolish gambit."
Porkchop snorted. "Then you do not know my people well, Elfling. Regardless, I know what my brother intends, and it is a worthy risk. Not to mention, it is a risk that is far less fraught than you realize." Stepping forwards, Caius clasped Ianmus on the shoulder, willing his certainty and confidence to flow into the man, for him to absorb some of the boundless hunger that he felt building within him by the second. "Please, Ianmus, trust me. This is not some delusion of invulnerability sung into existence by my lust for battle. I will not pretend I do not feel it, the hunger to throw myself at such a great beast, but it is not why." Ianmus met his gaze, searching his face for an answer.
"Then what, Caius? Because from here, it is the only reasonable explanation."
As Ianmus spoke, his voice grew more incensed, words blurring together with a pleading vigor as he tried to make Caius see reason.
"It's a bloody elite!"
A stronger baseline than its common brethren, charged with unnatural amounts of mana by accident or right of birth. Better skills, more power, and worse, a better bloodline, which means more stats on top of everything else. How could you possibly win? Drawing close, Ianmus punctuated every word with a jabbing finger that rattled Caius's scale mail with every impact. A flutter of annoyance welled within Caius. That was enough of that. Frustration and fear was no reason to be rude. When Ianmus tried to poke him again, he twitched. That was all it took. With the growing influence of his bond skill, his reforged beast blood, and over 100 points of dexterity, his hand all but portaled to grab Ianmus's own. Ianmus stopped, stock still, as he looked at Caius's hand in shock. His jaw hung open. Caius held his ally's hand steady for a moment, before he slackened his grip and snapped his hand back to his side faster than he knew Ianmus would be able to track. The mage blinked, slowly. Staring at him dumbfounded, Ianmus looked to his outstretched finger, then to Caius's hand, then back again.
"How?"
Ianmus finally whispered.
"You shouldn't be able to move like that. It's not possible. You shouldn't have the stats or the base to reach that speed, let alone control it."
Before he could answer the man, Porkchop stepped in. "Not impossible, just with methods forgotten and recently discovered both. You say you have seen our hidden strength. Ianmus, you have misunderstood us. We have been holding back. Perhaps not to the extent of hiding everything, but you have not seen us truly pressed." Pausing to digest his brother's words, Ianmus let out a heavy breath and rested his forehead on his staff, staring at the hard-packed dirt of the road beneath them. A moment later he looked back up, right into Caius's eyes.
Can you promise this is not some crazed delusion? that there is a good, logical, and concrete reason to pursue this reckless madness, Ianmus pleaded, watching him closely. Can you promise that we will not end up dead? There is a reason, a good one, other than the sheer amount of levels we will be rewarded with for success. A more obscure reward, by no means guaranteed, but one that seems to fit the general sorts of criteria that I have seen for others. It is worth the risk of death, Caius replied, the stalwart iron of his conviction and certainty reverberating through his voice. Looking back at the assassin spider, he watched it shift in its nest, uncaring of their halted steps. It was confident, he could tell, utterly convinced that people of their nominal power would be unable to pierce its illusion, waiting patiently for its next meal to come. Ianmus continued to stare at him, searching his face for answers as he leaned heavily on the bonds of trust they had started to forge in the weeks they had spent together on the road. Caius knew he was asking much, but this was the life he had promised himself he would live. Companions were needed, that much was true, but only if they could prove they could keep up. He met the half-elf's gaze, watching him with equal intensity. Now was the moment, where Ianmus would prove he had the mettle and gumption to willingly fall to the insanity, the heat of the song. Would he willingly dive into the crucible that would eventually see him reforged? Would he prove that he had what it took to climb towards the peak, even if it required crawling on shattered limbs and wading through agony? Or would he cower and break? Something passed through Ianmus's face, a flicker of resignation, part surrender and part rising exhilaration. A twitch of his brow, a straightening of his shoulders and spine. It told Caius all he needed to know. The man was in. If I am committing myself to suicide, I would know of this reward if we survive this, regardless if we receive it or not, Ianmus said, a growing ember of courage and manic energy thrumming through his words. The song building within him. Caius nodded. The man had earned that much. Any companion of his that would willingly attempt feats such as this was worthy of consideration and trust. Of course. It is good to have you with us, truly. You will have proven yourself with this fight, Elfing. Let it be a glorious one. Porkchop jumped in, sharing his respect. Ianmus sighed and leaned heavily on his staff. I can't believe we are actually going to do this, he muttered to himself, before looking up to them once more. Has our strategy changed? Caius shook his head. Even with the unexpected strength and levels of the spider, their original plan was still their best bet. A searing bolt of solar magic to draw it away from its domain, while he and Porkchop hammered it as hard as they could. You freecast a beam like you used on that bramble ball. Then focus on supporting me and Porkchop from a safe distance. Take out eyes and the like if you can. But your first priority will be keeping us strong and hale while attracting as little attention as possible, Caius explained. Ianmus nodded, becoming focused and confident once more as the shock of their opponent's strength wore off. Where do I need to hit? Moving behind the man, Caius pointed directly to where the spider was hunkered down. Calmly and with authority, he directed Ianmus's attention to the tree it had made its home. See that cluster of 4 branches, one of them splitting into 3. Where they meet, 2 strides above. Can you make the shot? Ianmus snorted at his words, as if the idea of him being unable to hit such a target was as ridiculous a proposition as not being able to tie his own shoes. I already told you, I'm the best shot of my year. I could hit a needle at that range.
Nodding in satisfaction, Caius withdrew 2 of his mana restorative tonics, as well as one of his health ones, and passed them over to Ianmus. Take these. They'll restore 300 each. You can only take 2, though. After that, toxicity will set in. Ianmus nodded, before he focused his eyes on the exact location where Caius had told him the spider was lying in wait. A moment later his eyelids fluttered, and Caius watched the half-elf's lips move with unspoken words as colossal quantities of solar mana began to stream from the mage. Under the man's will, it drew yet more from their surroundings, a typhoon of power that vortexed. Golden and resplendent, it split into dozens of streamers, raw mana woven into a complex geometry of power. Caius watched on in interest. While freecasting was mostly about will and intent, he had known that the best among them borrowed from the slightest of principles found in the runic arts to pack even more intent and power into their spells. It was glorious to finally see it in action. Still, it was easy to see the problems with free casting. Powerful and incredibly flexible it might have been, it was also the most lengthy and focus-heavy of the mystic arts. Ianmus would be at this for a while. Turning to Porkchop, Caius gave his bond brother a nod. It was time for them to ready themselves. With a flash of mana, Porkchop was garbed in thick plates of jade. He led their way forwards, careful to stay out of Ianmus's line of sight with the waiting spider. They stopped a good 100 strides down the road, still more than far enough that the assassin spider opted to wait for them patiently, but close enough that they would be able to do battle without worrying about their mage being caught in the crossfire. As a crescendo of solar might built behind him, Caius felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise at the mystical charge that built in the air. It caressed his skin, whispering scorching violence and swift retribution. It was almost too much, layering on his itching anticipation for the fight ahead. His heart pounded, blood singing with an intensity he hadn't felt in months. Here he was, ready to dance on the knife's edge, and he had to wait? It was nigh on unjust. Judging by the way a low growl resonated in his brother's chest and his claws rhythmically punctured the earth, Porkchop felt much the same. A few swipes of his brother's claws deflected off his blade and charged his vambraces, their enhanced power enough to quickly fill its reservoir. Only a small benefit now, but not one he intended to leave at the wayside for a pivotal battle. Agonizing minutes passed in tense silence before the faintest of breathy words were carried on the wind from behind him. "Ready," Ianmus said, strain and exhaustion evident. "Go," Caius replied, cutting the air with his hand to signal their attack. A beam of pure white, as thick as his wrist, punched into existence. It burned the very air, resounding with the tortured squeal and thunderclap of the breath of the world being vaporized in an instant. There was no traversal of space. It was simply a line of power writ into existence, one that connected Ianmus's outstretched arm to the scoured yellow and white carapace of the assassin spider. Chiton burst and ichor roiled. It was a good shot, punching straight through one of its front limbs to pierce through its thorax. Off yellow and brown goo was superheated, ejected from the wound with bone-cracking force to coat the crown of its tree home in boiling viscera. Its leg fell free to crash softly into the leaf litter below, even as the holes in its carapace boiled themselves shut. The assassin spider squealed in chittering rage and moved. Skittering down the tree trunk, its illusion dissolved, and it charged straight for them. Caius grinned.
Chapter 172. The First Job.
Driven by its rudimentary instincts, the massive assassin spider dropped its illusion and pounced forward. It hit the road at a dead sprint, 7 remaining legs moving with mechanical precision as it tried to remove the threat that had injured it so. With the spider revealed, Porkchop stared at the approaching beast with disgust.
Mother of matriarchs, it's fucking hideous, he growled, claws digging deep into the earth as he readied himself to meet its charge.
Laughing at his brother's reaction to the manic scramble of the assassin spider, Caius risked a quick look back to check on Ianmus. The mage was bent over, panting, but seemed far more stable than he had been after his use of his free cast beam against the bramble ball. Their plan for him to hold some mana in reserve had worked. That was good. They'd need his assistance for the coming battle. Ianmus downed one of the mana potions that he had given him, grimacing at the taste. A moment later, he took a deep breath and met Caius's eyes, giving him a nod. Returning the gesture, Caius flourished his blade and refocused on the oncoming threat. Even down one leg, the assassin spider was fast, having closed enough of the distance that he could hear the mad chitter of its fangs clacking together. "Ready?" he asked, keeping his left hand free to cast.
"Ready," Porkchop confirmed, bracing himself even more as powerful muscles rippled while he locked his claws into the earth. The moment arrived.
As the assassin spider got within 50 strides of their formation, Caius watched his brother tense and felt his will shift through their bond as he activated his skill. A wave of rippling vitality coursed through Porkchop as he slammed his front claws deeper into the earth. In that same moment, a wall of raw jade erupted behind the sprinting assassin spider. Jagged and imposing, it glimmered in the shining sun as it shattered the earth in its passage. The slab of crystal, a full head taller than Caius and half that again wide, rocketed through the earth, shedding a trail of cracked stone and pluming dust in its passing as it moved to Porkchop's will. Right towards the back of the pony-sized spider, Caius watched the very moment it realized something was approaching.
It hissed in surprise, trying to lurch to the left, yet for all of its speed, the beast was too slow to dodge. Hardened crystal met empowered chitin with a crack, and the assassin spider fell into an uncontrolled stumble.
That was his cue. Caius tapped into the roiling power stored in his glyph, the thin whine of arcing lightning joined with the acrid bite of ozone and searing light. Kicking off, Caius dashed to the right of his brother and whipped his stormlash towards the hissing tangle of chitinous legs and dripping fangs. Lightning arced through the air, following the guidance of Caius's will to bind itself to the approaching spider. Thunder cracked the sky. Its deafening thump kicked him in the chest and set his heart aflutter with the rush of glorious battle. Fine hairs on the creature's body burned in the path of his arcane might, electrical mana and potent reverberations wreaking havoc of its internals. Vital fluid steamed from the gaps in the spider's carapace, squealing like a teapot. It seized. Just barely. With its levels and power, Stormlash wasn't quite enough to completely incapacitate it. It was enough. Already struggling to keep its many legs beneath it, as Porkchop's prismatic shardwall forced it forwards, it collapsed. His brother's skill did the rest. His brother tapped into his amulet and charged. In a single instant, Porkchop went from a standstill to an explosive advance as he hauled on his deep grip of the earth. A boulder of flesh and jade smashed into the spider, squeezing it between Porkchop's assault and his immovable shardwall. Chitin cracked, oozing ichor. Despite the titanic forces involved, the assassin spider reacted instantly. Letting out a chitter, it lunged for Porkchop with fangs that oozed a viscous fluid. Caius watched his brother roll his shoulders smoothly, the bite clacking against a hard plate of jade, before Porkchop snapped his head to sink his jaws around the nearest available spider leg. There was a sickening crack, and Porkchop brawled on. With furor and primal potency, he occupied the spider's attention, weathering spearing stabs from its leg and poisonous bites. Most ricocheted off his brother's armor, but not all. For every 5 blows that Porkchop shifted, taking on his heavy plate, another slipped past his defense. His underarmor did much to blunt the concussive force,
but it was only of middling help against the assassin spider's needle-like tips of its legs. After all, it was padding designed to absorb shock rather than deflect a piercing point. Thankfully, he'd been able to avoid any bites. The spider's fangs dripped with venom, and Porkchop had taken more than one stabbing strike of its legs in order to deflect a bite with a stone armor plate.
While his brother held the spider occupied, Caius did not wait idle. Another searing flash blanketed the woods as he summoned another storm lash, cooking the monstrous spider from within and stunning it for just barely a fraction of a moment.
Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 21.
Enough time for Porkchop to react to another biting strike, poison glistening on the surface of his armor. Nor was Ianmus resting on his laurels, even if he had more than earned a moment of respite due to the potency of his overwhelming first strike. Caius kicked off the ground, his surroundings blurring with his sudden acceleration. He felt the invigorating rush of Ianmus's skill settling over him like a mantle.
Ding! You have been enhanced. Sun-drenched strength.
Solar majesty ignited the furnace within, fueling even greater feats of physicality. Caius raced on, moving into a position known to him only through the free flow of Porkchop's intent that streamed across their bond. Porkchop roared, smashing the spider to the side with a terrible swipe of his claws. Empowered by mana and hardened even further, chitin crunched and the assassin spider lurched to the side. Without a moment of hesitation, he smoothly punched a blurring claw into the earth. Jade erupted from the ground with a deafening boom, cracking the spider in its mandibles. Squealing through the earth, the prismatic shard wall slammed bodily into the spider, shunting it back, right into Caius's waiting arms. It was a symphony of violence. Planting his lead foot, he pirouetted, leading with his offhand. Lightning burst into existence with the might of nature's scorn, lashing the monstrosity. A father's gift trailed close behind, burning with internal fire as his bladerite ignited the runes held within its glassy fuller. Driving his weight through a pivot of his hips, he slashed. The empowered edge of his blade met the chitin of the elite assassin spider. Common or not, his was a bound weapon, empowered by a unique skill, and would not be denied. Ichor sprayed like a fountain as one of the spider's limbs was split nearly in twain, coating his shining scales in ochre treacle. Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladerite has reached level 8. Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladerite has reached level 9. Ding! Liturgical blade form Primus Ordo has reached level 29. Caius wasn't done, not by a long shot. He rolled through the momentum of his swing, transferring his weight as he braced with legs of oak and a core of steel. His three-fingered hand swung up towards the spider, nearly brushing the ground. A crackling bolt extended and bent through the air, directed by his will to lash the spider's thorax. More ichor steamed from the rents in the spider's armor, internals roiling against the power of his magic. Slapping his offhand back on his blade, he reversed his carried-through swing. There was no leverage, no smooth economy of motion. He didn't need it. Brute force and his vambrace of Varkosian deflection was more than enough. Tapping into his vambraces filled him with the stored power of a melee's casual fury, and his blade ripped back through the leg he had half shattered, severing it cleanly and carrying through to score its thorax heavily. Ding! Liturgical blade form Primus Ordo has reached level 30. Quickly shaking off its fugue from the sheer intensity of their combined assault, the assassin spider squealed. It was a shrill sound, one that communicated the sheer hatred it felt at their assault, despite its alien nature.
remaining needle-like legs dug into the ground, and the spider lunged with mandibles outstretched. Right for Caius. He dove, but there was no need, for his brother was already there. Porkchop tackled the spider, only for its fangs to finally find purchase between his armored plates. Hollow daggers quivered, and viscous fluid pumped deep into his brother's body. The poison did nothing to stop his brother's charge, nor his prodigious weight that he brought to bear with deft ease. The assassin spider was knocked back, stumbling as it was forced to give ground. Porkchop still howled, pain clawing its way free of his throat as the venom coursed through his veins. Seizing from the affliction, Porkchop's right front leg gave way, and he stumbled, giving their monstrous foe a prime shot of his poorly defended flank. Heart quickening as a chill dread shot down his spine, Caius leapt to his brother's defense with a cry on his lips. He moved, covering ground like he never had before. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 30. Light beams snapped overhead, Ianmus reacting as fast as he could.
The duo of searing lances each devastated one of the spider's eyes. Unfortunately, it was far less hampered than a normal beast would have been, 6 more remaining to watch them with calculating disdain. One leg speared forwards, sinking deep into Porkchop's less armored flank. Thick crimson welled from the wound, staining leather underarmor and chitin alike. The assassin spider reared back, mandibles wavering with glee as it prepared to lunge. Another 2 storm lashes gave it pause, overloading its nervous system for a bare moment and cooking it from within. It was all the time Caius needed. Arriving at the beast with blade held in a low guard, he swung upwards and pivoted into a stab, right into its poorly armored abdomen. Runes shone with the fire of his blade right, and he ripped his sword to the left. A great rent opened in the fleshy sack of the spider's rear, brown goo flowing forth in a deluge. The spider squealed, doom flaring within him as 2 of its spear-like legs rose off the ground to harry him with a pair of stabs. Silver and gray blurred, his blade smashing aside one leg as he spun around the other. Ding! Initiate's glyphic blade right has reached level 10. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 37. Doom flared once more. The spider turned to face him, Porkchop mewling as its leg that pierced him shifted within his body. Heart thundering in his chest, Caius kicked off the ground, moving to create distance as he tried to ward off the coming attack with another storm lash, whipping the bolt overhead to strike the spider directly on its face. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 22. Uncaring of the oncoming attack, nor the bolt of light that popped another of its eyes, the assassin spider remained totally focused on him. Sacs, normally hidden behind its mandible, swelled to the size of a water skin. A skill, Caius realized. A moment too late. The sacs collapsed in on themselves, and a gout of viscous fluid squirted from each of its fangs in a high-pressure stream. Squirting streams of venom covered the distance separating him from the spider in an instant. Crossing the air, the viscous fluid became a thick spray, far too wide for him to dodge effectively. Caius did the only thing he could do. He turned, scrunching his eyes shut and snapping his mouth closed. It wasn't enough. The venom covered him utterly, worming its way through the gaps in his armor to saturate his padded clothing beneath. As soon as it touched his skin, a stinging burn ignited, feverish welts covering his body as his back boiled. Moments later, he felt the venom sink in, seeping into his body with supernatural swiftness. Ding! You have been afflicted by venom, racking weakness. Muscles wasted beneath its onslaught, contracting uncontrollably as the venom started to dissolve the very structures of his body. Gasping at the sudden agony of it all, Caius's head snapped up as his back seized, much like his brother's had. It felt like leaden weights had been attached to his limbs, the assassin spider's skill attacking his musculature. "Caius!" he heard Ianmus call, panicked. Doom flared, and he forced himself to move, diving to the side just before a spear-tipped leg lanced right through where he had been standing a moment before. With every second, he could feel rapid adaptation working. Not only had it lessened the immediate effects of the venom, it burned it from his system. A purging inquisition that raged through his body, hunting down unwanted outsiders with extreme prejudice. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 26. Oh, he was slowed, and the acid-like tendrils of venom were agony, but he wasn't out of the fight yet. "Heal Porkchop when he's free," Caius called back, sparing their backline no more of his attention. Flashing steel smashed aside a flurry of probing spikes before he smote the spider with Stormlash once more. Each and every one of the spells seemed to be affecting the spider more, as storm mana and penetrating vibrations were directed through its armored carapace, destroying it from within. It seized. Enough time for Porkchop to finally react. His brother cared not for the pain, nor the deleterious effects of the venom coursing through his system. Pushing himself to his feet, Porkchop forced the spider's leg deeper into his body. It punched through. Its off-white spear point dripped with his blood as it erupted from his stomach. Roaring a challenge, Porkchop snapped his head up to grab the leg that had him pinned in his jaws. Right by the joint. It creaked. Then he smashed it with jade claws. It shattered. Caius was already moving, fighting through the forced sedation and damage to his internals. The venom had already stalled, slowly being forced back as his health kept the damage at bay. Another Stormlash kept the spider pinned, making it squeal as it backed away from him. 3 launching strides carried him through the air. Landing at his brother's side, he kicked backwards off his shoulder, grabbing hold of the shattered spider's limb that still speared Porkchop through his torso. In a single, smooth motion, he wrenched it free, tossing it to the side. He landed next to his brother, both hands on his blade. Moments later, the revitalizing energy of the sun surrounded Porkchop with a golden aura, sinking into his body. The sopping wound in his torso sealed itself quickly, his regeneration skill doing its work. He rolled his shoulders with a low growl, staring down the spider. Caius watched it closely as it chittered, lunging forwards only to skitter back a moment later. It was poorly and battle-worn, the remnants of its torn limbs wiggling ineffectively with the movement. Barely healed wounds covered its body, sticky ichor and burnt hair making it even more of an offensive sight to his eyes than it had been at the start. The weakness. He could smell it. Another obstacle destined to fall beneath his ceaseless march. Somewhere deep within him, a pillar began to keen.
Chapter 173. The First Job. Finale.
The assassin spider watched them from a wary distance, lurching back on its 5 remaining legs. Ichor coated it utterly, newly fused chitin and scorched ash showing the remnants of their assault. Stubbed limbs wiggled with a furor, the beast still instinctively trying to use them in unison with its remaining limbs. Glistening compound eyes stared at them with malevolence. Watching. Waiting. The moment stretched as they evaluated each other, watching for a moment of distraction or weakness. Caius knew that it wasn't over, not by a long shot. With all its low-born intelligence and base instinct, this was a killer, an apex predator. Shadow-drenched rogue or not, it would not take their challenge lying down.
he didn't want it to. Oh, they were battered and bruised. Venom still coursed through his veins, sapping at his energy and destroying him from within. Blood still poured from the hole their enemy had torn straight through his brother, pooling on the hard-packed dirt like liquid ruby. It only heightened his delight, his conviction, his adamant-bound certainty that they would win. That this was merely another step on his journey. Wounds that would have killed them with a certainty mere months ago now barely slowed them, their endurance enabling them to persevere even as their skill-empowered health boiled to seal their wounds. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 27. The spider was tough and strong, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Eventually, nothing would be. His destiny lay at the pinnacle. Every broken bone, pint of blood, and stride of rent flesh was in service of that. A slow and painful climb, but one that never stopped and never retreated. The spider was an obstacle. Its destiny was to be consumed, refined, and used to lay a block on his foundation that would one day tower to the heavens. Every wound, every drop of blood spilled, only refined him,
Made him sharper, tougher, and more enduring. If need be, he would hammer on the barriers to his ascension with mangled stumps until they shattered, and then use the blood-soaked shards to pave his way forward. Mentis called out in delight, and he knew it to be truth. The resonance inflamed the blood song within him, drowning out the feverish battle of rapid adaptation and the venom within him. It met the resonance in a symphony, backed by the staccato percussion of his pounding heart and the heavy rush of his lungs, pulling at the iron-scented air with jealousy. A lesser man might have pulled back from the rush of pure, vital focus and joy that came from the song. He did not, and nor did his brother. Porkchop's own song thrummed across their bond, the vibrant fuel of battle surging within him. The need to feel chitin crushed beneath his claws, ichor spraying to coat him wholesale. There was a depth of primal violence there, directed and constrained by a mind that bent raw aggression towards his own ends. A bloody, satisfied grin split his face. Pondering upon the cry of his pillar could wait. Now it was time to focus on the coming bloodshed. The moment ended as the assassin spider broke first, and their battle restarted in earnest. A chittering cry roiled from deep within the spider, sounding like the grinding crush of rocks being rubbed together. Ominous and filled with fury. Sacs beneath its mandibles swelled once more as it reared back, quickly followed by two streams of venom that sprayed out in a thick cone. Porkchop was ready. As soon as their opponent had so much as twitched, he was already plunging his claws downwards, stamina flooding his body. A wall of jade erupted, spat venom splashing harmlessly over its pure surface. The wall rocketed out, pressuring the spider.
Caius raced in as light beams split the sky once more, Ionmus having repositioned to land his shots perfectly, searing the still open wounds in the creature's carapace to slow its healing. Rounding the wall, he caught sight of it once more as it lurched sideways to dodge Porkchop's sudden attack. Starting slightly, he saw it twist, blurring slightly as mana started to glow from within. His eyes ached for a moment, and his head throbbed, but only that, and the spider appeared clear once more in his vision.
Ding! True Sight has reached level 38.
Caius, it split in 3!
Porkchop called, frustrated rumbles echoing across the road. An illusion, he realized. One that hadn't affected him.
I see it, he responded, a feral glee welling up within him.
The assassin spider charged, sure in its obfuscation. Utterly certain in its primitive mind that he had fallen under its spell, it made no attempt at discretion,
racing directly for him with its fangs writhing through the air. Caius raced in uncaring. At the final moment, right when the spider was poised to skewer him through the chest, he moved. The air screamed as it was torn by the speed of his slashes, blurring blades smashing aside the thrust with ease. He stepped in, lightning streaming from his hand, scouring his opponent from within. Bending at the waist to slip past a lunging bite, he tapped into his bladerite, sword lighting with internal fire. A smooth step to the side, and he returned to a two-handed grip as he snapped into a high guard and hacked at the spider's grotesque face. It lurched, just barely managing to move one foreleg into the way of his assault. Chiton crunched as he cut his way halfway through. Squeals resounded, furious and pained. Thrashing, the spider fell into a barely controlled storm of stabbing limbs and gnashing bites. The wound on its leg bubbled, healing enough to take its weight, though he still saw the chinks in its armor.
Caius's heart quickened, black and gray blurring through the air as he hammered blows aside, leveraging all of his skill and strength to transfer his weight and momentum into a tight dance of parries. Step by step, he was forced back. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 38. Each blow carried the weight of a mountain, his blade ringing like a struck bell as his opponent hammered his guard. With every peal, his blade jumped in his hand from the force of the collisions, forcing him to tighten his grip. Not for the first time, he cursed the siege ogre for taking his fingers. Worse, he couldn't block everything. It was his single sword against a flurry of stabbing limbs and the hungry maw. Caius saved himself from the worst, but for every 3 attacks he turned away, one found him out of position. He was too slow. Steel-hard chitin punched through his armor effortlessly, lances of agony blooming as they tore through his flesh, lacerating his muscles as if they were softly woven cloth. Burning health did what it could, his flesh roiling as it worked to heal the grievous wounds. But he was flagging. Slowed as he was by the remnants of the venom, the wounds only worsened his ability to keep up. At least the pain was nothing, not with how familiar he was with its touch. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 26. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 28. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 28. Burbling laughter welled up from his throat as he smashed aside yet another stabbing limb before just barely slipping away from a venom-soaked bite. A dozen weeping wounds soaked the cloth and leather of his traveling clothes, a creeping warmth of sticky lifeblood binding them tight to his skin. He was utterly outmatched. If he let go of his blade for even a single second, the next blow would send his sword spinning from his grip. He could just barely hold on even as it was. His only saving grace was that the furious assault had charged his vambraces once more. Without his magic, he couldn't keep the pressure up, letting the monstrously powerful beast bring its inflated physicality to bear against him. With so much pressure on him, he couldn't even safely empower an attack. Alone, he would die. But he wasn't alone. A wall of jade slammed into the spider's side, yanking it to the left. Porkchop dove on the assassin spider, stride-long claws punching deep into its poorly defended abdomen. Ichor and guts fountained, staining jade a sickly yellow. "Took you long enough!" He pushed through the bond with his brother, sighing in relief as his empowered healing finally had the time to start properly sealing the wounds he had accumulated while keeping the spider occupied. "Not my fault. The illusion still hurts somehow. I thought it was the real one," Porkchop replied, even as he threw himself bodily into an oncoming bite,
the spider's fangs screeching as they failed to find purchase on his armor. Another jade wall erupted, slamming into its undercarriage with a crack. The spider jumped, and Porkchop punished the moment of weakness with a savage swipe of his claws. Looking back to Ianmus, Caius found the man racing in a circle, a panicked look of determination on his face. "Take the hit! It's an illusion!" he screamed, before turning his focus back to the real threat. It would hurt, but Ianmus had proven himself no pushover, and a few of his solar beams would be enough to destabilize the working. Racing in, Caius took note of his resources. 1/3 of his health left, nearly the same for stamina, and 8 charges of Stormlash left. Plenty. He sensed it, stronger than any other time he had in this battle. An opening, a weakness. He heaved on his sword, rolling his shoulders into a heavy overhand chop. A snarl clawed its way free of his chest as he tapped into his blade right. Cleaving the spider leg he had damaged earlier, steel crushed the wicked limb, severing it cleanly. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 36. Destabilized by the sudden loss of a 4th limb, the spider teetered. Smelling weakness, Porkchop launched himself at the beast as light beams seared the spider's carapace every few moments. The forceful tackle took the beast to the ground, and Caius saw his moment. Leaping over a flailing limb, he rounded on its face as his blade swept up into a high guard. As it rose, he tapped into his bladerite once more and dropped his offhand from his grip. Blue light flashed as he bound its head in crackling storm mana, a woven cage of magic that boiled ichor and charred chitin. Left stunned and immobile, the spider sat insensate as he gripped his blade with both hands and tapped into the stored vambrace. The executioner's blade fell. Chitin split, severing one mandible completely. Neural tissue and sticky fluid fell forth. It seized, limbs flailing, as deep within its primitive mind the creature sought to outrun its fate. Somehow, despite cutting halfway through its head, the spider still lived. Caius's mind raced, and he found a solution. "The legs," he said coldly through his bond, backing up. Porkchop felt his intent and launched himself at the nearest stabbing limb, taking a flailing strike on the shoulder as he bit down hard. Lowering his sword, Caius raised his hand. Thunder shuddered through the woods as another of the weapons of the Stormlord appeared in a shower of baleful orange sparks. Sealing the spider's fate, he lashed the beast, racking convulsions overcoming it. Another leg was torn free, Porkchop savaging its writhing form. He waited. Just enough time for the convulsions to subside, for its health to just start to be able to seal its wounds. Another peal of thunder, another flash of condemning blue light. Then another. The hammering blows of the storm and fury continued until all of his runic charges were spent, and all that was left before him was the limbless, quivering body of a shattered and broken creature. Approaching slowly, he watched it, the way its remaining red compound eyes reflected the light, watching him in turn. Even now it was filled with hateful aggression, one remaining mandible striking ineffectively as it desperately tried to attack him. Another step, and its venom sacs swelled, emptying impotently on the road in front of it. Noxious venom pooled, welling up in its mouthparts. It was time. Porkchop eviscerated its abdomen, claws raking through the soft sac with a sucking squelch. At the same time, Caius plunged his blade into its head. Each one resounded with a heavy crunch, ichor welling with a wet slop. 3 stabs it took, until he finally heard the dings he had been waiting for. Ding! Level 81, Veiled Assassin Spider, Cloaked Trapper slain,
Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Significant feat of strength performed under observation. You have been awarded an honor. Ruthless Underdog 2. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 25. +3 End, Strong and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit. Free from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 39. +3 End, Strong and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit. Free from class and racial traits.
Chapter 174. Camaraderie. Power rushed through every facet of his body, the sudden jump in levels bringing with it a heady rush that rolled over him in a wave. Pausing for a moment, he let himself feel the changes, adjusting to the palpable increase in strength. There was none of the pain, discomfort, or disorientation that he had felt as an unclassed. Supported by the structure of his class, the transition was seamless as his soul adjusted naturally. He shook the fugue off and turned his attention back to the spider. His sword still stood proud in its thorax. Caius pulled his blade free from the limbless body of the spider, ochre-colored ichor sticking to its surface like treacle as it squelched. As he did, he felt the blood song fade, leaving behind a familiar calm satisfaction in its wake. His pillar mentis fell silent along with it, the resonance fading. Passing disappointment welled up within him at that, but it was only a momentary thing. He knew, somehow, that the insights that had come with battle were not meant to enshrine the pillar in truth. They were a seed, to be contemplated and nurtured in quiet pondering, just like Ikum had said. There would be plenty of time in the future to think on his insight. Flicking his wrist to clear the worst of the muck, he bent down to wipe the rest free on a clean section of the spider's hairy exterior before he rose and slid it home in its sheath. Porkchop approached him, jade plate armor vanishing off his body with a subtle pop. His thick leather underarmor was soaked with blood and vital fluid, slowly closing holes dotting its surface. It didn't stop Porkchop from rubbing his head against his. "Gross!" he cried, shoving his brother off of him as Porkchop's sodden fur stuck to his cheek and caused the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Snickering at the move, Porkchop backed off. "Come on, Ianmus looks like he's about to pass out." He pushed across their bond, before turning to walk in the direction of their resident mage. Caius looked back, ignoring the way his scale armor gummed up with all the ichor in its joints. Ianmus was standing there, pale and leaning heavily on his staff. His eyes were glassy, staring into the mid-space as his jaw flapped soundlessly. Smiling at the sight of his friend's shock, he jogged after his brother, quickly catching up. He knew that feeling, the sense that the entire world had crumbled around you, the heavy weight of the impossibility that you were now part of history. Well, at least we know for sure that he got the honor too. He pushed along their bond. Porkchop chortled next to him, shaking his head in amusement. Well, for all we know, he got hit by some of that poison and is slowly dissolving from the inside out. Smiling at the joke, he still smacked Porkchop on the shoulder for the poor taste. Approaching quickly, they came to a slow stop a few strides from the mage. Still frozen, he stared into space, no doubt trying to digest the system notification in front of him. Caius cleared his throat. "So, job done?" he said slowly, unsure of how else to break the tension of the moment. Ianmus blinked, eyes clearing before his head lurched towards his own. Red-rimmed, wild eyes bored into his own, filled with exultation, confusion, and a little madness. "Caius, what?" he stammered. Caius just gave him an easy grin. "Told you we could do it," he replied. Blinking slowly for what must have been the 10th time, Ianmus shook his head, and looked at him with slowly widening eyes.
You knew,
he stated, words wooden and jaw slackening. We knew, Porkchop replied. Mostly, not if this would actually get us one. But in the general sense, yes, we knew, Caius continued. Standing rooted to the spot, Ianmus seemed to freeze as he processed the information. Caius waited patiently. He knew there would be questions, and many of them, but it would take time for the half-elf to digest what had just happened. He himself had sat stunned for what must have been most of an hour after he had eaten that fruit. Suddenly, Ianmus lurched into motion, racing towards them as a manic laugh slipped from his lips. Throwing a lanky arm around each of their necks, he pulled them into a strong hug, uncaring of the gore and ichor that coated both of them.
You demented bastards! You knew! You already knew! That's how you're so strong! Any dynasty that knew of this must have a potent legacy. You've got to have an unusual, no, unique class, he howled, embracing them before he pulled back. I haven't even had the chance to check what it does, but it must be.
Caius smiled at the man. They really had him now, had bound him to their cause in truth. He could hear it, the fervent need for more, the burning desire to strive forwards. Friends, besides, he and Porkchop were the best place that Ianmus would be able to find an opportunity to do that.
I must know more, please. This is the kind of discovery that makes the life of a scholar like myself,
Ianmus continued, calming as the shock of the moment slowly passed. Caius clapped the man on the shoulder. And you will have it. With a shared secret of this magnitude, how could I not trust you? I just have to ask you one thing. Refined features hardened as Ianmus's eyes steeled with conviction. Anything, he said with a nod. With all of our strength, we came close to death here. Not the closest me and Porkchop have ever gotten, but close. The path we walk requires that level of risk, and we are happy to lay our lives down to reach the summit. Are you? He asked. It was a serious question. An existence of throwing yourself against death to eke out every scrap of power was one he and his brother had committed themselves to fully, but it was one that was unbearable for most. Not everyone found joy in battle like they did, nor did they find the same meaning in a life lived to the fullest. Not in the same sense, at least. Ianmus laughed, long and loud. Manic and impassioned, he threw his head back as his sweat-streaked platinum locks hung limply from his head. Caius, my friend, you could tell me you intended to break the Accords and lead a campaign to conquer Vastivar, and I would still follow you to the bitter end. He stepped forwards, laying a firm grip on his shoulder. You, he looked at Porkchop, both of you have made me observed, have shown me hidden secrets, and brought me nose first to wisdom thought lost, revealed the secret to the greatest mystery of our age. I am a seeker of knowledge. You have brought me the wealth of an empire. And the risk of death? Porkchop asked. What of it? Ianmus said, waving a hand through the air dismissively. I feel the blood songs stronger day by day. I was never one to sequester in a tower with his tomes like some of my contemporaries. But I have changed. The only thing I could think during that battle, even when I thought the spider had slipped past you and my death was at hand, was how alive I felt. A wild gleam entered the half-elf's eyes, furor empowering his words with a conviction that told Caius everything. How good the rush felt, and how much sweeter my next morsel would be if I lived to see another day. A compatriot in truth, then.
one who understood the finer things in life. Then let us check our honor as a team. Once we harvest what we can from the spider, we can get off the road. Porkchop and I have been keeping an artifact in reserve that will give us plenty of privacy for a longer discussion, Caius replied. His companions nodded, and as one, they pulled up the description of their latest reward. Ruthless Underdog 2. Honor. Doing the impossible once is dumb luck. Doing it twice? Now that is competence.
Awarded to those who slay an enemy 50 levels or more above them, while under level 100 in a group of 3 or less. Provides a minute increase to all experience earned when fighting above your level. +5 all stats. +3% all stats. Caius grinned as he read the words that hung in his vision. There were chains of honors. To have that confirmed gladdened him. Unfortunately, it did mean that he and Porkchop had probably lost out on the follow-up honors for slaying champions while unclassed, but ultimately it was a small loss. With this, he had confirmed that there were plenty still up for grabs. Similarly, they had not received a bonus for this one. It seemed that the ancient observers of yore were at least capable of achieving the same feat that they just had, something that didn't surprise him. Legendary were their feats of strength, after all. That, too, spoke to the likelihood of there being more honors to achieve. It would take more than a handful of them to earn the stories that were ascribed to their actions. "What do you think, Porkchop? 75 levels higher before level 150? He asked, thinking on what they might possibly need to achieve to earn the next one. Porkchop tilted his head back and forth. That, or 100 before 200? Caius winced. While he was confident that they would be able to do it, they might have to find a few more honors before they did so. After all, they would need to slay something in a tier above them, a daunting feat, even for them. Startled from his reverie, Ianmus looked over to them. "You speak of this so casually, like we haven't just gotten 5 stats to everything and a scaling attribute bonus." He shook his head. "That's nearly 3 whole levels, most of them going to stats I am in dire need of." "So you do have a rare class," Caius grinned. "It's not that we don't appreciate and savor it, it's just that it grows a little more routine after a handful of them." Ianmus froze. Caius could physically see the mage's mind racing as he digested the information. Beside him, his brother snickered. "This was not just a dynasty secret that you saw an opportunity to capitalize on, was it?" he asked haltingly. "Well, my dynasty was plenty powerful, and we do have good classes, but no. We found this for ourselves," Caius replied. No. You said you had somewhere better to talk. My questions can wait," Ianmus said, visibly restraining himself from delving deeper into the topic. "You said you wanted to salvage some of the spider?" Caius nodded. "Though I think first me and Porkchop will clean up a bit." He waved down at his body, caked with the drying viscera of battle. Apologizing profusely from holding them up from cleansing themselves, Ianmus waved them on. Giving the man a small smile, he and Porkchop made their way over to the side of the road where they had ditched their saddlebags shortly after spotting the spider. It would have been the tragedy of the century if they had not, and that had led to their spatial artifact being destroyed. Retrieving their massive, self-filling water skin, a bar of soap, and some rags, Caius went about cleaning himself and his brother as best he could, going so far as to strip out of his armor and wash clean his traveling clothes. Feeling reborn, albeit sodden, they rejoined Ianmus and made their way to the corpse of the spider with their saddlebag firmly reattached to Porkchop's flank. The first thing he did was retrieve a leg, making sure to pick one that hadn't gotten misted with venom. Large as it was, he hacked at it until he held only a single segment as long as his thigh. Thankfully, their storage would keep it fresh, and due to its strange magics, it only cared about absolute volume rather than efficient packing. Next, he moved to the body of their slain foe.
Crouching before it, he sampled the air, leaning heavily on Explorer's toolkit as his eyes roved over its shattered body. His gut twinged as he landed on the creature's mandibles, both the one still attached and the one he had cut free. At the same time, he could taste the scent of alchemical reagents on the breeze, an acrid bite coming from the creature's venom, cloying his mouth with the scent of wasting sickness and infirmity. Fetching the first mandible, Caius sighed in relief as he found the venom sac at its base untouched. Moving to its head next, he drew his hunting knife and hammered it into the tough joints that held them in place. Each one was like cutting into wood, far more sturdy than one would expect from flesh and blood, but he managed, eventually. Returning with his prize, Ianmus watched him curiously. "The fangs?" "Probably some alchemical thing," Porkchop responded for him.
Caius has an even better nose for it than me, he finished, moving to Caius's side to give him access to their storage.
"Ah, good thinking. A reagent from something of this strength will go for good gold. Poison, especially in days like this."
Ianmus nodded, understanding the worth of such an item. Having finished stowing their poor excuse for loot, Caius turned to his group and clapped his hands.
"Right. Shall we go set up the tent?" he asked.
"Wait, we have a tent?" Ianmus asked, giving an aghast look.
"Come along," Caius replied, turning to stride into the tree line.
"Caius, why have we been sleeping in the dirt if there is a tent?" Ianmus cried, racing after him with his hands thrown to the air in exasperation, while Porkchop chuffed in amusement at the mage's indignation.
Chapter 175. Camaraderie.
As a group, they left the hard-packed road that cut its way through the sun-drenched Hanset woods. Cutting across the berm, they made their way through the trees, stout and healthy things, a mixture of oaks, ash, and many others that spread a wide canopy. Light underbrush crunched underfoot as Caius took the lead, plunging deep enough that they could no longer be seen from the road. As he looked around his surroundings, Caius couldn't help but feel strangely out of place. For all this place was nominally similar to the sea, it was too loose. They were nearly 100 strides into the tree line, and he could still clearly see the road. Breaks in the canopy were common, and the underbrush had none of the hearty vitality of the brush that rose as tall as he was used to. Eventually, finding a decent dip in the ground, Caius waved Porkchop over and unfastened their dimensional tent. Setting the storage bag in a small hollow surrounded by bushes, he activated the artifact with his mana before promptly scrunching his eyes shut and shielding them with his arm for good measure. No need to subject himself to interdimensional truths beyond mortal comprehension. Not today, and hopefully never again. As the tent materialized with a subtle pop, Caius heard Ianmus jump next to him. "What the hell's is that? Hang on, why are you covering your eyes?" Ianmus started, before addressing him with plain confusion. Groaning in resignation, he opened his eyes once more. "Ocular skill. First time he opened it, he got a little spooked by what he saw," Porkchop explained with a snicker.
Taking a last look at the thin leather tent, vaguely making out the impression of another bush nestled amongst its cousins, Caius turned to Ianmus and sighed.
"It's dimensional and has an illusion cloak. Some sort of janky spatial effect didn't react well with me when I saw it. I recommend against looking if you ever are able to."
He stepped forwards, opening the tent's flap to reveal the larger, rather homely space within.
"Now come on, we can talk inside." Porkchop led the way, diving into their space to nestle himself on the wide, cushioned mattress covered in furs. Their mage, on the other hand, stared at the interior in shock as he numbly made his way in. Stepping in after the man, Caius let the flap fall closed and took a seat on the spacious floor. Ianmus was still standing in the center of the space,
turning slowly as he took in the interior with wide eyes. "Why would you hide something so useful?" Ianmus asked absent-mindedly. "I can think of a dozen times being able to hide in plain sight would have saved us plenty of trouble on our journey, let alone the comfort." Caius grunted, reaching over to Porkchop to retrieve their traveler's pan, the chunk of spider leg, and as many cooking supplies as he thought he would need. Keeping the tent a secret had been a tactical choice. If Ianmus had ever proved himself untrustworthy, an unknown ability to hide in plain sight would have been invaluable. He told the mage as much as he went about cracking open the spider leg on a flat chopping board. The meat inside was delicate, almost reminiscent of the rare crawfish he and father would catch in the streams that networked the sea. "It wasn't meant as a slight," he assured. "We just wanted a gold piece tucked in our boot for if everything went to shit. Bit pointless now you're bound by a similar secret." Frowning down at him, Ianmus looked displeased at his reasoning. He could understand. It was a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. Eventually, though, the mage sighed in acceptance and took his seat across from him. They sat there in silence for a moment as he diced and spiced the spider meat. The questions would come soon, he was sure of it. But he didn't want to press the issue. If only he had some butter. If the spider was like crawfish, it would have been perfect. Unfortunately, lard would have to do. Ianmus sat with his elbows on his knees, head propped up by his hands, as a scrunched expression of intense concentration stood frozen on his face. A moment later, he sat up slowly and looked between them. "I assume much of what you have told me was a falsity born out of necessity?" he asked. Caius bobbed his head, while Porkchop took the moment to respond. "In a sense. Downplayed, details twisted and changed, and certain things omitted. But the broad strokes were there." Ianmus strummed his fingers against the canvas floor of the tent. "This wasn't your first honor, was it?" he asked, watching them intently. "My 7th. Porkchop's 6th, Caius confirmed, looking up from his work to meet the half-elf's eyes. They widened in shock, a thin hiss escaping his clenched teeth. "So many. No wonder you are so strong. What's the one Porkchop couldn't get?" Smirking slightly, Caius raised his dominant hand, showing off the glyph that embossed his palm. "First one to discover glyph binding. That's not all. There's bonuses, too. Ones we've found are being the first in our cohort, whatever that means, as well as achieving one unclassed, and sometimes doing something solo. Though the last one gets murky. Some honors are exclusively for doing certain feats solo." Rocking backwards at his reveal, Ianmus stared at him mutely for a drawn-out moment. "Unclassed?" he finally forced out, slowly looking between them. As soon as he finished the word, he trailed off, falling silent as he gathered his thoughts. "It was you, wasn't it?" Ianmus said slowly, chewing on his lip. "The phase shift." Caius nodded slowly, methodically finishing his prep for their meal before he activated the traveler's pan in front of him. Thankfully, it stayed cool on its exterior, so he could use it directly on the canvas. "It was. Though it was unintentional. We were just trying to survive," he replied, voice softening to a whisper as he thought back on the year of constantly living on the edge. The stress and tension that each day would be their last. It had honed him, and he had loved it. But there was still a weight to the experience, a level of respect demanded that could not be denied. How?" Ianmus asked, curiosity and disbelief warring in his voice. At the very least, there was no anger in it, no hatred or accusation. That had been what worried Caius the most. "A year trapped in the second layer of the depths, as unclassed, no less," Porkchop explained, shuffling closer on the fur-layered mattress that enveloped him. As large as he had grown,
There would be only just enough room for them to share the space.
One of the things Caius forgot to mention is that there are also minor and major honors. We got a minor one for surviving a year in the depths, unclassed, and a major for slaying a guardian. The latter was what kicked off the change, and gave us access to our classes.
Ianmus whipped his head over to Porkchop, staring at him intently. A whole year? How? He looked back to Caius, then started looking between him and his brother rapidly. Your legacy, he stated, settling on Porkchop once more. You helped Caius complete his own? I know completed legacies are common amongst the Melees.
No, Caius said with a shake of his head. I already had my own. But you are correct. They are how we survived, and eventually thrived. Once we found out about honors, we pushed as hard as we could.
Ianmus stared at him incredulously. There have been no higher race dynasties with a complete legacy since the Eternal Empire. Not publicly, at least. His almond eyes searched Caius's face. Who are you, Caius? Why would you be so far from your people? Why are you not with them now? And why, on all the gods hold dear, would you attempt a guardian? The deep weight of his grief revealed itself to Caius once more, settling upon him like a leaden mantle, weighing him down with the magnitude of his loss and his responsibility to hold the perpetrators to account. He breathed, feeling the emotion and letting it pass as his eyes drifted closed. When he opened them once more, he saw the contrition and concern in Ianmus's face and smiled at him wearily. That is a long story, but one I think we perhaps have time for, he said slowly. It started when I was young, living in the sea with my father. Caius told his tale, and he told it well, using his preoccupation with their lunch as an excuse to distract himself whenever it got too much. Porkchop would jump in then, filling in the gaps whenever he no longer had the stamina to continue. They held nothing back, not at this point. His life in the forest, his lack of knowledge about his background, the flight from the tracker, and his meeting with Porkchop. Their battles and their plights, and the honors they had earned on their journey. He spoke of the weight of desperation during that year, his need to know of his father's fate, and the dire tidings he returned to, learning that it was the Onyx Temple who were ultimately responsible. Ianmus was a good listener. He had sat there enraptured in his tale, asking questions when appropriate, and giving the right amount of shocked gasps, cosmerations, and congratulations where needed. All in all, it made for a great bonding activity for their team, far better than he had ever hoped it would go, at least. They even shared their builds and the existence of their additional racial traits and heroic classes. That had fascinated Ianmus. He'd begged them to trawl through their old notifications, a boring and focus-intensive experience, so that he could learn of their requirements. Something about building a framework to understand class requirements better. Ianmus, too, had shared his own. He did have a rare class, Novitiate Solar Theurge, a class that encompassed both sorcery and free casting, and one that could easily bend in either direction further down the path. He had his own legacy skills, 5 from the college and 2 from his father. Most were merges of 3 to 5, though one was 7. His other skills were nothing to sniff at either, 3 unusual skills that he had acquired through dedicated shedding of blood and sweat. A good foundation, one they would be able to build upon handedly as they acquired more honors in preparation for the second tier. In all honesty, he was surprised Ianmus hadn't gotten an unusual class. If he had to guess, the sheltered nature of collegiate training had offset much of the effect his large number of legacy and high-rarity skills would have had. Still, that was in some ways good news. With the feats they were acquiring, and the honor he had gained, Caius would be surprised if he didn't completely skip a rarity and jump to at least unique in the second tier. Caius finished his tale at the same time he finished cooking their lunch. Switching the pan off, a warm and spicy scent filled their tent. It smelt good, but odd. Remarkably similar to crawfish in the end, but without the tang of seafood that he was used to. "And that's it," he said, pushing the pan away as he fetched some bowls. "Amazing, and terrible for you to have experienced such," Ianmus said with a shake of his head. Then his eyes blazed, impassioned and fierce. "The Onyx Temple are the worst of blackguards, and I would be more than happy to assist you in your blood debt." Caius nodded his head in gratitude. "I only request one thing," Ianmus followed up.
"Oh?" Caius asked, tilting his head at the man.
He doubted he was trying to leverage something out of him, but he was curious about what he wanted. "Take me with you to the end, and I will bleed as much as I have to keep up. These honors, Icum, and the phases, it's a mystery on a never-before-seen scale. So much could be found, and so much progress could be made. Let alone your magic, the scale and significance of it," Ianmus said with fervor. "If I let this slip by, I would never be able to sleep again." Caius grinned, and his brother chuffed with joy. "Of course. We need you just as much. A god himself said so," Porkchop quipped. "Good. Good. I am thankful," Ianmus said with a bow of his head. "Now, bonded as a team in truth, I wish to ask for your thoughts on my next available skill. That fight pushed me to level 41. Caius waved him off. "None of that. First, we eat. We can all delve into our statuses after lunch." Ladling the fried spider into bowls, he passed them out amongst his team, a budding warmth growing within him as he watched their latest member, both in deed and spirit, accept his cooking with a thankful smile. With no more secrets, and with Ianmus having taken the first step to supremacy, he hoped they would be able to keep their bond for years to come.
Chapter 176. Camaraderie. Finale. Sitting within the tent, Caius enjoyed the lard-fried spider. Tender and juicy, it practically melted in his mouth and carried the mild herbs and spices he had used beautifully. All in all, definitely as delicious as he had hoped it would be. What's more, with every bite, he felt a gentle and warm energy coursing free from the meal, seeping from his stomach to swaddle him like a warm blanket. He didn't see any major effects in his status or anything of the like, but it satisfied him on some deep level. Every wave of the vitalizing energy washed away his fatigue and exhaustion from the recent battle, revitalizing the mind and soothing the weariness of his body and soul. It sat heavy in his stomach, satiating him far faster than he expected from a meal of its size. A happy smile crossed his face. He'd always wanted to try high-level beast meat, but it was supposed to be unsafe for those without a class. With Explorer's toolkit stretching its worth as much as it could with its meager levels, he had finally gotten a taste of the empowered foodstuffs that the high-tiered thrived on. Savoring another bite, his mind turned to more important matters. With the entire team having fallen to silence as they ate, it was the perfect time to survey his status for the first time in a number of weeks. He was pretty sure Porkchop was already looking at his own, what with the way his half-lidded eyes stared into the mid-space, though it could have just been the food. Giving his brother a smile, he pulled up his system information. Status: Name: Caius. Dynasty: Unterstone. Age: 19. Race: Human, Dynastic, Greater Beast-Blooded. +1 Will, Strain, End, and Free Stats per level. Layer reached: 2. Class: Runeblade Initiate.
+3 intelligence, +2 endurance, +2 strength, +2 dexterity, +1 vitality, +1 will per level. Level 39. Resources: health 1,837 over 2,450, 13.5 per minute. Stamina 1,920 over 2,320, 18.3 per minute. Mana 1,650 over 3,190, 21.5 per minute. Free mana 1,650/3,190. Reserved mana 0. Stats: endurance 144 plus 49 plus 25%, 245. Vitality 58 plus 49 plus 25%, 135. Strength 134 plus 49 plus 25%, 232. Dexterity 96 plus 49 plus 25%, 183. Intelligence 172 plus 63 plus 33%, 319. Willpower 96 plus 63 plus 33%, 215. Stat points 0. Aspects: Pillar corporis N/A, Pillar mentis N/A, Pillar animus N/A. Class skills 2/10. Latent glyph of Drakthar, heroic 9 greater than 22. Initiate's glyphic bladerite, unique 0 greater than 10. General skills 10 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic 22 greater than 28. Liturgical blade form, primus ordo, heroic 23 greater than 30. Explorer's toolkit, unusual 30 to 36. Tempered by dissonance, heroic 22 to 31. True sight, unique 27 to 38. Tonal weaving, unique 24 to 31. Resonance amplification, unique 23 to 27. Lesser regeneration, unusual 20 to 28. Uncanny dodge, unique 23 to 29. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, heroic 36 to 40. Hymn book, Glyph of Drakthar Stormlash, Tier 1, 120 mana. Honors: Born for Slaughter, bonus. Sublime Prodigy, Glyph Binding, bonus. Birds of a Blood-Soaked Feather, bonus. Persistent Survivor, minor, bonus. Kingslayer, major, bonus. Ruthless Underdog, bonus. Ruthless Underdog 2. Bound Artifacts, A Father's Gift, common. Growth Longsword. Growth Conditions: Gain a class, 1/1. Absorb suitable materials, 1/3. Forge a link, 1/1. A sigh of satisfaction slipped free, though whether it was from his gains or from the fried spider, he didn't know. With a single battle, they had leapfrogged the rising curve. Now the standard beasts of the plains would certainly pose no threat to them, though that was in some ways bittersweet. If they kept this growth up,
it would become a significant challenge to find suitable foes to sharpen themselves on. Well, that wasn't quite true. He was sure the guild would have plenty of recorded entrances to the depths of a sufficient layer. However, if he would have access to ones deep enough was an entirely different story. Hopefully with this mission, they would prove themselves capable of bronze. And if not, with only one more. Those were the real threats, both the kind he could grow off of and the kind that threatened the surrounding region the most. Even iron, with all the might of the beasts that made up its ranks, were rare enough that they surely could not match up to the devastation that was the overflowing bronze board. At least until the beasts grew further, that is. Shaking off his musings, Caius turned his attention to his companions. Both seemed to be done with their own checks of their gains. "Satisfied?" he asked the group. "Extremely." "I concur," Ianmus agreed with a nod. Caius grinned, glad that Ianmus in particular was in good spirits at their success against the spider. It was a stark thing, your first brush with the impossible. But the man had handled it as well as the best of them. "Ianmus," he asked, "you mentioned you have your next skill available. Did you want to share what you were thinking?" The mage brightened at his words, exuberance sliding across his face. "Yes, yes! I have a couple of options, all rare, thank the fates. I am partial to all of them. It just depends how I can best fit into the team." Caius waved at the man to continue. "There's a direct healing spell, 100 health for the same mana, but the health and range scales slightly, which could prove significant over time, and the relatively low mana cost means a quick channeling time, especially as my wisdom improves," Ianmus explained heartily. "On the other hand, I also have a meta magic that would let me double the effectiveness of a spell for double the mana cost, but the increase scales minutely. This, in particular, would be brilliant for my free casting. Eventually, it would let me get far more punch for an attack or restorative than the increased cost, reducing the chances of mana burn," he continued. Caius hummed under his breath.
Even if these were just the first two, they were both equally valuable. Healing, the quick kind in particular, was of extreme use in the sorts of battles that they were destined to face, and could literally be the difference between life and death. On the other hand, Ianmus had proven that his alpha strikes were potent indeed, capable of severely wounding even the assassin spider, when he had none of his and Porkchop's advantages. Sure, it took 10 minutes of channeling, but in the right situation, it was a game changer. Especially if he and Porkchop could take the heat, Ianmus could potentially even make use of his free casting ability in combat. Still, he had 3 options. "And the final?" Caius asked. "Perhaps my least favorite, even if still tempting under other circumstances. A variant beam attack, one focused on a blinding affliction," Ianmus answered. Scratching his chin, Caius thought he agreed with the man. It was too niche, especially in comparison to the previous 2 skills. "I suppose my main question is whether you are leaning towards free casting or sorcery," Porkchop interjected. Caius nodded. It was a significant point. At some point, for optimal effectiveness, Ianmus would need to lean one way or the other. Not entirely. Some level of both abilities was always useful for a mage, but indecisiveness was rarely helpful where the system was concerned. Pausing to think on the question, Ianmus looked up deep in thought. "I think, if you had asked me a few months ago, I would have said sorcery. The time cost of free casting is too extreme for most. A single mistake from your front line, and you are dead." He looked down, meeting their eyes. "Now, though, with you two, I think the potential power and flexibility of free casting is too useful and potent to set aside. I saw the way you handled that spider. Elite and 60 levels your senior,
and it still never had a moment where it could ignore you.
Caius turned, meeting his brother's eyes for a knowing look, before he smiled back at Ianmus. Then you have your answer. Besides, solar fee casting is fantastic at healing anyway, isn't it? He said, with an easy grin. Ianmus returned it, nodding emphatically. It is, significantly so. A potent blend of regeneration, recovery, and restorative. I have the education to do it too. I agree. I'll pick hypercharged spell. A moment later, the lanky half-elf's eyes closed, and he made his choice. Caius leaned in, grabbing their plates and pan, before popping his head out of the tent to rinse them off with their water skin. By the time he had returned, Ianmus's awareness had returned from his selection, the man looking as pleased as an overfed pig. Right, Caius said with a clap. Lunch is over, we've made our gains, and we have a long journey ahead of us. I suggest we get the grisly work over and done with and survey the damage the spider left, and then make our way to Holsborough before returning to the guild. Ianmus winced at his words, while Porkchop groaned. That was a lot of wreckage, Caius. It might be gruesome, Porkchop said. He nodded grimly back. I know, but it is the right thing to do. That and salvage rights. Some of those looked like merchant caravans. Besides, I doubt there will be much in the way of remains. Spiders are thorough. Going a little pale, Ianmus looked away. I suppose we must. Taking the lead, Caius stepped out of the tent, before collapsing it with his eyes closed as soon as his compatriots had exited. Securing it to his brother's back, he led their way back through the woods towards the road. It would be grim work, but if they could bring word to Holsborough of any identified caravans, they would be able to do the rest. At the very least, they could send more thorough investigators now that the road was clear. Bleak sights passed before his eyes as they picked through the remains of the assassin spider's nest. The dense web that crossed the road was now a little more than thin silk. Still tough and sticky, but easily clearable, without the infusion of one of the spider's skills. They'd found shattered wagons galore, but, like Caius had expected, no sight of any bodies. No doubt there were bones somewhere, hidden in some dark hole in the ranges that the monstrosity had claimed as its territory. Caius didn't have the time or the inclination to go searching for them. As much as his heart bled for the senseless loss of life, they were already gone. His time was better spent elsewhere. They could leave that job for the locals, now that the threat was gone. Instead, they searched the wagons. Most were weeks old, dating back before the notice had gone out of something picking off travelers. A few were more recent, poor bastards who hadn't paid attention to the comings and goings, or were too cocksure and confident to listen. There was little of value. Most were mundane goods, cloths, finely tanned leathers, pottery, and foodstuffs. Practical things. With how broken the wagons were, the wares had been fully exposed to the elements, and the delicates had been shattered. The rest had rotted, or worn beyond the point of being worth salvaging. To them, at least, no doubt some enterprising townsman would have a field day picking through what they considered trash. There was, however, one thing that was worth their time. "You two, over here!" Porkchop called with excitement, over by a particularly heavy-set carriage that had been reinforced with iron banding. The wood had been shattered, and no amount of mundane metal had stopped the spider from prying off the roof. Caius shared a glance with Ianmus, who was idly kicking planks aside as he inspected a more common wagon. As one, they raced to his brother's side. Approaching quickly, he found his brother crouched over a small lockbox, a good 10 strides from the wagon. Half embedded in the dirt and covered in leaf litter, it must have been knocked free in the confrontation. Or dropped in a merchant's desperate flight, Caius thought to himself grimly. He crouched down as Porkchop levered it out with a single claw. It was a small thing, maybe a hand and a half long and a hand wide, with a thick padlock keeping it sealed shut. Caius grinned as he saw it. A money box. No two ways about it. "Want me to melt it open?" Ianmus asked, a gleaming eye on their find. "It might take a while, but I could do it." Caius shook his head, setting the box on a patch of hardened dirt as he rose to his full height. "Nah, this is much easier." Raising his foot to his chest, he leaned on the full might of his increased strength as he drove down in a vicious, full-bodied stomp. Wood splintered with a terrible crack, but the box held firm. It shattered on the second stomp. Whoever the merchant was, he hadn't invested in an enchanted lockbox. As the box collapsed, glittering rounds of silver and copper spilled forth, dozens and dozens of them. Caius met his team's gaze, his own wide grin mirrored on their own faces. "Drinks on me at Holsborough?"
Chapter 177. Journey to Holsborough. Leaving the wreckage and ruin that was the spider's nest behind, Caius and his party made their way down the road to Holsborough, slowly trekking towards the edge of the Hansett Woods. 2 days of travel, hunkering down in their dimensional tent in the evenings, with at least another one until they hit the edge of the swathe of lightly packed trees. Then it would be a day of crossing the plains. Inchshire was closer by at least half, but the township lay further away from Deadacre. It would have been fastest for them to have simply cut back the way they had come, but none of them felt it would be right to leave without at least giving word on one end that the assassin spider had been slain and the worst of the road's threats cleared. Plus, he was sure that whatever salvage the locals would find would be a significant boon in the current times. While it was of no use to the likes of them, there were plenty of goods that would still be serviceable, if weather-beaten. The lockbox, though, that they could use. After accounting for their finds, they had another 68 silver and 97 copper to their name. A paltry sum compared to the earnings they would get from this mission, but it was convenient all the same. A single gold was a large sum of money to most people, and having a weighty supply of lesser coinage would certainly help with paying their way through common taverns and the like. As the sun shone down on the widespread green around them, Caius watched their surroundings closely. The way the breeze shifted the canopies and caressed the heavy brush beneath. The song of birds and the low-level buzz of insects. A background song that could be hiding danger. Not that he was particularly worried.
While he was certain threats even more dangerous than the spider were appearing with alarming regularity, the realm was a large place, and they would have to be unlucky indeed to stumble across one so close to the range of another. Still, as it stood, he was the closest thing they had to a scout, so he planned on doing his job diligently. His vigilance was rewarded shortly after, Explorer's toolkit nudging his attention to a flashing blur a good 200 strides into the trees. Tilting his head, Caius focused on the flash, clarity coming to him quickly. A trio of wolves, skulking from tree to tree. Mangy and thin, they looked starved. Desperate. His heartbeat stayed steady, without the barest whisper of vitalizing glee that came with the blood-song. They were weak. Focusing on one who was peering around a wide oak, he pulled up its status. Forest Wolf, level 21, Beast, Skirmisher. Sighing, he slipped from his brother's back and palmed the hilt of his sword. Ianmus and Porkchop looked at him in confusion. "Nothing bad, just some desperate wolves," he explained without turning back, waving off any questions before they were asked. Striding off the road, he approached the tree line. His blatant, unthreatening approach was too much for the small pack. As one, they bayed, charging from their cover as they raced towards him with foaming muzzles. Out in the open, they looked less decrepit than he had thought. Still obviously hungry, but not generally underfed, nor did they look wasted to the point of weakness. Their gray pelts still even had a sheen, without a mat in sight. Poor bastards. They'd just skipped one too many meals, enough hunger to force them into a confrontation they had no idea would be their end. Slowing to a stop, he let them approach. His sword was still in its sheath, and his hands rested comfortably at his side. The sheer nonchalance sent the wolves into a frenzy, their pace redoubling. Each one sent plumes of dirt spraying behind itself as they wove between the trunks at a pace only possible after a full life hunting through the reaches of the woods. Slavering snarls slipped from their muzzles, brown eyes focused on him with furious intensity. It was almost admirable. Then they came into range. Caius swept his hand out towards casually, a baleful shower of orange sparks hanging in a trail behind it. Blue-white cracked, throwing the surrounding trees into stark relief as a writhing bolt of lightning appeared in his hand before arcing towards the lead wolf. It impacted with finality, two lesser streams of potent magic splitting off to the other two wolves. Each and every one seized, muscles clenching with every scrap of strength they could muster. Tumbling into a ragged pile of meat, the wolves collapsed dead and smoking. Ding! Level 21. Forest Wolf, Able Hunter, slain. Experience gained. Reduced experience for slaying a foe of insignificant strength. Ding! Level 22. Forest Wolf, Able Hunter, slain. Experience gained. Reduced experience for slaying a foe of insignificant strength. Watching their prone forms twitch with the remnants of his magic, Caius sighed and made his way back to his companions. Disappointing, but surprisingly common. They'd suffered 2 more attacks from a variety of beasts, either those desperate or so territorial they would willingly throw themselves at death. Fortunately, most things in the woods had some instinctive understanding of their strength and had steered well clear. Still, a proper fight would have been nice. Even if it wasn't as fraught as the spider, it still would have been good to see some more significant gains than the bare smattering of 3 skill levels he had seen since then. Ianmus shook his head at him, a wry smile on his face. "You look like you just got sentenced to 6 months of hard labor," he teased. That set Porkchop off, his brother chortling at Ianmus's joke. "He does! Like he had to dig the next den tunnel." Scowling at his companions, Caius quickened his stride to rejoin them. "I can't help it. That wasn't even a fight. I could do a dozen of those and not see a single skill level, let alone a class 1. Chin up, man. You at least had that insight into your aspects. Why don't you do some more pondering now that a few days have passed, and see if you can share anything else?" Ianmus asked. Caius sighed. He was right. He had shared his revelation on the truths he had brushed upon in their fight during their first day. They'd all been fizzing with excitement at the prospect of delving more into the secrets of the latest addition to the system. Both Ianmus and Porkchop had felt a little resonance, Porkchop with Corporus and Ianmus with Mentis, but both had been lesser things, equivalent to the slight vibrations he had felt previously. The resonance, the insight into his motivation and mentality, had been different, more primal and central to his being. He knew it was the start of a path, one that would lead him to the prize. Unfortunately, it was frustratingly elusive. As much as he wanted it to come quickly and easily, every time he had meditated on the concept of weathering all in his advance towards his goals, he'd gotten nothing. Nothing, except for the sense that something was a little off, and that he needed time to digest the experience before more could be done. Shrugging in resignation, Caius jumped onto his brother's back and settled into the saddle. Closing his eyes, he started to meditate. Dominance and fearlessness in his pursuit of his goals, the need and drive to push ever onwards, the breaking of barriers, inexorable pursuit of perfection. He tried a dozen phrases and mantras, pondering how they fit into the mentality with which he approached everything. The answer he came to was frustrating. They all did, but only in the general sense.
As he watched his pillar mentis in his mind's eye, he got nothing but the sense he was just a little off, a little wrong, by a hair. Whatever the pillar wanted, the only thing he could tell is that it wasn't some outside philosophy that he could mold to himself, some quip or phrase that he could use to describe himself. No, it was some sort of primordial truth. He could feel it in his bones. Unfortunately, today did not seem to be the day where he would find it. Opening his eyes, he sighed. Nothing, again. I think I'll just leave it. Wait until we're settled back in Deadacre when I'm less wound up. Walking beside him, Ianmus nodded in understanding. I think that would make sense. Back at the academies, whenever I was faced with a particularly troublesome question or mystery, I always found quiet contemplation of my understanding of the problem helped the best. Usually, after a few days of that, I'd just be walking the grounds before the solution would just jump to mind, seemingly out of nowhere. Caius nodded in agreement. Contemplation of what he already knew about himself. He could do that. Not now, though. He still felt restless about turning in and collecting their next mission. That, and the hell they would have to pay when Ro found out just what level the spider had been. Groaning at the thought, Caius pushed the fiery woman out of his mind and went back to surveying their surroundings. Only another day or two to Holsborough. Caius's prediction had been nearly bang on. After another day of endless green and chittering birds, the Hansett woods had gradually begun to thin. Snaking ever onwards, the rough, packed road they followed led them across streams, through meadows and clearings, until eventually the trees grew so thin that woods no longer fit. By the next morning, they had returned to the plains proper, though one much more lush than the surroundings of Deadacre. Grass sprouted to the waist, dotted with a dizzying variety of wildflowers that were spotted through the fields like sprays from a flicked painter's brush. It was, in all honesty, beautiful. The air was rife with floral scents, and buzzing bees and nectar-drinking birds flitted to and fro, the latter resting every few minutes in the many trees that provided shelter from the heat of the scorching late summer sun. It was a peaceful journey. Even though they saw many beasts, all manner of grazers, and the odd predator that preyed upon them, nothing that Caius had seen eclipsed the 30th level, and none had the lack of sense to attempt an attack on their persons. As they traveled, discussions were bandied about to fill the time. His favorite had been their talks of their homes. Ianmus had spoke of the famous city of Mistral, coastal home of magic and spires. Apparently, the rumor that its walls were plated in glistening crystal had a nugget of truth to them. A small nugget, admittedly. They were made of some sort of local stone, a kind of granite that had been naturally infused with mana, making the small crystals within grow large and refract the light with startling brilliance when the sun hit it just right. It also made it tougher than sin, and the perfect material for building fortifications, even if it was twice as heavy as the mortal equivalent. Of the spires, Ianmus had mostly spoken of his own. The Sun Spire, one of hundreds within the city. A premier amongst premiers, it was one of the 24, an academy that was far larger than most of the towers within Mistral. Ianmus spoke of it fondly, the knowledge to be found there, and the architectural beauty. Of his fellow students, he had less kind things to say. At least those of more noble birth, who were apparently a veritable nightmare to get along with. They didn't appreciate being shown up by a common-born, let alone a half-elf, and had made Ianmus's life rather burdensome before his talent had proven too great to be denied. Porkchop spoke of the dens and the magical sights that could be seen within the deep sea.
trees so tall and thick that each of them could lie end on end and still only be half the width of their trunk. Carnivorous plants and the titanic booms of powerful beasts warring in the night. He also spoke of the life of his people, the works of art they wrought on the walls and surroundings of their dens. The great split between those that thought true beauty lay in the pure abstraction of visual art reduced to pure form, designed to draw a specific impression, and those who lovingly rendered scenes of the sea, some lifelike, and others in representation of the impressions of the moment. It was bizarrely foreign to him, the idea that a troop of greater beasts could nearly come to blows over who was the best artist in the family. Ianmus in particular had found that fascinating, and had been most curious about where Porkchop fell on the spectrum. To the man's disappointment, his brother had only snorted, saying half the reason he wanted to explore was because he found the whole thing moderately ridiculous. Both styles had their merits, and he was firmly in the half of the family who preferred to wander and hunt than spend their days locked underground working on some masterpiece. Though he did let slip that one of his favorites was a scene of titanic lilies floating on a lake. He himself had shared his life on the hunt, and the differences that the outskirts of the sea had from the interior, the vistas he had seen, and the nights of contemplation as father taught him the constellations of the sky. Both of his companions had watched him cautiously at first, as if the stories so intertwined with his father would bring him anguish. He was a little surprised they hadn't.
Oh, it ached. But it was overshone by the happiness he found in those memories, of sharing his brightest days with his newest friends and family. Eventually, though, the conversation died as a smudge crested the horizon. Focusing heavily, Caius brought the image into focus. A town, walled in heavily reinforced logs, with a dozen men at the gate. Holsborough. At the sight of their destination, a surprising amount of apprehension filled him. More than a few of the spider's victims would have hailed from here, and they would be the ones who would have to bring news of its death and share the details of what they found. It was the right thing to do, but it would be a painful conversation all the same. Chapter 178. Pride. The smudge on the horizon that was Holsborough revealed itself to be a small town, stoutly defended with a thick wall of trunks and earthworks. As they approached, Caius was the first to see that their entrance to the city had been shut, a full squad of guards watching the gate. Much like the defenders of Deadacre, they were garbed mostly in chain and leathers, with the stout hafts of their polearms standing tall above them. Astute and vigilant, the guards spotted them quickly. Caius waved his hand, calling for them to slow their approach. Clearly, the men were watching for something, and if it wasn't a fear of the spider that had plagued this very road only 20 or so leagues away, he would eat his left boot. Sure, the beast did not seem to be the type to roam far, but he doubted the lord of this settlement would have much interest in taking chances with everything that had been occurring. "Guess it's back to pretending to be stupid again," Porkchop groaned as they walked to meet the guards. Caius patted his brother's back in sympathy. He knew that Porkchop didn't care overmuch, and that his brother found plenty of amusement in watching the comings and goings as an observer, but it didn't mean it was an ideal state of affairs. "Chin up. It won't be too long until we can go about our business openly. The second tier should be safe enough, and at this rate it won't take us long at all," Caius replied, raising his hand to give the hardened faces of the guards a friendly wave. "Indeed," Ianmus nodded. "While your current course of action is wise, greater beasts acting in long-term cooperation with the higher races is not unheard of, at least historically." Caius gave the half-elf an interested look. He hadn't heard of that before. Stories of greater beasts saving wayward travelers on a whim, sure, but not long-term cooperation.
You'll have to tell us about them sometime. Though, for now, I should deal with these guards.
Caius said, before he picked up his pace and approached ahead of his companions. The guards waited for him stiffly. As soon as they came within speaking distance, the lead man threw up his hand.
Halt, delvers! This gate is currently closed until we can confirm the destruction of the spider beast in the woods, the man said.
His tone was stern and hard, but through his enhanced vision, he could see the slight sheen of sweat on the man's face. He was nervous, though judging by the confident looks he gave them, it was far more about the beast than it was them. Caius pulled his badge from his belt, the brushed metal shining in the sun.
Then you're in luck. We diverted our route to Deadacre to let the town know that the assassin spider is dead.
The guards froze, backs straightening, as they looked at him with a mixture of relief and disbelief. "Truly?" one asked from where he stood at the back of the pack, before a quick elbow from one of his colleagues shut him up. The lead guardsman looked at the offender with narrowed eyes, before he gave Caius an appraising look.
Regardless of his lack of decorum, I would have to agree with him. Do you have any proof? While we've had no confirmations of its level, the report we received from the guild placed it at a higher level than our own. I won't risk good folks' lives on a rumor.
Caius nodded. He understood. Most of the reason they had done this diversion was to give the local communities a heads up, rather than lump on additional weeks of waiting for their mission to be confirmed and word to be sent back. That, and it was a good place to rest for an afternoon before they were on their way. Moving to their bags, he withdrew one of the arm-sized mandibles of the spider. I'm afraid I won't be handing this off for a detailed analysis, with its potential alchemical value. But if any of your men here have an appraisal skill, they are welcome to take a look.
Caius replied, displaying their trophy to the waiting guards. That would work, the guard leader replied, before he nodded to one of his men. Young and mousy, the man nearly missed that he had been called upon, until his superior cleared his throat and fixed the guard with a glare.
Right. Sorry,
the guard replied, taking a few steps out of the throng of bodies to get a clear look at the mandible and fang in Caius's arms. A second later he hissed, eyes going wide.
Boss, I think they really did it. Says it's a fang and venom sac from an assassin spider that made use of illusion powers.
It's Sergeant, idiot. But thank you. Back in with the others, the guard leader replied, waving at the man to rejoin the rest of the squad. Caius nodded at the words, stowing their prize, before he went to meet the sergeant who had approached them. Stepping up, he clasped the man's hand firmly. This is the best news I've had all year. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care. Thank you. Having that trade route down was making life tough for folks here, let alone everyone who was lost, the sergeant said, a wide grin splitting his weathered face. Just getting paid, Sergeant, Caius said with a slight shake of his head. But you ain't getting paid to go out of your way to let us know as soon as you could. For that, you have my thanks, the guard leader replied. Tell me, those that it took, was there any sign of them? Caius winced, thinking of the shattered ruins of caravans they had had a cursory pick through. Seeing his expression, the guardsman's mouth hardened into a thin line. I see. I'd held out for some slim hope that it was one of those spider types that hoarded their food, but I suppose it was not to be. We don't know for sure. The only things we saw were shattered wagons lumped in the tree line. No bodies or remains. The chances are slim, though. It didn't seem the type, in my uneducated opinion, Caius replied grimly. The sergeant sighed, head bowing under the weight of lost souls. A shame. Damn shame. Knew some good men who worked those routes. Shaking his head, the sergeant's dutiful mask took over once more, and his eyes focused with steely intensity.
Listen, man. I know you know how tough things are out here. Without the trade between here and Incha, we've been flagging. Worse, merchants from Deadacre ways have been steering clear too. Without their main route through these parts, they just haven't bothered. The sergeant shook his head, spitting to the side with venom at his mention of the risk avoidance of the traders. The goods, are they salvageable? He said, cutting to the chase. Caius tilted his head. While most had been useless to them, there had been plenty that would have been great for the town. Hides, oars, and other sturdy goods had survived the exposure, even if some had been damaged slightly. Somewhat. Not much of interest to us, so I can't comment in any depth, because we didn't look too thoroughly. Food's gone, obviously, but I saw at least some leathers, pottery, and oars that survived. There was plenty more we passed over after seeing it wasn't anything worth our while to salvage, Caius explained. The sergeant nodded slowly. I can work with that. We'll need to search the wreckage for the remains anyway. That many in one place, I don't want to deal with undead on top of everything else, as unlikely as it might be.
He hadn't thought of that. Large concentrations of people dying in one place could be dangerous, especially if it was the lamentable kind of violent death those people had suffered. Normally, natural undead were only an issue in higher mana zones, and even then, only rarely. Unfortunately, with the changes in mana levels that had accompanied the phase shift, the frontier might no longer be safe from that particular issue. Thankfully, most natural undead were unlikely to become a plague. It would be fan luck indeed for one to be born that could spread their contagion, or control its lesser kin. Turning back to his men, the sergeant whistled at one to the rear. A tall and dark-haired man, weathered by the years, he looked grizzled and, judging by the way his gaze instantly snapped to the sergeant, experienced. Earthen, go tell the captain that the spider's dead, and let him know I think we need a search and recovery squad, the sergeant said. Earthen simply gave the head guardsman a single nod and jogged for the smaller door set to the side of the gate, rushing off as ordered. Thank you for this, truly. I'd be happy to let you into the city, but I'd be a fool not to share that you'll have difficulties stabling your beast as things are, the sergeant said, giving Caius a nod. Nodding back, Caius accepted the man's words easily. They'd been expecting it, especially once they'd actually started to make plans for their journey back to Deadacre. Rarely did smaller towns such as this have facilities for creatures like Porkchop. After all, there was little market for it when most such bonded beasts would be only stopping through on their way to Deadacre. It's fine. We planned to just stop for lunch. The day's still young, after all, he explained. Say, a merchant's guard we shared the road with said the Plucked Hen was the best place to stop by. Just wanted to see what a local thought. The sergeant snorted, shaking his head. Maybe if you wanted to get swindled. Nice enough beer, but stupidly overpriced. Not surprised a traveler told you that. They're the main marks. Try the 3 Barrels just down the road. They've got outside seating, too, for your bonded, he finished, nodding his head towards Porkchop. Then the sergeant nodded to his men, who hurried about the laborious effort of unbarring the main gate and winching it open. Saying their goodbyes to the guards, Caius and his companions made their way into Holsborough. It was a nice enough place, clean, with tall wooden houses with steep arched roofs. The commotion of the opening gate had drawn plenty of interest from the locals, who stopped to watch them as they passed. While it hadn't been anywhere near long enough for word of their deed to spread, it seemed that 2 delvers and a war beast entering town from the direction of a beast that had led to the gates being barred was enough to tip people off. From there, the whispers had spread faster than they moved down the street, as people dashed off to tell others of the news. Before he knew it, people were gathering in 2s and 3s, lurking in doorways and on corners to watch them pass. Respect and admiration was plain on the faces of those that stared at them when they passed, conversations lowering as people talked in hush whispers. No doubt half of it was to do with their levels.
or rather, the surprising lack of them. But Caius caught just as many snippets of people giving their quiet thanks. It was odd. Caius wasn't the most used to people at the best of times, and having such open focus on him was more than a little uncomfortable. A lifetime in the sea had given him many advantages, but comfort in a crowd was not one of them. And yet, at the same time, he felt an unexpected level of pride thrumming through his chest. He walked down the street with his back straight and his chin high, a warm ember of accomplishment buoying him through the experience.
They might have chosen this mission because the spider was likely to be of a high level, and was a good enough matchup. He had confidence in their success. But seeing the relief, the smiles and nods as they walked past, it felt good. Really good. "We made a real difference here," he murmured, turning his head slightly to watch a child who hung halfway out a window as they passed under the building. Ianmus nodded. "We did, and we should take pride in that. There is more to delving than just the pursuit of power. I think with the heights we plan to strive for, this is perhaps just a taste of the impact we could have. It is the duty and burden of the strong. The weakest members of the pack rely on you to succeed in your hunt, lest the whole den suffer," Porkchop replied, accepting the attention they received as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Smiling to himself, Caius found a little more energy entering his stride, despite their long journey. He couldn't wait for their celebratory beer. He already knew that it would be the best he ever tasted, regardless if the captain was good with his suggestion or not. He only hoped that their reception at the guild would be as good. Somehow, he doubted it. The thought of telling Roe the spider's true level was enough to send a thread of ice shooting through his veins. That woman was scary.
Chapter 179. Mistakes. Caius stood in front of the heavy oak door to the guild with a heavy seed of dread burning away in his stomach. He was not looking forward to this conversation. Judging by the slight pallor on Ianmus's face and the way the Porkchop's ears kept flicking nervously every few seconds, neither were his companions. They'd arrived back in Deadacre after another few days of travel. Thanks to the flat plains between there and Holsborough, the road had been an almost dead shot back to the city, which had sped up their travel considerably. It had been a decidedly dull section of their trip, with only a few handfuls of beasts desperate or foolhardy enough to attack them, one of them being another bramble ball. Barely enough to work up a sweat, and certainly not enough of a challenge to do more than remind Caius how much he enjoyed a proper fight. Still, he and Porkchop had managed to eke out another few skill levels. That had only made the problem worse, though. Now that he sat right at the precipice to his next class skill, he was desperate to get back out there and seize it. Still, they had a job to do, and the best place to find a good fight was right in the building in front of him. Sighing to himself, Caius pushed the door open, feeling the carving of a crossed staff and sword beneath his palm. A wall of noise hit him like a punch, a roaring common room greeting him. Delvers streamed to and fro, collecting jobs, using the guild's various facilities, and above all else, getting hammered at the bar. The sheer exuberance of the energy was enough to buoy his spirits just a tad, and Caius stepped in with a slight smile on his face. Making their way through the throng of people, who parted rather easily between Porkchop's bulk and he and Ianmus's imposing height, Caius made his way to the service desk with his companions in tow. Roe wasn't working the counter. Another assistant that he had never met before had that duty, but he could see her flitting back and forth in the far reaches of the office as she attended to one duty or another. As he moved to join the line, the woman caught sight of them and gave them a smile and a wave. Barely half a moment passed before her smile became pained, and Caius physically saw a vein start to throb in her forehead.
She must have analyzed them, even if he hadn't felt even a faint brush against his mask. "Uh-oh," Porkchop said, with all the resigned doom of someone staring up at an executioner beside the block. Ro's eyes narrowed, and she jabbed a finger at them before pointing to the entrance of the hall where the silence room lay. A deep sigh escaped him as he let his shoulders slump. "Surely she won't be that mad, would she?" Ianmus said hopefully, his tone giving away that he in no way believed his own words. "Let's just go," Caius replied, leading the way to the interview room. He watched Ro hurriedly jam things into a cupboard with a little more force than necessary, and slowly walk to meet them, a storm glowing in her eyes. As Caius passed, a broad-shouldered man in plate clapped him on the shoulder. "Lad, I don't know what you did, but good luck," he said, looking at him in pity. Caius only groaned in response, which got him an amused chuckle. Reaching the door to the silence room, they came to a slow stop and waited for their destiny, their own silence weighing on them like a blacksmith's anvil. Ro stomped up to them with a furious scowl. Reaching the door, she worked its locking enchantments with a deft flick of mana before slamming the door open. "In," she said, pointing inside. Caius nodded stiffly, moving quickly as he could to sit at the interview table. Ianmus joined him at one of the other chairs, while Porkchop moved to his side and sat on the floor. Ro slammed the door shut and stalked over to the head of the table.
She slapped her palms down on its surface with a mighty thwack, the massive carved hardwood jumping with the force of the blow. "Which one of you dumb fucks wants to explain how you managed to nearly double your level in a single mission?" she asked with a low voice, furious eyes scanning across their own. Caius took the leap. He was the de facto team leader, and it was his responsibility. Let alone that he had half of the reason they had attempted such a difficult fight. "The spider was a higher level than expected," he said, keeping his tone calm in an attempt to placate the guild manager. He didn't feel calm. Inwardly, he was terrified. Ro was furious, and he now knew for absolute certain that she was strong. Potent power washed off her in waves, throwing her fury and frustration at them with a palpable weight. "Higher level than expected?" Ro's voice rose. "What the fuck kind of carefully curated understatement is that? Do you think I am a moron? Do you think I don't know what kind of fight it would take for you to jump 17 levels in the case of a single mission? You promised me you would only act according to your abilities," she ranted, each word punctuated by a physical flare in her mana that hit him like a brick, causing his eyes to water. "It was a calculated risk. I was confident in our abilities," Caius said cautiously, trying his best to stand his ground in the face of Ro's momentous disapproval. "Calculated risk? Do you even hear yourself?" she seethed. "You are going to put your hand on that truth crystal and tell me exactly what that spider was, how many there were, and if you managed to clear the nest right fucking now, or, God's help me, I will ban you from the guild faster than you can blink." "Now!" she said, with a blurring clap that left his ears ringing. Caius blanched and slapped his hand on the crystal set into the table. Threading his mana into the delicate runework, he activated the working. It was a single veiled assassin spider. It was nesting in the trees by the road, trapping travelers. 2 of its skills were directly related to that, and it used 2 more in our battle. 1 to split into 3 illusory copies, and 1 to spit venom, he hurried to explain. "Level and tags?" Ro ground out, her patience clearly waning. Caius gulped, feeling his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth like parchment. 81. Ambusher and Elite. The stone shone true, revealing his sincerity. Ro froze.
staring at the crystal beneath his hand. All of the ephemeral pressure that had weighed on them since she had closed the door vanished in an instant. What? She said slowly, frowning at the crystal as if she suspected it was broken. That makes no sense. I thought you'd found a group and had jumped in without a proper extermination team. A single spider? Truly? She said, staring at them in plain confusion. Caius nodded. You should be dead. No, someone helped you. Higher level, too. But if they did, you wouldn't have gotten that many levels. This makes no sense. Ro muttered, brow furrowing as she processed their achievement. Finally, she looked up, staring at them in shock, before her face morphed into concern. You're a fucking idiot, she said with a sigh, before sinking into her chair like the weight of the world had settled onto her. Propping her head up with one hand, she rubbed her brow. Such a fucking idiot. Now it was his turn to be frustrated. What right did she have to denigrate them for their success? Sure, it was only possible because of achievements and advantages so extreme she would never guess, but their victory should be celebrated. Stop, Rose said with a raise of her hand. Think. She leaned forwards, fixing them with a level stare. What exactly did you think was going to happen? That jump in levels is going to be obvious. Whatever cursed reason you have to hide in the skirts of the guild, you aren't safe yet.
Even if you can punch that far above your level for some god's forsaken reason, if whoever you are running from finds out you're here, you are fucked unless you can defend yourselves. This sort of shit spreads, Caius. This isn't some hot up-and-comer shit. This is something from a bard's tale. A single lick of this hits the common room, and all of Deadacre will know of it by nightfall, and all of the frontier by the end of the month, Ro yelled, slamming her fist on the table. Caius paused, looking sideways to see his companions' faces mirroring the same dawning horror he now felt. He hadn't considered that. And now, because you are a fucking moron, we are going to have to loop in the guildmaster in order to keep this secret. Let alone the amount of fucking paperwork I'm going to have to do passing you missions under the table to get you to the second tier as fast as possible. With every word, Ro rose further out of her seat until she stood over them, ranting. Fuck! She shouted, throwing her arms up and pacing back and forth. I fucking hate paperwork, you assholes! Caius reeled back under the sudden shift in the conversation. Paperwork? Rushing them to the second tier? What on earth was Ro on about? Whatever it was, it sounded good. While the guild manager was still frustrated, it was much closer to annoyance now than genuine anger directed towards them. Still, he understood her distaste. Some of his least favorite memories were his father making him write treatises on various topics, though thankfully those lessons had been rare due to their limited supplies of paper. Still, in hindsight, Ro had a point. While he had rushed into the mission with a burning urge to grow strong as fast as possible, now that it had been pointed out, he realized he had been short-sighted to think achievements like that wouldn't make waves. He should have realized that a sudden jump in levels like they had gotten would catch people's attention.
Caius struggled to regret it, though. It had earned them another honor, and Ionmas's first, truly binding him to their cause. That, and it had meant that they had secured more help from Ro, and had potentially opened an inroads into developing a relationship with the local guildmaster. That was massive. They were invariably powerful, and carried a significant amount of political pull, exactly the kind of backing he would need. If it meant that they would need to rush up the ranks to secure their help, all the better in his mind. Ro narrowed her eyes at him. Don't think I don't notice that grin, dumbass. The half-smile on his face slid into one in truth. Sorry, Ro.
Not that I am opposed to taking on more difficult missions, but is it really so dire? The guild manager sighed, pushing her hair out of her face. Yes, it really is. I don't know how you managed this, but I can guess. Some psychotic story involving meeting a greater beast young, far too many legacy skills than I care to think about, and some obscenely strong class. And now you're dragging this poor asshat, she jutted one finger at Ionmus, who winced, by the scruff of his neck in the hopes that his next tier evolution will help him close the gap. The quicker we can get you to the second tier, and silver rank with it, the quicker you'll be covered by the full might of the guild's protections. That's the start of the inner ranks, and more tightly controlled oaths, nothing subservient, but enough that attacking you would incite retaliation. Let alone any personal power you can bring to bear, Ro explained. And why are you going so far to support us if it brings such risk and such personal trouble? Ionmus asked, leaning forward with a cautious expression on his face. Ro sighed, leaning back. Simple. You've just proven yourself invaluable. Shit like this? It's what platinums are made of.
I have this nagging feeling in the back of my skull that we will need another silver in Deadacre before the year is out, especially one who is as strong as you three might end up. More warriors I can stand side by side with and trust to hold my back. If I pull through on this, you owe me big. Benefits and security. That justification, at least, made full sense to him. He would have been far more suspicious if the woman had pretended it was simply out of worry and concern. Then let's do it. What's our next move? Caius asked, leaning in. Now? You fuck off. The amount of shit you've heaped on my lap is ridiculous. Tomorrow? You come in and exchange your medallions for bronze. You meet the guildmaster, and we discuss the best way to nurture you into something truly wondrous, Ro replied. A deadly serious expression settled on Ro's face as she looked at him with fire in her eyes. There will be some uncomfortable questions, and I expect the guildmaster will need to leave his reservations at the door. Expect to fight him. He likes hands-on knowledge. And we will need to know your true capabilities if we are to do this properly. I can attest that we will be able to secure our silence to your satisfaction. Okay? Caius's stomach roiled, but he nodded. This was moving faster than he had hoped, but he could only pray that it would work out to his advantage. Good, Ro said with a sigh of relief. Now get the fuck out of here and get a beer or something. I have work to do.
Chapter 180. Mistakes. Returning to the dusty stables was like returning home. Hench had welcomed them with open arms, celebrating their victorious return with a pair of ales on the house. It was more than welcome. After a couple weeks of constant overland travel, the gesture was enough to solidify the choice to stay at this inn. The few other delvers in the common room nodded their heads, raising their drinks in toast before returning to their own conversations. Few in number, there were only 4 teams that Caius could see, and each and every one had some form of beast with them. Most small, but one had a large wolf-like beast that looked at Porkchop in confusion and interest, tongue lolling out of its mouth. It seemed, regardless of its popularity amongst those delvers with companions, the dusty stables was rarely packed to the rafters. Another thing that explained the price, Caius supposed. At least it meant that their old rooms were still available, and thanks to the money they still had on the books, they were still cleared for the better part of a week's stay. After an evening of downing their cups and telling anyone who would listen about their heroic fight against the terror of Handset, though they did make sure to downplay its strength, they had retired to their rooms for the evening. Sleeping on a proper bed was pure luxury after the life he had lived, and, despite an anxious gnawing in his stomach about the prospect of meeting the guildmaster the next day, Caius slept like a baby.
Crossing the common room with a pair of teas, Caius slipped into the secluded back booth that was nestled in a tucked out-of-the-way corner. Ianmus and Porkchop were waiting for him. The former cradled his head in his hands, a pallid color on his face.
I don't understand. Shouldn't your health and vitality have dealt with the beer? And why would you drink that stuff anyway if you feel like this the next day? Caius caught the end of his brother asking the half-elf. Ianmus groaned, rubbing his face and reaching for the cup of tea that Caius offered him with a gratified smile on his face. It does, the remnants of the alcohol at least. The problem is that it doesn't do much for the dehydration or lack of sleep we got last night, Ianmus explained, blowing on his cup. I'll be fine after some water and food. Caius nodded. It was a common thing that most young men learnt. Everyone had heard of someone who had gained their first point of vitality from the celebrations that followed being inducted into the system. Hench is bringing us some cold cuts and bread soon, so don't worry, he said, stomach gurgling at the thought of food. Thank the matriarchs, I'm starving. Ianmus took a slow sip of his tea, eyes closing in appreciation, before he turned his attention back to Caius. How long do we have until we are supposed to meet with Ro? The 7th bell after dawn toll, so we have just over 2 hours, he explained. The manager of the guild had told them to return to the guild just after lunch. She'd be waiting to take them to the guildmaster. I'm still nervous about this. Everything you guys have said makes it sound like he's the equivalent of a patriarch, Porkchop muttered. That's not entirely incorrect, Ianmus admitted. For places like this, the guildmaster is usually amongst the most premier of local powers. Both political and personal, it's a big deal for us to be meeting them. I just wish we knew what to expect. I doubt it's foul play, but I do have reservations about exactly what they will want us to share. Our general strength, capabilities, and pace of advancement I can understand, but I hope they are not so foolish as to expect us to share everything. Caius replied with a frown on his face. Even if they were the guild, he wasn't about to go blabbing about honors or his part in the phase shift, especially not after he had received that warning immediately on entering. I think the effects of our bond skill will help cover some of the impossibilities, especially the racial trait. Remember, the description of the skill was never recorded. We can pretend it evolved with our classes, Porkchop suggested. Ianmus nodded. He has the right of it. The guild is old. I have no doubt in their long and occasionally sordid history, there have been similar occasions to this, though perhaps nothing quite so extreme. Regardless, Ro said that the guildmaster will likely want us to wrestle with him. Isn't that exciting? It's been so long since I've crossed claws and knew I would lose. Porkchop's voice grew energetic as he mentioned their likely upcoming spar. Caius snorted a little. Trust Porkchop to focus on perhaps the least risky part of their afternoon. Though, he did admit, the prospect of crossing blades with a guildmaster did cause his heart to beat a little harder. They were legendary, even if he knew little about this one in particular. Do you know anything about him? He asked, locking eyes with Ianmus. The half-elf cocked his brow in surprise. Seriously? You've never heard of Reeker, the war dog of Deadacre? I've heard tales of his exploits in the depths all the way in Mistral. Caius gave Ianmus a flat look. Grew up in the sea, remember? Ianmus coughed, having the sense to look a little embarrassed. Right, of course. Apologies. He cleared his throat. Well, he's late into the 2nd tier. At least, that is what is rumored. In his heyday, he was known for delving religiously, never taking more than a day or two to offload supplies and sell off artifacts before diving into another. He came to fame for taking down some 2nd-tier beast that had wandered out of the north, threatening some small city on the coast north of the dukedoms. Caius looked at him in surprise. What's someone like that doing here, then? Why'd he stop? No one really knows, Ianmus said with a shrug.
He took over from the previous guildmaster about 5 years ago. I've heard rumors, from it being a temporary break, a favor to a senior guild official, or even that a secret entrance to a deep layer of the depths was discovered, and this was an easy cover for him to monopolize it. Regardless, the man is a legend and a renowned lover of battle. Honestly, I think that the two of you may get on well with him, he finished. Caius paused. If this Reeker lived up to the life that Ianmus had mentioned, then he could be a powerful ally, and, no doubt, would have plenty of lived experience to draw on for advice on how they could ascend as fast as possible. That, and if he really did want to test them personally, they had an opportunity to impress the man. Well, we'll have to take the fight seriously then, Caius said, with a final nod. Caius stepped into the guild with his companions in tow, fully dressed for war. Ro was already waiting for them, standing off to the side of the hall that led deeper into the building. She leaned on the wall with her arms crossed, a stern expression dissuading anyone from bothering her. As soon as they entered, she met their eyes and waved them over. "At least you had the sense to not be late or unprepared," she said tersely, looking them up and down with a note of approval in her voice. "Now come on. I don't want to keep Guildmaster Reeker waiting. He's a busy man." Without waiting for their response, Ro stalked down the hall. Hurrying after her, she led them through a maze-like blend of corridors and stairwells before they stepped into an open foyer on the 5th floor.
It was richly decorated, with a thick woven rug of gargantuan proportions that covered the floor. Elegant chairs lined each side of the room, while its far end was dominated by an unmanned desk and a truly titanic door. Given how many stairs they had walked up, they had to be on the top floor of the building, and judging by the lack of other passageways or exits, it seemed it had been reserved for the guildmaster's sole use. Calm and confident, Ro led them towards the door. Made of richly stained oak embossed in silver, it towered over Caius. It seemed to emanate pressure, like only those worthy would be able to so much as knock. Their resident guild manager seemed entirely unaffected. Coming to a slow stop, she raised her hand to a massive knocker wrought out of solid silver and gave it a single, solid rap on the wood. A moment passed, oppressive silence following the knock, before a bassy voice that demanded respect answered her call. "Come in, Ro." The words were calm, even-toned, verging on polite. Caius just managed to catch what looked like a mild unwinding of tension in Ro's shoulders before she swung the massive door open with casual ease and ushered them inside. Breath hitching with momentary nervousness, Caius stepped in. Inside was an office, just as richly, if sparsely, decorated as the room outside. The far wall was dominated by bookshelves, though there was a space where a comparatively unadorned door led further into what Caius assumed was the guildmaster's personal quarters. Another carpet covered the floor, leading to a large hearth to his left. Trinkets covered its mantle, scraps of armor, strange rocks that glowed with internal brilliance, and the shattered remnants of weapons. Trophies from prior battles and delves. Above, a massive skull of some unnamed beast dominated the wall. It was enormous, nearly as tall as he was, with arm-length fangs jutting out of a wide jaw.
Caius barely glanced at it for a second, too enraptured by what lay at the other end of the room.
There, sat behind a sturdily carved oaken desk twice as long as he was tall, was a man. He was tall, though not excessively so, perhaps a head and a half shorter than he was. If he'd had any thoughts of that lessening the impact and respect the man commanded, that was wiped away by the guildmaster's presence. He dripped power, sweated a promise of violence and retribution. Calm gray eyes watched him evenly, a hidden fire lighting them from within. Rieker was imposing. Even physically, he looked like he had been carved from a hardwood burl, broad of shoulder, thick and strong. Caius had no doubt that even if they both had all of the system's enhancements stripped from them, that the man would give him a run for his money in raw physicality, height difference or no. "Ah, our newest members. Heard you've been giving dear old Ro a little bit of a headache, eh?" Rieker said, his voice filling the room with the shuddering timbre of a spilled bucket of gravel. "Why don't you take a seat?" Rieker waved to the 4 chairs in front of his desk. It was clear that it wasn't a request. Gulping, Caius walked forwards, and quickly noted that he had missed one of the chairs that had a padded mat placed on the ground next to it, perfectly sized for Porkchop to sit. Taking the chair, his brother sat on his left while Ianmus took the spot on his right. Ro opted to pick up her chair, shifting it behind the desk to take her position at Rieker's right. "Now, Ro told me about you 3 just as soon as you arrived. A greater beast masquerading as a bonded beast is strange, but I've seen stranger," Rieker said calmly to his brother, before his focus switched to him. "We thought you just another wayward scion. It seems we were wrong. A scion, a valedictorian, and a greater beast walk into the guild. Then a few weeks later they kill an elite beast over thrice their level.
That's not something you see every day. Or ever, really." Rieker continued, watching them with focused intensity. "Makes it worth having a little chat, don't you think?" Chapter 181. Mistakes. Sitting across from the guildmaster of Deadacre, Caius felt the weight of the man's gaze. It settled on his shoulders like lead, peeled him apart like a butchered rabbit. Rieker's curiosity was palpable. "What would you like to know?" Caius said cautiously, taking the lead. Rieker drummed his fingers on the top of his desk, each impact cracking loudly through the room. "Not the how, before you get too worried. That would be improper for someone in my position, and I doubt that anything you did was repeatable," the guildmaster started, meeting his eyes. "I also don't care about the why. As Ro has already told you, scions seeking shelter within the guild is no new thing." Leaning forwards, Rieker put his elbows on the desk. "No. What I am most interested in is how far we can push you. How far can you go? How high is too high before you break?" Impassioned as he was, a gleaming fire alighted in the guildmaster's eyes, revealing a madness that let him climb to the upper reaches of power seen within the human kingdoms. The guild needs, steel and silver, not copper and bronze. That has become only more apparent with this change of the system. You, in your uncautious idiocy, have revealed yourselves to be worthy of investment," he finished. Caius paused, turning to meet his companion's eyes. They looked back at him with trust, that he would lead them right, and that they would stand behind his decision. "What exactly do you mean?" he asked. "That is rather simple. Until you reach the end of the first tier, or preferably the second, you are too vulnerable to being picked off by your enemies. That you know. What you may not have considered is that dynasties who would prefer to eliminate a rising threat when it is still in the cradle are a dime a dozen. You, Caius, are in grave danger. Porkchop, too, due to the simple value of his knowledge of legacy skills. And Ianmus is as well by simple association," Rieker explained. Caius winced. He'd hoped that the general threat of the powerful would have been ameliorated by his membership to the guild, but it seemed he had been naive. Rose sighed from her seat beside the guildmaster. "Your growth has proven to be extreme, Caius.
Many would risk the guild's ire to remove a simple copper or bronze with your potential. It would be easy to manufacture justification, or to hide involvement altogether with your current level of power.
What do we do then? Caius asked. If their own lack of prudence had put them in danger, they needed a solution, and the guild's assistance in their growth was too beneficial to deny.
We're going to need to artificially lower your rank and downplay your accomplishments while feeding you appropriate contracts on the side, until you reach high steel at the very least. Ro can run interference on any rumors that are already spreading.
Rieker said, commanding the room. You'll also have my personal assistance with selecting missions that are right on the cusp of what you can handle, as well as with skill training to make up for the time you will lose by leveling so quickly. Caius froze. He hadn't expected that Rieker would be so willing to get personally involved. A test of their abilities, sure, but training from someone in the second tier, that was something money couldn't buy. There had to be a catch.
That is a significant offer, he replied slowly. What would you need in return for it?
Rieker grinned, revealing canines that came to overly lengthy points. It was an aggressive thing, full of glee. First, I will need to know what I am working with. The rough details of your build, your stat gain per level, that sort of thing, he started, before holding up a hand as Caius frowned. Do not worry. I am in possession of a shard of one of the bloodstones, a gift after a significant favor for a Hiwian clanmaster.
I am willing to make a binding oath to take what I learn to the grave, to never make an attempt on your life, except in self-defense, and never use what I learn against you. No one else will know.
A bloodstone? That was the first time he had heard of anyone outside of the trader people having one. That could actually work. With the potent natural magics that linked it back to the original spire, it would be a binding oath in truth, without any of the risks or flaws that came with using one of those vanishingly rare few that held an oath-making skill. Still, it was the sort of decision he could not make alone. Even if he was willing to give up his own secrets, those of his party were not his to share. "Is that agreeable to the two of you?" he asked his team.
It is. Porkchop readily agreed, though he was the most likely to find the term acceptable, given the culture of his people. Caius turned to Ianmus, who nodded quickly, as if wary of speaking in Rieker's presence. "Then with my team's agreement, I can accept that term. However, you said it was the first?" Caius asked, watching the guildmaster closely. Rieker nodded. "The other you will perhaps find more contentious, but it is perhaps the most important. First, let me give you some background." The guildmaster stood from his chair, his hands resting behind his back as he paced back and forth behind his desk. "Everyone is focused on these fucking beasts. The number, the quality, the rising levels. It is a mask to the true threat, people. These aspects have been denied to me, to most everyone with any real power on this continent." He stopped behind his chair, turning to face him. "That is dangerous. A new, unassailable advantage that I would bet my life is as important as legacy skills. New powers will rise, emboldened by the chaos, bringing with them terror and bloodshed. You need only look to the histories of the Empire to know what will come." Caius caught Ianmus nodding out of the corner of his eye.
Worse, these tyrants. I expect them to be a threat designed to challenge those with aspects, not those without. This worries me. It worries my colleagues and my betters. The guild has not survived so long, become so ubiquitous across Vastivar and beyond, by letting changes catch us on the back foot.
Rieker continued, his eyes boring into Caius's own.
We are doing all we can to identify those with the most promise, nurture them,
and share our findings. I would have all of you join this program. You will gain access to all of our findings, and you will share your own. You will also agree to take up arms in defense of the Guild, given we are attacked without provocation. I will need an oath on this, the Guildmaster said with finality, before he turned to nod at Ro, who also stood. We will give you a few minutes to discuss, but know that this is the price of our assistance. The pair filed out of the room, leaving the team in stunned silence. They sat there for a few moments, simply digesting the sheer weight of Reeker's presence. How the very air felt lighter with his absence. Well, I was right. He is like a patriarch, Porkchop said, breaking the silence. Caius snorted and shook his head. Seriously, though, that's a big ask. What do you two think? The defense oath is fine. It's well known to be a requirement of higher tiers of membership. It's only in the case of underhanded trickery and unprovoked assault that it will bind us, not true allegiance to a banner. All we would be doing is agreeing to it a few years early, Ianmus explained. That, at least, was something. Binding oaths were not something to take lightly, but if it was only a defensive oath, and a common one at that, then it was far less risky. Still, the program to share findings about aspects, that was something else. And the aspect program? There could be honors on the line. Do we really want to risk losing that opportunity? Caius asked in a soft voice, quieting himself to avoid the potential of being overheard. Caius, you are already on the precipice of your first, and both me and Ianmus have already felt a glimmer from one of our own pillars. With all of our advantages, do you really think that anyone else has a chance of catching up? Porkchop asked, incredulous at the thought that they wouldn't be the first. Ianmus nodded along with his brother's words. I agree. Besides, it sounds like this program is already happening. I think if we forego access to what others have learned, we risk being left behind by the collective. That made sense, actually. In the end, it all came down to faith. Did he have the faith in his own capabilities, and those of his team, that they would be more capable than the others the Guild had found? Caius snorted to himself. Of course he did. After all, had any of those nameless rising stars ushered in a new era? Found themselves observed? He doubted it. Then it's decided, he said, getting nods of conviction in return. Though I will want acceptance that we will be able to share our own discoveries with aspects with whomever we please. Rising to his seat, he walked to the door that led out of the study and opened it, finding Reeker and Ro waiting patiently in the chairs that lined the foyer. The Guildmaster looked up at his appearance, giving him a once-over. Made up your mind, kid? We'll do it, Caius said, his tone resolute. Reeker shot up to his feet, a wide grin on his face. Fantastic, he said with a clap of his hands. This is going to be so much fun. The Guildmaster swept into the office, gesturing at him to take his seat before he took his place behind the desk. Ro didn't join them, saying that she would find them later, once she had found them a mission. Reaching into a drawer, the Guildmaster drew out an ornate box that was lacquered in a dark stain, with gems and gold embedded in its motifs. Unlatching it, he drew out a small shard of stone. It was a brilliant red, the color of arterial blood, and strangely textured. Almost like the pumice he sometimes saw floating down mountain streams, though far more dense. A bloodstone, the first he had seen. Caius cleared his throat, drawing the Guildmaster's attention. Before we begin, we want assurance that we will be able to share our findings about aspects with others at our leisure. Porkchop has his den to consider, and I have taken steps to start building my own allies. That, and all of us are likely to have our own future families to consider, Caius said, slow and careful. He didn't want to offend someone as powerful as Riker. The Guildmaster waved him off dismissively.
Yes, that will be fine. As long as you are not solely sharing guild secrets. Whatever you discover yourselves is your own secret to share as you please. First, I will take my oath, Riker said, drawing a thin blade from his waist and setting it on the table. Then you will take yours. After that, we battle in my private armory, and then we can discuss the specifics of your team's power. Caius frowned, looking at the man confused. You want to fight us before we tell you our builds and power growth? Riker laughed, bending backwards over his chair as he held his belly. Of course! It's far more fun that way, he said, looking back at them with a distinctively familiar hunger in his eyes.
Chapter 182. Mistakes.
Having told them of his plans for them, Riker placed his bloodstone shard on the center of the table with almost reverent care. Now, to get the formalities out of the way, I'll go first, he said, grabbing his knife off the desk. It was short, less than a handspan in length, but to Caius it had all the tells of a masterwork. Fine hammer patterns flanking the spine of the blade, with a dense scrawl of script on the flat of the knife. Riker was swift, drawing its honed edge over his thumb. Red blood welled. They're deceptively simple to use, the bloodstones, Riker explained. A little soul-infused mana in your blood. He pressed his thumb to the shard of stone, which drank it in like parched soil. As it did so, the bloody glow within pulsed with growing intensity. And then you speak the words of your oath. Riker paused for just a moment, letting more of his blood seep into the strange natural artifact. I, Riker, swear that I shall take any knowledge you all share with me today and in the future, as it pertains to your secrets, statuses, and history, to my grave, without being spread, unless given your express consent in the absence of manipulation. I swear to never attempt to cut your life short through action or subterfuge, unless in self-defense, the Guildmaster whispered. The shard of bloodstone reacted, flaring in red light. Something within it pulsed. Not mana, but some other kind of energy Caius could just barely sense. As the wave washed over him, he knew that the man's oath had been binding. Riker sighed in relief as his oath took, leaning back in his chair as he mopped at his glistening forehead. Glad that's over. Gives me the willies every time I have to do it. Is it painful? Porkchop asked, cocking his head at the man. No, Riker shook his head. But it feels like someone's tickling your soul. Rather uncomfortable, all things considered. Caius looked at the bloodstone with curiosity, but when he tried to analyze the strange object, the system refused to share. It seemed that, whatever it was too high of a tier for him to peer into its secrets with his current strength. Ultimately, it didn't matter. The bloodstones were legendary and tightly controlled as the sacred heritage of the Hiwian. However Riker had gotten a hold of one, it had to be quite the story. With his own oath complete, the Guildmaster led them through the ones he wanted them to make. Like Ianmus had said it would be, the oath was rather loose in what it required of them. An oath to defend the Guild in moments of need, and to keep the secrets they learned to themselves, both those from the Aspects program and any other secrets that were shared with them due to their membership. Even the defensive pact was generous in its terms. It only required them to defend the Guild to the best of their reasonable ability. No fighting to the death or sacrificing all other obligations. As soon as they were done with it, Riker carefully picked up the stone shard and deposited it into the velvet-lined box that had originally housed it. A moment later, the box vanished, most likely into the spatial storage that a Guildmaster would be certain to have. Right. Now that that's done, come with me. It's time to head to my sparring grounds, Riker said with a clap, commanding their attention as he stood from his seat.
They followed him dutifully as he led them through the unadorned door that barred their entrance deeper into the guildmaster's quarters. Caius felt his heart lurch as they stepped through. It wasn't every day that you got to see how someone of Riker's stature lived. Unfortunately, they only got to see a bare 30 strides of hallway adorned by the trophies of past battles. Everything from scraps of scale to stuffed heads mounted on the wall, before he took them through another door and into a steep spiral staircase.
Walking down, Caius was surprised to see no landings and no exits. They just kept walking down and down and down. With nothing but plain cobble and a ward light every quarter turn, it was incredibly difficult to tell how far they had walked. Only that it was far deeper than the ground floor of the guild hall, the minutes bleeding as the monotonous descent continued. Some time later, they reached the bottom, an empty foyer showing only an inscribed steel door that was barred tight. Riker stopped before it, turning to them. "Through here is the Guildmaster's practice hole. Every guild has one, and they are universally built to withstand the rigors of a high Tier 3 battle. Do not worry about going all out. We're deep beneath the city right now, and no one will notice a thing," the Guildmaster explained, laying his hand on the thick slab of steel masquerading as a door. They nodded. It made sense to Caius, even if he had never taken the time to think through the specifics of catering to a high-tiered person's practice requirements. After all, people in Riker's position needed to grow their skills as much as anyone, and his job meant that he couldn't well just up and leave for an extended delve without significant notice and planning. After all, it would be all too easy for someone to notice his absence and capitalize on it, even if just politically. Riker pulled out his own guild emblem. It was solid gold and far more ornate than his own, though Caius had little clue if that was the case for all gold members, or if the extra embellishment was due to his position. As Riker pressed the emblem against the door, Caius heard the deep groaning rattle of locks disengaging and saw the flare of unknowable inscriptions activating. With a final thunk, the steel slab popped open, revealing an empty well of blackness. A moment later, ward lights engaged, and the training hall was revealed. Caius took in the sight with wide eyes, hearing Yanma's gasp behind him.
The place was immense, easily 1,500 strides in depth and width, with a ceiling that loomed far overhead. Titanic ward lights decorated the roof, illuminating the monolithic stone slabs that had been used in the room's construction. Made of some off-blue rock, each one looked like it had a year's worth of inscribing work carved into their surfaces. "It's rather impressive, isn't it?" Riker said, stepping into the hall with his arms outswept. "Welcome to my abode. I like it much more than the stuffy old office upstairs, at least." As they filed into the hall, Caius noticed two things. The first was that there was a rather conspicuous metal box sitting at the far end of the room covered in cloth. Though it was hard to judge the size of it due to the distances and scale involved, it was easily twice his height on every edge. The second was that the wall behind him was absolutely covered in an armory's worth of arms and armor. Each and every one looked like it was something that would cost a noble's estate, the kind of weapons forged for use by someone who would shatter mortal weapons with a swing. Strolling to the wall, Riker pulled down a one-handed warhammer. It was an odd thing, with a head the size of a brick. Without his obvious strength, it would have been unbalanced and useless. In the Guildmaster's hands, it may as well have been made from wood. The warhammer blurred in his hands as he spun through a stream of stances and swings. "Good enough," Riker said, with a nod of satisfaction, before he returned to them. "Now, before we have our little tussle, I want to see you in action, he explained. To do that, you're going to need to fight something of an appropriate level. I do not qualify. Luckily, I had a little time last night after Ro informed me of your little overachievement. Rieker waved his hammer towards the cloth-covered box at the far end of the room.
A great gale howled from its tip, whipping winds launching across the open space. Cloth flapped, and a deep, angry growl echoed out from beneath its cover. A moment later, the wind grew too much, and the cloth was ripped free. What Caius had thought a box was revealed to be a cage, and within it, a beast. Hunchbacked and heavily muscled, a hound-like creature prowled within. Deep red, the color of burning coals, with a row of bristles down its spine, it stared at their little group with frustrated rage as it paced back and forth along the edge of its cage. Caius didn't miss the small puffs of smoke that left its nostrils with every breath. That, at least from what I heard of your previous mission, should challenge you nicely, Rieker said with a wild smile. I look forward to seeing how the three of you perform. Caius frowned at the guildmaster, while both Porkchop and Ianmus stared at him in naked shock. Flicking back to the beast in the cage, Caius analyzed it. While he wasn't opposed to a live fight, after all, it would likely get him his next class skill if it was a real challenge, he still wanted to see what they were working with. Infernus Hound, level 87, Beast, Brawler. Eyes widening in shock, Caius read the description of the beast twice over. Level 87? How the hells had the guildmaster managed to find it, let alone smuggle it back into the city and into the guild with no one being the wiser? In a single night, no less. Still, as he dismissed the notification and locked eyes with the snarling hound, Caius felt himself starting to grin. He'd been worried that it would take them weeks to get access to their next good fight, and here was some lovely guild official serving him one on a silver platter. How could he say no? Ha! Rieker laughed. Caius looked over to find the man watching him closely, an unhidden grin plastered on his face. That's what I like to see. A bit of fire, a bit of zeal, the guildmaster continued. How did you manage it? Caius asked in genuine curiosity. Smuggling a level 87 into a city is no small feat. Ianmus whipped over to him, brows raised in shock as he flicked between Caius and the Infernus Hound. Rieker ignored the startled mage's reaction. Oh, a little of this and a little of that, he replied with an amused twinkle in his eye. Reaching the blasted thing was the most annoying bit, but it's not the first time I've picked up something special to see how a team acts in the field. Caius nodded, though he did wish that the guildmaster would be a little more open about it. In the end, he could understand why he was not. After all, any back channels that Rieker held into the city would have to be politically delicate. Not the sort of thing any seasoned figure of his stature would share with a greenhorn like himself. Well, we can do it. The spider was only a little lower level, and it was an elite, Caius said with confidence. He knew his team. They could handle this. Well, said Spider was an illusion-based ambusher out of its element, but yes, I was hoping for something a bit tougher, but it was the best I could do on short notice. Rieker replied, scratching the back of his head. It's more than okay. I thought I would have to wait weeks for my next class skill, Porkchop said, kneading the stone ground with his claws. Clearly, Caius's bond brother was growing restless. Rieker grinned back at the Meles, before he addressed them as a group. Now for the disclaimers. This is still a training exercise, so I will not let anyone die. However, you best fight like you might, as I won't be stepping in for anything short of it, he said, fixing them with a stern stare. The sheer presence he commanded was enough to straighten Caius's spine as he listened to the guildmaster's words intently. I need to see how you actually battle, not what you do in a controlled spar against someone of far greater strength, he continued. So hold nothing back. No stratagem, no skill, and no ability. I have already given you my oath,
So if you can handedly put it into the ground, do so.
The guildmaster watched them closely, scanning their determined faces, until he apparently found enough in their expressions to satisfy him.
Nodding to himself, Rieker stepped to the side, giving them an uninterrupted view of the Infernus Hound.
"Good luck," he said, clicking his fingers.
The cage that held their challenge opened.
Chapter 183. Mistakes. As Caius watched the gate to the cage slam open and the Infernus Hound step free of its prison, he felt a familiar tingle start in his fingers. His breath quickened, vitalizing his body with the sweet air of the training hall as he prepared himself to do battle. His blade was in hand a moment later. There had been no conscious decision. He just had a need for it, and his body moved. The Infernus Hound padded out onto the stone, moving cautiously, as if unsure of the fact it had really been released. It was a moment of calm, one he would not waste. Caius ripped open his resource panel, assessing what he had available. Resources. Health, 2,450 over 2,450, 13.5 per minute. Stamina, 2,320 over 2,320, 18.3 per minute. Mana, 3,170 over 3,190, 21.5 per minute. Free mana, 70 over 70. Reserved mana, 3,120. A lot. He had a lot available. Thousands of each resource, and 26 casts of Stormlash. If they didn't give Rieker a good showing, it would be fucking shameful. Ignoring the ever-watchful gaze of the guildmaster, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, Caius assumed command. Eonmus, Alpha Strike, try to take out one of its legs when you have an opening. Pork Chop, with me. Keeping it away from Eonmus is your priority. He snapped off orders, striding forwards with purpose. His companions nodded. Mana streamed around Eonmus, moving far more vigorously than it ever had in the past. The mage's third skill, it had to be. At the upswell of magical energy, the Infernus Hound's head snapped to them. Its hackles rose, and a gravelly call of anger resonated from deep within its chest. Orange glowed from within its throat, the previous thin streams of smoke replaced by gouting jets of flame as the beast readied itself to charge. "Ready yourselves," Caius said softly, settling into his stance as he continued his advance. "It's coming." The hound charged, a baying promise of violence on its lips.
Rieker watched the greenhorns with interest as they squared off against the pup he'd found in the outlands the night before. It had been an interesting night. Ro, with all her usual energy and fire, had burst in, swearing so much that he'd thought they were under attack. Nope, she'd just found a once-in-a-century genius and some wayward greater beast who'd somehow done the impossible. At first he'd brushed her off. After all, he'd seen many so-called geniuses. All of them had fallen beneath his hammer in the end. Then she'd told him that they'd killed a level 80 while they were in their 20s. That had caught his attention. That was definitely not something you saw every day. Or at all. Ever, really. At the very least, he could see why they pushed so hard. That leader of theirs especially, Caius, he had the hunger. Beyond a drive or a want, he needed strength. Oozed that desperate, clawing grasp as he latched onto everything that would bring him another step towards the peak. The greater beast, too, though that was much less of a surprise. No doubt the Malays had a full legacy, and he must have shared at least some of his knowledge with the boy. Almost certainly an interesting story. Not that he cared. It wouldn't be long before whatever brought them here was ancient history. He cared if they had what it took to reach Adamant.
Leaning against the wall, he watched Caius bark out his commands. Decent awareness, decisive, simple but effective. The boy raced forwards, the melees at his side as they charged towards the pup. Judging by the way the Infernus hound's chest was swelling, they were about to get a face full of fire. How would they deal with that? Right on cue, an enormous gout of orange flames burst from the hound's throat, a searing wave that barreled directly towards the racing pair. Rieker watched with interest as Porkchop plunged his claws into the ground. A wall of jade erupted a moment later, blocking the attack.
Flames hit its surface, gouting upwards into the sides as it was diverted. With unspoken and flawless communication, he watched the boy race forwards, hidden in the shadow of the wall as it rocketed towards the source of the flames. Right as it was about to slam into the hound, it noticed the wall's approach and cut off its flames with a yelping snap of its jaws, leaping to the side to avoid being sent sprawling. Had the boy learned beast speak? Another oddity. Whatever the reason for their coordination, it seemed to him that the hound's desperate dodge was exactly the moment that Caius had been waiting for. The boy dived free of the shadow of the jade and dropped his offhand from his blade? Perhaps he would get to see what this whole spell sword thing was about. As cute as the boy's mask had been, it didn't stand a chance against the likes of him. Something Roe was already hard at work finding a way to correct. After all, he wasn't about to waste his hard work and investment on these kids if the passing curiosity of a powerhouse was enough to see them vanish into some dark cell. Violent orange sprayed from the boy's hand in a shower of glittering sparks, halting Rieker's thoughts dead in their tracks. Narrowing his eyes in interest, he watched as an impossibly dense bolt of storm and lightning mana condensed in Caius's hand. Shock jolted down his back at the spell, raising the hair on the back of his neck. No channeling, no nothing. With a fiery light in his eyes, Rieker watched the boy bind the beast, shuddering reverberations and electrical potency frying the hound from the inside out. Stunned with minor convulsions and pain, the hound froze. Barely for a moment, but enough for the boy to act. Rieker found his cheeks starting to ache from the force of his smile as Caius ran in to plunge his blade deep into its chest, undaunted by a beast twice his size and level. Before the hound could rouse itself from its stupor, the boy hammered it with another lash, leaping back from a pained swipe of the beast's claws.
Now, wasn't that interesting? He'd been around the block, and he knew for certain that whatever the boy had used, it was new. Then Porkchop hit the distracted beast like a brick wall, smashing it back with the bulk of his summoned stone armor. Too strong, too fast. The pair of them. It was ridiculous, insane, impossible. He loved it. Even a unique class couldn't explain this, and that was what he had suspected. Heroic, maybe? Unlikely. Even a new style of magic and a completed legacy wouldn't be enough. At least he didn't think. But that still wouldn't explain what he was seeing. These greenhorns were fighting like they were seasoned silver, at least in terms of raw physicality. Their skills were dog shit, and he could smell that lack of experience that only hard lessons could bring. He'd fix that. Harassed as it was, the Infernus hound tapped into one of its skills. It flashed through the air, though it may as well have been swimming through treacle to Rieker, and appeared at Porkchop's side before he could react. Mana flashed, and the hound raked the air, 3 arcs of condensed fire flying free. They slammed into the melee flank, filling the air with the reeking stench of immolated fur and melted flesh. The greater beast didn't give a flying fuck. It just pushed straight through the pain, plunging its claws into the similar-sized hound's chest. Caius wasn't far behind, sword glowing with soul-infused stamina as he flew into a blurring kata of heavy slashes, interspersed with the cracking flash of lightning. That sword skill was interesting indeed. Few skills made use of a connection to the soul, but the chances of the boy having a linking skill already were so low he could handedly discard it. Whatever it was decent enough. No doubt it would grow all the more terrifying as Caius grew through the tears.
A link, at some point, was almost a given. His mastery skill was similarly good. The style was rigid, obviously new and skill imposed, but it was a good skill. Fluid, adaptable, and fast. He'd seen it 1,000,000 times before. Too many beasts, not enough skilled opponents. It'd get him killed before he got too deep in the depths. Too many lower races and other sapient tool users amongst the Depthsborn that would exploit the fuck out of his wooden rigidity. He could beat it out of him. God, to think he thought he was worried they would disappoint him. Deep within his belly, Rieker started to laugh, a booming thing that filled the room with his mirth. Where the fuck did these monsters come from? Who the fuck did he blow in a past life to find some seeds like this? They were green, raw as fuck, more rock than ore. But he would shatter them, melt them down, turn them into weapons. In all honesty, they already were. He watched as the hound howled in fury, insensate from the non-stop assault that had been leveraged against it. Another flame breath was coming. Rieker could smell it. The beast wanted space, and that was how it was used to getting it. Fire bloomed, hosing the two greenhorns. Porkchop reacted quickly, diverting the flames away from him. Caius, the strange giant from the south, did something that surprised him. He tried to dodge, but the hound was too close and too fast. Even with all of his impossible speed, it wasn't enough. And then he tripped. Tripped! Who the fuck can fight like that and trips? Too coincidental. Too perfectly timed to save him from a serious case of immolation. It reeked of a fate ability. Yet another impossibility about him. I mean, for fuck's sake, he'd fought his arse off for years to earn a unique Tier 2 class, and he'd only gotten one at level 261. And his wasn't even evasive. Pure bullshit.
Rieker shook his head, not even attempting to hide his manic grin, as the boy ignored the flesh on his back melting off his body in favor of rolling to his feet and punishing the hound's audacity with another impossible bolt of lightning. Nor did he miss that Caius had a smile to match his own. Manic, lusty, wanting. A man after his own heart, it seemed. Someone who appreciated the finer things in life. The jade that had shielded Porkchop shot forwards under the melee's direction, slamming the hound bodily towards Caius, who wasted not a moment capitalizing on the weakness. His strange crystal sword glowed with inner fire once more, stabbing deep into the hound's neck. Blood foamed from its muzzle with a whine, eyes wild. Narrowing his eyes at the sword, Rieker tried to puzzle through what was off about it. It wasn't a simple, common longsword, that was for sure, but whatever shielding enchantment it had was potent. The strange soul skill wasn't enough to explain everything. Despite his curiosity, he was no smith, and had no way to puzzle through its secrets with eyesight alone. The battle raged on, the roars of bloodlust and splashing viscera warming Rieker's heart.
Flashes of blue lit up the room, broken only by the flickering orange as more fire spewed from the Infernus hound. They were really pressuring it now. The beast was drawing on more and more of its repertoire. Hosing breaths of flame, blades of fire shooting from its claws, bursts of blurring speed, and now a flame-infused charge, one that Porkchop withstood with calm focus as he accepted scorching burns to plunge his crystal claws into the beast's chest. Fantastic focus and vigor, with no fear of injury. Whatever those boys had been up to in recent months, it had been violent indeed. Most new classers took years to get over their rather natural fear of injury. Reeker's eyes flicked to their back line, the half-elf watching the battle with enraptured attention.
That in and of itself was impressive, considering the storm of solar mana that raged over his head, bound to the man's iron-hard will as he wove his spell. An all-in attack, a risky play for most, but understandable considering the strength of the front line. After all, it was his only viable way of keeping up. For now, at least. While Ianmus in no way held up to the might of his companions, he was still impressive, from a normal perspective at least. Skilled in the way that came with studious practice, and focused. Two important traits for a mage. With the two lunatics dragging him upwards by his scruff, he'd go far. Good thing he wasn't being dragged. He could see that same desire in the half-elf's eye, hear the man's heart pounding in his chest. He wanted this, just as much as the others. Even totally reliant on them to survive. He had faith. A good batch. He couldn't wait to see what terrors he could turn them into. Chapter 184. Mistakes. Finale.
Caius drank in the battlefield, every fiber of his being in tune with the moment. The Infernus hound was battered, its coat reduced to a raw, patchy mass of oozing flesh and blackened skin, thanks to his spells, its clear resistance to fire no help against the power of storm. Rents had been torn open in its hide from blade and claw alike, revealing glistening strands of muscle that bulged and tensed with every move. Yet its health was burning, the cuts slowly sealing with supernatural vigor. That, and the beast was far tougher than others they had faced. Despite its wounds, despite the ragged state of its body, it fought on, unhindered. He could only count his blessings that it had no additional regeneration abilities. The healing was slow, and they were steadily wearing it down. Porkchop mauled the hound, falling into a controlled assault. There were no wild, unthinking lashes of his claws. Instead, his brother moved with intention. He rolled and flowed with the flow of the battle, always moving just right to take as much of a blow as he could on his heavy plate. Every opening was punished, snapping jaws smashed shut, and clawing limbs batted away as he plunged his own thick natural weapons into the Infernus hound's delicate flesh. The beast was barely keeping up. Caius felt it as his toolkit thrummed, an opening they could capitalize on. And, as he knew, his brother knew too, the strength of their bond rendering communication pointless. A deafening crack echoed off the hard stone walls as he raked the beast's form with another storm lash. Surprised as it was, there was no moment for it to brace. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 30. Whining in agony, smoke rose from its body as he savaged its internals. With a great heave, Porkchop lunged in with supernatural weight behind his steps. Colliding with bone-shuddering force, the hound was shoved to the side, unsteady and stumbling.
Already in position, Caius swept a father's gift into a high guard. He slashed with everything he had, back engaging as he pivoted through his hips. Careening through the air, his blade burned with the inner fire of his blade right,
before its jagged, crystalline edge cut deep into the muscles and structure of its knee. Growling in fury, the hound snapped at him with finger-length teeth. Transferring his weight to his front foot, Caius twirled his blade with a twist of his wrists. Honed steel slammed into the beast's muzzle, slamming it away and scouring bone. Another flash of burning lightning scoured its flesh, giving him the time he needed to dance back. Before he could move back and to re-engage, a burning beam of light appeared within a handspan of his chest. It lanced across the room, stinging his eyes with its luminance before the spell wrought havoc and terror on the Infernus hound. Potent and charged with minutes of channeling, the beam of solar energy lanced straight into the leg he had just injured. Caius should have been blinded by the brilliance, but with his true sight at work, he watched flesh immolate and dissolve, ligaments sear, and bones blacken. Ding! True sight has reached level 39. A terrible wound, the worst they had wrought in their battle by far, but far less injurious than he had been expecting. Infused with flaming magic, the beast seemed to have some sort of resistance to the blinding heat. Regardless, the beast was hobbled, its leg falling limp as every structure in its lower thigh boiled and burned. The beast whined, lunging away from the beam before the spell finally winked out. A potent attack, one that had almost gotten him. "Cutting it a little close, don't you think?" Caius called back to the mage without looking, already racing forward in unison with his brother to press their advantage. "Best shot in Sunspire," Ianmus yelled back, his breathing laborious. Whatever the drain he had felt, the mage was obviously not ready to take his leave of the battle. Before Caius had made even 3 more steps, a familiar bloom of invigoration grew within him. Ding! You have been enhanced. Sun-drenched strength. Porkchop reached the Infernus hound first, a rolling growl reverberating in his barrel chest as a jade wall slammed into the beast from behind, shunting it directly into the reach of his claws. The hound lurched, tapping into a skill as it blurred back out of reach. Far less agile than before, even with the added speed, it was a stumbling run with one of its legs almost completely hobbled. Fixing them with a furious snarl, mana bloomed within the beast's chest. With the increased acuity of his mana sight with his growing levels, Caius knew that it was something different, something that needed to be channeled. Uncanny Dodge screamed a warning. "Wall!" he yelled to his brother, sprinting to his side. The sense of danger grew. Skidding to his brother's side, he hunkered down behind Porkchop's flank as a wall of jade erupted in front of them. Not a moment too soon. The hound detonated. With the beast as the epicenter, an explosion of fire bloomed. As the potent magic hit Porkchop's shard wall, the jade rocked back, cracking with the force of the collision. Even saving them from the worst of the blast, fire washed over it in a spilling wave, draping over them in a cloak of pain and bubbling flesh. Caius held his breath as agony assaulted him from every angle. His clothes smoldered, and the metal of his armor grew to searing heats. Even with the magic resistance of his cerulean scale, he was barely protected. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 29. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 32. Health tore through his system, spreading itself thin to regenerate burnt flesh. It only served to keep his agony fresh, nerves constantly regenerating to be tortured anew. In the end, it was rapid adaptation that let him persevere. Fire was one of the oldest of his affinities, and with the surging power of his skill battling against the pervasive aspected magic, the Infernus hound's flames struggled to penetrate more than skin deep. And yet, the fires didn't end, the hound continuing to channel as his health burned precipitously. It was committed, burning every last scrap of its mana in an attempt to take them out. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 30. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 30. Porkchop didn't have the same advantages. Oh, his brother weathered the storm with sheer grit, toughness, and health, but it was wearing him down far faster. The fires gutted out, and with the storm of fire gone, Porkchop's injuries were revealed in their full, gory details. Green jade was scorched black, and the leather padding beneath was completely ragged and scorched. His brother's fur had almost entirely burnt free, his entire body left one weeping, exposed sore. Fighting against the agony, Porkchop pushed himself off the ground. Empowered by his healing skill, his skin rippled, sealing itself whole as a thin, blackish fuzz erupted from his pores. Caius's own skill went to work, healing his own injuries at a pace that was only moderately slower. The warmth of the sun graced their flesh, soothing their injuries and bolstering their reserves of health, as the spell Ianmus must have been preparing enveloped him and Porkchop. Ding! You have been healed. Solar manipulation. His body still hurt, still cried in protest with every movement. But pain had always been easy to shove to the back of his mind. He focused on their target. Across the hall, the Infernus Hound lay waiting. Exhausted and spent, it watched them cautiously as its chest heaved. Taking a single cautious step towards them, it growled from deep within its chest. Caius didn't miss the quiver in its legs, nor the way its eyes seemed to be glazed.
Mana burn, he realized. They had to end this now, before it recovered. He pushed himself to his feet, working through the pain as he forced himself to take step after shaking step. As skin and flesh healed, his steps grew steadier, his grip on his blade stronger. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 31. Soon he was running, a ragged battle cry on his lips. Porkchop arrived first, a storm of flashing green claws and hammering walls of jade. Caius wasn't far behind, falling into a blur of carving steel and flashing lightning. The Infernus Hound tried to fight back, to capitalize on the injuries that it had wrought, but it was useless. Snapping bites and savage claws were beaten back with tight pivoting parries and nimble dodges, punished in turn with scorching storm and a blade empowered with stamina and soul. Slowly, the hound collapsed before them. With a lame leg and two opponents of similar physical strength, there was little it could do. Its wounds grew numerous, bone and muscle alike exposed to the air as they carved into its flesh with claw, blade, and spell. Even Ianmus took part in the final execution, finger-width beams of light piercing deep into open wounds. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 26. Where once its wounds writhed with vitality, now the beast's wounds healed at a crawl, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of injuries. Inevitably, it gutted out completely. The Infernus Hound collapsed, its monstrous strength finally giving out. There was no pause, no moment of ceremony. As soon as it fell, they were already moving. Sweeping his blade up, it flared with internal fire before he brought it down on the beast's neck in a heavy chop. Porkchop didn't let him do all the work. He plunged his claws down into the hound's skull with the full weight of his prodigious bulk. Blood sprayed and bone crunched. The battle was won. Ding! Level 87, Infernus Hound, Smoldering Mauler slain. Experience gained.
Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 40. +3 End, Strength and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 48. +3 End, Strength and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower.
+1 vitality, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Caius stood over the cooling body of the Infernus Hound, pounding heart slowing with every passing second. As power rushed through him with the stack of levels he had just gained, he felt his class direct the growth, aiding him in rapidly adjusting to the changes. Far more smooth of an experience than it had been without a class. Despite the sting of his almost healed burns, a wide grin slipped across Caius's face. That had been a good fight. That last desperate attack had been a deadly thing. If it wasn't for his and his brother's potent defensive skills and powerful healing, they would have been toast for sure. That and Ianmus had topped off their health right when they needed it most. And as a reward, his next class skill, ready to be claimed. He couldn't wait to see what they were. Loud claps interrupted his train of thought, drawing his attention over to Rieker. The guildmaster was smiling at them widely, cutting through the post-battle haze with every slow and lazy slap of his palms. "Bravo! Great showing!" he called loudly, waving them over. Caius sheathed his sword and made his way over with Porkchop. Neither of them rushed, not with the stinging burn of their remnant wounds or the weariness of exertion leaning on them. Rieker waited patiently, still leaning against the same wall he had been when they first started their fight. "You know, I had high hopes for the three of you, but you managed to kill that pup even more decisively than I expected," Rieker said once they had all gathered before him. Caius grinned at the man's praise. Though he had always known that they would impress him. After all, it would be pretty embarrassing if they couldn't. It meant a better chance of gaining benefits if Rieker thought they were worth investing in. "Listen, I want to wait until you're fully sharp for our spar. That means at least a couple of hours. Why don't you look through the skills you've earned and have a chat as a team while I go and fetch us some lunch?" Rieker asked. A moment later, he waved his hands, and 3 chairs and a plush rug appeared on the stone floor surrounding a low table. They were plush things, padded and upholstered in rich fabrics. Caius stared at the seats longingly, but was loath to rest his blood-soaked and soot-stained body on such rich pieces. "Gods, the looks on your faces," Rieker snorted. "Sit, I can get them cleaned." Nearly collapsing in relief, Caius dragged himself into the chair. Rieker smiled down at them, still standing. "I'll be back in half an hour. Make your choices then. It'll be far more exciting if you have a few surprises for me when we fight." With that, the guildmaster swept off, leaving through the heavy steel door as he made his way back to his chambers with a casual haste only possible to the powerful. Caius groaned as soon as the man left, melting into his chair for a moment before he met his team members' eyes. "Me first?" he asked. Chapter 185. The Third Skill. Caius looked at Porkchop with desperate eyes, trying and failing to suppress his eager desire to rip open his notifications and dive into his next skill selection. It was only fair to ask, after he had picked first last time, and as a coherent team it would be important to get their input on the skills he was offered, even if he had the final say. Porkchop held his gaze for a moment, stern and unyielding. Slumping his shoulders with a sigh, Caius relented. It was rather greedy for him to try for twice in a row. "Just messing with you. Go ahead," Porkchop said with a snort, nearly shoving him off his seat with a playful bat of his paws. "You're sure?" Caius asked, unable to hide the gleeful smile that spread across his face. "Yeah," Porkchop nodded. "I don't get as antsy about this as you do. Besides, I'm really curious about what you got offered." Without standing on ceremony, he seized the lifeline he had been given and threw himself fully into his notifications. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Latent Glyph of Elena. Class skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Martial. Type. Glyph binding. Runic. Spellcasting selection available. Heroic. The Glyph of Transference. Elena is the source of the Runeblade's legendary ability to appear as soon as they are called upon. Its hymns are at once the logistical backbone of Vezran and a source of unrivaled battlefield mobility. Ephemeral and swift, it is bound to the feet, where the centering touch of the earth can remind initiates that the present is ever fleeting, and time is not a resource to be squandered. This skill allows the user to inscribe Vezran translocation and motility spell hymns to be activated at will, limited only by the availability of mana to reserve into the working and sufficient space on the body. Creates a hymn book on the user's status if one is not already present. Multiples of the same glyph can cast hymns inscribed on their counterpart. Each level moderately increases the power, range, and area of effect of spell hymns cast through the glyph. Each level slightly decreases the physical size of inscribed spell hymns. Every 100 levels, the user may learn another runic hymn of the relevant tier to add to their hymn book. Spell hymns. Known. Tier 1. Selection available. Latent Glyph of Tsiria. Class skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Arcane. Corruption type, Glyph binding, Runic, Spellcasting. Selection available, Heroic. The Glyph of Withering. Tsiria is the unrelenting siege that devours all resistance. Some foes are too mighty or too wily to be dealt with direct force alone. Tsiria and the insidious creep of its mighty afflictions grind away at such enemies until they are but dust in the wind. Tsiria is inscribed on the sclera so that all may know the risks of drawing Vezran's eyes. This skill allows the user to inscribe Vezran affliction and curse spell hymns to be activated at will, limited only by the availability of mana to reserve into the working and sufficient space on the body. Creates a hymn book on the user's status if one is not already present. Multiples of the same glyph can cast hymns inscribed on their counterpart. Each level moderately increases the power, range, and area of effect of spell hymns cast through the glyph. Each level slightly decreases the physical size of inscribed spell hymns. Every 100 levels, the user may learn another runic hymn of the relevant tier to add to their hymn book. Spell hymns. Known. Tier. Selection available. Mystic Persistence. Class skill. Tier 1. Affinity. Arcane. Type. Glyph binding. Metamagic. Selection available. Unique. Sometimes you just need a bit of extra kick. Solar light that vaporizes from the inside out. A burst of healing that continues to trickle in, flickering incorporeality after a blink. That kind of thing. It saved me more than once, sure as the hells.
Caius couldn't contain his gasp as he processed the fact that he had not one, but two different glyphs available. Spellcasting ones at that.
He knew that he would pick one. While Mystic Persistence was good, it just simply didn't have the same level of utility. But which?
Thank the gods he had his team with him to work through it. He'd have sat there ruminating on the decision for hours if he was left to handle it alone.
Well, what did you get? Ianmus asked, curiosity naked on his face. Yeah, you wouldn't gasp like that if it wasn't good. Porkchop agreed with a nod. Shaking his thoughts from his head, Caius minimized the selection screen. 2 glyphs, he said quietly, almost reverent. One focused on translocation and mobility spells, though I don't know exactly what that means, other than it likely being movement-related. And the other focuses on afflictions and curse magic. Elena and Tsiria.
Porkchop's eyes widened in surprise, while Ianmus rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, at the very least I can confirm Elena will be movement-focused, Ianmus said confidently. Translocation magics are all about traveling to or away from a specific spot or level of existence. Teleportation, incorporeality, target-based movement, and other such things.
Caius grinned as soon as he heard the word teleportation. It was the pinnacle of movement magics, and one that every would-be caster hoped to one day achieve. Who wouldn't want to skip weeks of overland travel with a simple snap of their fingers?
Of course, he doubted he would get it as a Tier 1 spell.
Teleportation was rare, practically unheard of for those outside of the 3rd tier, unless they had a specialist spatial mage class. It was somewhat more accessible through the use of ruinously complicated formations, but only the exceedingly wealthy had access to them with any level of regularity.
And mobility? Caius asked, eager to learn more about the other style of magic Elena offered.
Simple. They're spells that more directly empower your own movement and grant abilities that would otherwise be impossible. Think sprinting 4 times as fast and leaving a burning trail of fire in your wake. Ianmus replied.
Caius nodded. Another useful addition. Thankfully, he knew of both curses and afflictions, so he needed no assistance there.
Curses, in particular, were nasty things. Speciality afflictions that were often far more long-lasting, esoteric, and insidious than simple afflictions that would eventually resolve themselves on their own.
Honestly, the idea of curse magic made him uncomfortable. Curse mages, and affliction ones for that matter, had something of a reputation for being of unsavory character. If anything, that was an understatement. Curse mages were closer to reviled, in truth. It was hard to be a welcome and upstanding member of the community if you could damn someone to a year of mild bad luck without the slightest hint of it being due to a curse. At least, until someone went looking for it.
Getting offered the skill in the first place was a little worrying. While the class would influence the selection, your own actions did too. It made him think. Was he the one holding nefarious designs in his heart? Or was the mysterious Vezran order less noble than they seemed at first glance? I have to be honest, I am far more interested in Elena. I hate the idea of curse magic. It feels ignoble, Caius finally said. But we are a team, and if there is a genuine case for it being more useful, I will seriously consider it, even if he really didn't want to. The idea of feeling the burning pain of inscription on his eyeballs made him want to crawl out of his skin.
Ianmus looked at him with surprise.
I didn't take you to be superstitious. Curse magic is a branch like any other, and like all tools it is capable of misuse, but it is not inherently evil, no matter what people say.
I know, Caius said with a wince.
Still, it just doesn't feel like me. I like to be in the meat of a fight, and knowing that I won due to my own strength, ingenuity, and ability. While it would be easy to argue that it's no different to Stormlash's stun, I just don't like it.
Then don't take it. A movement-focused glyph fits your needs perfectly, and is exactly what we need as a team.
Porkchop replied, prodding him in the chest. To his surprise, Ianmus also gave a firm nod of agreement.
Porkchop is right. Currently, you are our roaming offense.
The biggest threat to you, and to the team as a whole, is the difficulty you currently have in being right where you need to be, the half-elf said.
Caius frowned.
He wasn't sure if he agreed with that. After all, he had been doing just fine so far.
Ianmus caught his expression and sighed.
Caius, think of the fight we just had, and the aura of flame that the Infernus Hound summoned. If you had the right translocation spell, you might have been able to move directly into position to attack the beast, or have been able to pull you and Porkchop out of danger.
He's right. You're strong, and hit harder than a stampeding herd.
But more angles to attack from, and more avenues to avoid injury will only make you all the more lethal. Porkchop said, flooding their bond with an assurance that his competence was not in question. When his brother put it like that, it was hard to argue. He knew that he would only start with a single spell, but when he had multiple, he could imagine himself stepping on the air to attack a giant beast from above, or slipping through shadows to strike unaware. Plus, who could resist the temptation of a potential teleportation spell in the future?
Elena it is,
Caius replied with conviction, and chose his third skill.
Ding! Latent Glyph of Elena, class skill available. Would you like to proceed? This choice is pivotal and irrevocable. As soon as he confirmed his choice, the now familiar, omnipotent grasp of the system settled on his soul. Power roared through his inner center, weaving a new golden shard to join the nexuses of power that orbited the golden conflagration of his soul. As the skill crystallized, the system turned its attention to his mind. Knowledge and understanding was crammed into his head with the subtlety of a dwarvish great hammer backed by a full-bodied swing. Gut-wrenching aches resounded in his head as his brain felt like it swelled to thrice its size, threatening to spill out of his ears. With that pain came an image, a delicate glyph. Long, graceful, and full of tight spirals, Elena was immediately obvious as a cousin of Drakthar. Much of the core of the working was the same. Oh, it was drawn differently. Softer, with thinner lines, and a number of individual runes that made up the arrays were different, but the similarities were plain as day. Even his drastically lacking familiarity with Vezran glyphic runes wasn't enough to stop him from noticing them. Outside of that core binding, though, it was vastly different. With the knowledge of its structure came an understanding of how it meshed to his body. Far greater in size than Drakthar, the extremities of the glyph looked like ripples on a pond, or the delicate whorls of a spinning dust devil. With the core of the formation formed on his heel, the rest would loop outward, encapsulating the rest of his soul and wrapping up onto the instep of his foot. He knew this for a certainty, and his mind ached all the more for it. The system didn't wait for him to stop processing the experience before it made it so in truth. Grabbing an inviolable grip on his mana, the system weaved the glyph with deft expertise. Each line, each loop in his skin and natural mana flows left a stinging kiss in its wake. A parting gift that ensured he remembered that every power had its cost. Finally, the system was done, and Caius collapsed into the back of his chair with a gasp of relief. As soon as he had processed the experience, Caius bent over in a scramble and unlaced a boot as quickly as he was able to. Letting the heavy, reinforced leather fall to the stone floor with a clatter, he ripped off his wool socks and stared at what was waiting for him. Another black glyph, delicately weaving its way across the soles of his feet. Pretty. Chapter 186. The Second Spell.
Caius shook his head at Porkchop's antics, though he couldn't help but agree that his latest glyph, Elena, was rather graceful in its design. As soon as the system retreated and left him with a new mark on his flesh and knowledge in his mind, he felt the familiar ding of a system notification. No doubt it was his waiting spell hymns. From what his class guide had said, it would involve some level of hands-on guidance from a system construct, similar to the space he had arrived in to select his class. Still, he was unsure of how it worked. Would he make the choice there, or beforehand? If he jumped in right now and it was the former, he would lose all of his ability to discuss their thoughts on what could benefit them as a team. Thankfully, the problem was easily solved by simply asking. From what Ianmus had told him, the way he learnt spells wasn't uncommon amongst sorcerers, and Caius was all but certain the man would know the answer.
Oh, yes! I hadn't realized that you didn't know.
Ianmus nodded enthusiastically at his question.
It can vary, as the system has a tendency to personalize itself to an individual's needs, but generally you can expect to make the selection much like you did with your class skill. Often it is only when someone is in danger or they have an extreme predilection to lengthy decision-making that they go to the system space for their actual choice. That was a relief. Sharing his options would not just help him to more clearly work through his choices and direction, but would help him uncover the secrets of his class. Skills built on skills, so every spell choice he made would inevitably have some level of effect on the kind of options he would receive in the future. With someone as knowledgeable as Ianmus on hand, he could hopefully get some insight on what their long-term effects might be.
After all, if there was a good spell for individual one-off utility, but it led to him receiving more and more options of a similar bent, he wasn't likely to pick it. In that case, let's dive right in, he said, bringing up the waiting notification as he bent down to put his boot back on. No point in giving Rika even the smallest advantage by letting him see the glyph when he returned. Ding! Spell hymn available for selection. Yelia's Slip Step, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Translocation. Affinity, Space. Dimension Glyph, Alina, 80 mana. Selection available. This hymn partially submerges the user in slip space for 10 steps, lengthening distance travelled and intermittently rendering them incorporeal. Galewind Dash, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Air, Storm, Glyph, Alina, 60 mana. Selection available. This hymn summons a howling tailwind that drastically increases movement speed and seeks to disrupt incoming attacks. Ingrid's Localized Downness, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Translocation. Affinity, Gravity, Glyph, Alina, 50 mana. Selection available. This hymn temporarily reorients the effect of gravity on the user to be directly beneath their center at all times for 1 minute. Defensive Transference, Runic Hymn, Tier 1, Mobility. Affinity, Kinetic, Martial, Glyph, Alina, 200 mana. Selection available. This hymn infuses the body with an energy field that will absorb and store 70% of the force of the next attack, weathered up to a certain limit. This stored energy may be used to empower a single step at 300% efficiency.
Reading each of the spell's descriptions, Caius leaned back into his chair bodily and crossed one leg over his knee. It was a wide array of exactly the skills he was hoping for, though, while all were movement-related, it was plain to see that they all had a clear bent to either defense or utility. Slip Step and Defensive Transference were the most immediately interesting to him. Both would serve something he distinctly lacked: active defense and evasion. The former seemed like it would be fantastic for unblockable and unavoidable attacks, especially as his glyph leveled. After all, he had no doubt that both the amount of steps he would take and the amount of time he would spend incorporeal would grow. That, and increasing the distance he could cover in a step, would no doubt be disorienting as all hell for his opponents. On the other hand, defensive transference seemed potent. A massive reduction to incoming blows, combined with a way to explosively create or close distance? The only major downside was its comparatively extreme cost, though even that would grow far less of a hindrance as he continued to level. Caius turned to his team members, taking the time to run them through his options and his thoughts on the spells. Running his hands through his hair, he asked their opinions. With how torn he was between both spells, he hoped there was something that would make it a clear-cut decision. Slip Step, without question! Ianmus was surprisingly vehement with his response, clenching the armrests of his chair in a white-knuckle grip as he half rose from his seat. A moment later, the half-elf coughed as he realized that both Caius and Porkchop were staring at him with half-tilted heads. Slowly lowering himself back into the chair, he cleared his throat. Sorry, but you said it was a space and dimension affinity? Truly? Caius nodded. He knew that they were generally good affinities for certain types of spell work, and he would have to be an idiot not to see how that fit into movement spells. But with the relatively modest capabilities of Slip Step, he hadn't realized that it was such a big deal. Ianmus smiled, his eyes practically sparkling. Unbelievable. I know the strength of your class, but you clearly don't understand how rare it is to see something of that affinity in the first tier, let alone so early. Spit it out. Why is it special? Porkchop interjected with a snort, getting a teasing roll of the eyes from Caius in return. Though he did admit that he was also curious. He had always assumed they were uncommon because of the rumored complexity of the spells that involved them, rather than an inherent trait of the affinities themselves.
I was about to, Ianmus defended himself. Like I was saying, those affinities are esoteric. Similar to void, ether, time, and others, those are incredibly rare in the second tier, and only get slightly more common as you rise up.
The half-elf paused, gathering his thoughts. Both space and dimension are considered some of the best affinities for translocation and mobility spells that exist. If you continue to pick them, you have a solid chance of evolving your overall glyph skill to specialize in them later. That is your best chance to get some sort of instantaneous movement skill far before you would otherwise. Caius rolled his hand through the air, encouraging the half-elf to continue.
Ianmus grinned, clearly more than happy to expound on the minutiae of mana theory to an eager and willing audience. From what we know, thanks to historic records and contemporary examples, true translocation spells, teleportation, skip jumps, portals, relative substitutions, elemental drifts, and the like, start to appear at the second tier for space and dimension. Other closely aligned affinities, such as liminality, void, time, and light, start to get such abilities in the third. And as far as we know, affinities of a generally ephemeral nature, such as air, storm, fire, and shadow, start to appear in the fourth. At least, so we believe from the little we have been able to gather from history and watching the elves, dwarves, and others who live in high mana regions. Ianmus explained, the pace of his speech growing faster as he fell into the rhythm of his thoughts.
Caius raised an eyebrow when his companion mentioned knowledge of the fourth tier, even if it was only vague. He hadn't heard of any public-facing fourth tiers in the human, settled central regions, and as far as he knew, that had been the case since the calamity that was the shattering of the Empire. Though it wouldn't surprise him if there was more than one old monster who kept growing in secret. He knew one thing for certain. There were either none or there were multiple keeping each other in check. With the tendency of dynasties to dominate, if one man had such an advantage, they would move brutally and endlessly to wipe out all potential threats to their lineage and secure as many legacies as they could.
What of more physical affinities, like crystal or wood? Caius asked, noting that they had been left out of Ianmus's explanation.
We don't know, Ianmus said with a shrug. The Eternal Emperor was the strongest in Vastavarian history at an estimated tier 5 or 6, and he was a time affinity skirmisher. He'd had a translocation ability since the 3rd tier. That said, it's a little beside the point. I think the potential benefits of Slipstep's affinities make it a clear winner, and I think that if you get offered another spell with the same affinities when your skill reaches level 100, you should take it, even if it is subpar compared to the rest. If you do that, I would be shocked if you don't get a skip or blink ability in the 2nd tier, even if the skill doesn't evolve to specialize.
Caius nodded along to the man's words.
A blink ability would be worth it. He'd take 2 useless common spells if it was enough to make it a certainty. The sheer tactical usefulness of such an ability was too much to ignore.
Though a blink was not the only thing he would be pleased to get out of such a tendency towards an affinity.
Evidently, he wasn't the only one.
What of longer-ranged spells, like a gate? Porkchop asked their resident expert.
A gate? Unlikely, Ianmus replied with a shake of his head. Gates and portals are high-tier spells, and ones that often require lengthy channeling time at that. There's a reason runic ones are so rare and tightly controlled. I'm not all that sure that they align with glyph binding very well. If it did ever appear, it would have a truly momentous mana cost. Not the best when it will tie up your mana until you use it.
A good point, in Caius's opinion. As much as he adored glyph binding, the skill was everything he had ever wanted it to be. Nothing under the purview of the system was without checks, balances, and drawbacks. For him, spells of occasional use and a high cost were far less useful than they would be to freecasters and sorcerers. Having too much of his mana pool reserved would severely limit his overall effectiveness, and even if he could technically simply wait to inscribe the spell until it was needed, it was still far less usable than it was for other mages.
After all, inscribing took far longer than channeling an equivalent spell. The whole benefit was that he could do it ahead of time. Still, if he got the option of a portal or planar gate, he would take it in a heartbeat. Hopefully he wouldn't need to, though.
What about teleportation? Caius asked.
Maybe, the Anmus replied, scrunching his face with uncertainty.
Tier 3 is much more likely. Still, the more spells you take of those affinities, the more likely it is to happen.
Oh gods, yes.
His brother turned to him. Caius, take the spell. The quicker we can stop walking everywhere, the better. And by we, I mean me. Carrying you is fine, but walking sucks. Porkchop said, immediately jumping onto the wagon.
Caius laughed and made his decision right then and there. It had been down to the knife's edge anyways, but who would pass up an opportunity to teleport in the future?